George Novack. America's Revolutionary Heritage. Marxist Essays. George Novack. Editor. George Novack. George Novack, 1905 to 1992, joined the communist movement in the United States in 1933, and remained a member and leader of the Socialist Workers' Party until his death. As National Secretary of the American Committee for the Defense of Leon Trotsky, Novack helped organize the 1937 International Commission of Inquiry that investigated the charges fabricated by Stalin's Moscow trials. In the 1940s, Novack was National Secretary of the Civil Rights Defense Committee, which gathered support for leaders of the SWP and of the Midwest Teamsters strikes and organizing drive who were framed up and jailed under the witch-hunting Smith Act. He played a prominent role in numerous other civil liberties and civil rights battles over subsequent decades, including the landmark lawsuit against FBI spying and disruption won by the Socialist Workers' Party in 1986. He was also active in defense of the Cuban Revolution and against the war in Vietnam. His works include, An Introduction to the Logic of Marxism, Genocide Against the Indians, The Origins of Materialism, Existentialism versus Marxism, Empiricism and its Evolution, How Can the Jews Survive? A Socialist Answer to Zionism, The Marxist Theory of Alienation, Democracy and Revolution, Understanding History, Humanism and Socialism, The Revolutionary Potential of the Working Class, Pragmatism versus Marxism, America's Revolutionary Heritage, and Polemics in Marxist Philosophy. 200 years ago, the American colonists waged a war of independence against British tyranny and economic domination, the first victorious national liberation struggle of modern times. Today, when many Americans are re-examining our revolutionary heritage, the publication of this new edition is especially timely and appropriate. The essays on various aspects of American history collected in this volume appeared over a span of 40 years in the International Socialist Review and its predecessors, the New International and Fourth International *. They were prompted by special occasions or written in response to particular problems. Yet all have been motivated by a comprehensive conception of the rise of American civilization that differs in essentials from the views taught in the schools and universities and accepted as gospel by most scholars and students. Is there a pattern in American history? The most popular 19th-century historians of the United States, such as George Bancroft and John Fiske, had no doubts about the significance of our history. They were convinced, along with most of their contemporaries, that the ascendancy of the Yankee Republic exhibited, above all, the triumph of the spirit of liberty and the institutions of democracy peculiar to the Anglo. With the exception of, originally written in 1939, which appeared in 1968 in Studies in Afro-American History, published by the National Education Department of the Socialist Workers' Party. 9. Saxon Genius Achievements that were God-guided and God-given. The liberal scholars of our own day are far less certain than the older patriotic nationalist historians that any definite or dominant pattern can be discerned in the era extending from the European discovery of the New World to the revelation that capitalist America had a special mission to defend freedom against the aggressions of communist totalitarianism. In America as a Civilization, Max Lerner, the New York Post syndicated columnist who teaches at Brandeis University, lists 20 efforts by other authors to capture the uniqueness of the American experience. One picks out the lack of a feudal past, another the refusal to accept authority, a third the multiplicity of ethnic groups, and so on. None of their answers satisfy him. What comes forth when he seeks an explanation of his own? Let another authority, Daniel Bell, former Fortune editor and now professor of sociology at Harvard, tell us. In a review reprinted in the End of Ideology, he points out that Lerner's treatment of American civilization lacks any coherence or unifying vision. Bell writes, in the end, like a mountain climber unable to gain a foothold on the slippery rock face, he suddenly lets go, and says, there is no single talisman to the secret of American civilization. Bell himself does not intend to remedy the deficiency he accurately spots in Lerner. Instead, he agrees that it is fruitless to try to find any underlying organizing principle in the development of our nation. To ask, what is the secret of America, is to pose a metaphysical question whose purpose is either ideological or mythopoeic. According to him, scholars can determine why and how certain particular configurations of character and institutions have emerged in the United States. That is all. They cannot go beyond that point. There is no explanation available for the general course of American history. This is like saying, it is possible to chart the lifeline of a specific corporation, like General Motors, but not the fundamental tendency toward the dominance of monopolies in our economy or the role such a tendency plays in the development of American and world capitalism in our century. Such a patchwork procedure deprives historical knowledge of any internal causation, regular sequence, and consistency. In 1963, Oscar Handlin published The Americans, a New History of the People of the United States. In its last section, the Harvard professor asked what was the sum and substance of his review of 355 years of American life. He concluded that experts like himself can only tell what happened but cannot explain it. Let us listen to his musings. At the typing machine, a man wonders, meaning, how fond his predecessors were of geometric analogies: progress, a straight line up; decay, a straight line down; a spiral upward, a wavy cycle. How fond they were of purpose, the hand of God, the oversoul, the evolutionary first cause, the dialectic of the class struggle. Perhaps it is not his task to subject the complex drama the words tap out to any such enfolding figures. If he can explain how, let others believe each their own why. There is meaning enough in the story itself. Such a purely descriptive way of writing history is as unsatisfying and unscientific as its agnostic conclusion. All genuine science, including the science of history, seeks to find out not only the how but the why, the causes of what happened. Empiricism, pragmatism, positivism can rest content with a surface description of the course of development. But a straight narration of events is only the first step in scientific inquiry about the historical process, not its end or major purpose. The next stage is to ascertain why, under the given circumstances, things turned out as they did and not otherwise. A scientific method ought to distinguish the mainstream of progress from the minor eddies and cross-currents in the flux of American events. This may not have been what its participants or its chief protagonists thought it was at the time they helped make that history. They may well have been mistaken about the real nature and direction of their collective efforts, however much of the truth they grasped. But a historical method which probes the dynamics of the whole process should be able to disclose the essential unity of the constituent stages which resulted in its present state and will shape the next one. However, the wisdom of Brandeis, Columbia, and Harvard as conveyed by these learned liberals coincides in a common skepticism that admits no master key to unlock the secrets of our development as a nation. Is the situation really so hopeless? These Marxist essays on American history attempt to show that meaningful insights into the motive forces of our national life, its main line of march and eventual outcome, are much more possible than these skeptics make out. It is possible to make sense out of the overall course of American history and assess its fundamental meaning. The mysteries that so baffle the liberal schools of historians and sociologists can be deciphered with the aid of a correct method of investigation, the theory of historical materialism which guided the production of these articles. American history in world history. American history has first of all to be approached as part of something much greater than itself. It is both a subordinate segment and a continuing product of world history. In the evolution of its social organization, humanity has ascended by successive steps from savagery through barbarism to civilization. Civilization itself, which originated in the Middle East, is less than 10,000 years old. During that time humanity has gone through various forms of society ranging from slavery to modern capitalism. Having reached its peak, this final embodiment of class society is cracking up and beginning to be supplanted by the rudiments of a higher order, the world system of socialism. This, in brief, has been the main root of the human race as it has climbed from animality to the atomic age. Where do the American people fit into this world historical procession, What place does our national history occupy in this evolutionary order? From this universal standpoint, the history of humanity in North America breaks into two major divisions marked by qualitatively different types of social structure. Humanity has lived in the Eastern Hemisphere for over 1,000,000 years, the Americas have been inhabited for only about 30,000 years. The first comers migrated from Siberia over the Bering Strait, which was then connected with the Alaskan mainland. Their descendants thereafter fanned out slowly, down to the tip of South America and over to the Atlantic coast. This epoch of tribal life, when the Indians had exclusive possession of the Americas, evolved apart from the Old World. By their own efforts the Aborigines attained the heights of the Mayan, Toltec, Aztec, and Inca cultures. However, despite many remarkable achievements, they did not pass beyond the Stone Age or quite reach the threshold of a well-defined class society, whatever aristocratic features they possessed. Civilization, private property, and other institutions and customs of a highly advanced class-divided system were first brought to America through the West Europeans who landed here from the 16th century on. Modern American history opens at this juncture. The coming of the white invaders marked a decisive sociological turn because they brought something basically novel with them. Along with many things belonging to the more ancient past, they imported a particular mode of civilized life and culture, the highest then attained. This was the capitalist type of social relation. Primitive collectivism was succeeded by the bourgeois individualism which has been gathering strength in North America for the past 500 years. American and world capitalism. The self-contained, purely internal evolution of America was ended once it was drawn into the mainstream of civilization. Thenceforth the key to American history is to be found in the impact and influence of events in the maritime countries of Western Europe upon this hemisphere, in the interactions and relations of the Old World and the New. The settlement of North America was occasioned by the unsettlement of Europe, which was undergoing what was the most profound social transformation before the anti-capitalist upheavals of our own century. This was the overcoming of feudalism by the forces of the bourgeois order. The economic processes which brought about this revolution began in the field of exchange and subsequently passed over into the domain of production. The creation and extension of a world market based upon an international division of labor for the first time supplied the impetus and incentives for an unprecedented growth of commerce along capitalist lines. The leading discoverers, explorers, and settlers of Spanish, Portuguese, French, Italian, Dutch, and English origin sailed across the Atlantic for very material, even transparently mercenary, motives. They aimed to grab wealth by opening new trade routes, plundering the natives of precious metals, selling and exploiting slave and indentured labor, growing cheap crops of staples like sugar, tobacco, and indigo for the world market, and planting colonies to produce other articles of value for the European economy, furs, hides, lumber, fish, etc. The coastal colonies were outposts of business enterprise, branches of the budding, bustling commercial capitalism which flourished under monarchical regimes as in France, or under republican auspices as in Holland and Cromwellian England. This fact holds the chief clue to American history after 1492. Its quintessence consists in the introduction, establishment, and expansion of capitalist relations on American soil. The 3 million Europeans and Africans who inhabited the colonies at the time of the First Revolution had come for a variety of reasons, the blacks as slaves, the white indentured servants under direct economic compulsion, the Puritans and others for religious motives, and many of the pioneer immigrants to improve their living conditions and prospects. Irrespective of their motivations or compulsions, they all had to fit into a social structure increasingly shaped by private property, profiteering, and a network of bourgeois institutions. The ordinary citizen has a quite different picture of America's rise to eminence. The popular image of our national greatness is patterned after Horatio Alger's success stories. Sturdy pioneers, rugged individualists on the frontier, shook off foreign influences, giving birth to an unalloyed American spirit, going forward to conquer a continent and making the most spectacular progress of all time. This oversimplified version has bits of fact in it, but it leaves out the most important of all the factors which directed and determined the course of American civilization. That factor is the special relation the North Americans have had with the development of the rest of the world capitalist system. This is, indeed, the prime peculiarity of our national history. The history of the American people has above all recorded the formation and the transformation through successive stages of its bourgeois society, not simply within the changing national boundaries but on the world arena. This distinguishes our history from that of all the great nations of Europe and Asia. England, France, Russia, Germany, Japan, and China all had long pre-capitalist pasts and sturdy feudal institutions which have powerfully marked their social evolution to this day. Unlike them, North American civilization has from its beginnings been raised upon the commercial, financial, industrial and property relations characteristic of the bourgeois way of life and labor. Since capitalism is international by its very nature, it is impossible to understand the central developments in any period of American history since the end of the 16th century without considering its connections with what was happening in the whole of the capitalist system at that juncture. This is the central thesis of the article entitled, Historians and the Belated Rise of American Imperialism. The New World was opened up by the Old as part of its leap from feudalism to capitalism, and the North American colonies were the transatlantic offspring of the European money makers. As the Scottish historian Edmund Wright has written in his study of colonial America entitled Fabric of Freedom, the colonies had been founded expressly for profit, either for those who settled the land, for the proprietor to whom a charter was granted, or for the company under whose direction the whole venture was risked. p. 34. The main paths of colonial history from the first overseas expeditions to the last musket fired at Yorktown were marked out by the impulses and requirements emanating from the capitalist world market headquartered in Western Europe. Independence did not remove the dependence of the American economy upon Europe. This was not fully overcome until the War of 1914-18, when the relations between the Old World and the New underwent a sharp reversal. The uprooting of pre-capitalist forces. While capitalist conditions, both international and national, have been paramount, other, older kinds of social formations have also participated in the making of American history. But their roles were not decisive in shaping its main direction and destination. None of the pre-capitalist forces could maintain predominance on this continent. All were subordinated by the operations of bourgeois society and finally subjugated and eliminated by its agents. The three most important powers based on pre-capitalist forms of labor were the Indian tribes, the semi-feudal proprietors, and the slave-holding planters. All contributed to the building of the bourgeois order in its formative stages, the Indians through the fur trade, the landed proprietors by importing capital, labor, tools, and provisions into the new settlements, the planters through the crops they grew and the wilderness areas their forced laborers cleared and cultivated. But, after performing useful services, they were themselves cleared away as they became obstacles to the further expansion of bourgeois property, production, and power. The fate of the Indians, pushed back and slaughtered over 4 centuries, is well known. As the articles on the destruction of Indian tribalism aim to prove, this war to the knife was not simply a racial conflict between white and red as it is usually depicted. It was a clash between two antagonistic and irreconcilable types of socio-economic organization, one rooted in Stone Age hunting, food gathering, and gardening, marked by collective customs, the other based upon private property and the profiteering individualism of an aggressive bourgeoisie, from rich merchants to small farmers. The next group to collide with the native bourgeois forces was the landed proprietors and the crown retinue, which administered the colonies largely for the benefit of the 10,000 merchants, manufacturers, and landlords ruling Britain. These semi-feudal and foreign oppressors and exploiters were driven out by the War of Independence. This first American Revolution culminated in a partial and temporary victory for the northern moneyed interests, which had to share supreme power in the young republic with the southern planters. Then the rise of the Cotton Kingdom imparted an ironic twist to our national development. This agricultural anachronism based on slave labor was the product of two interlinked innovations, the invention of the cotton gin, and the industrial revolution of the steam engine and the factory. The insatiable demands of England and New England's textile manufacturers for cotton lifted the Southern slaveholders to the heights. They dominated this country for decades, just as the monopolists do today. In order to dislodge these rivals from sovereignty and consummate their conquest of power, the northern industrial interests had to wait until the further development of American and world capitalism created a regroupment of social forces strong and resolute enough to overwhelm the slaveholders. This was brought into being by the middle of the 19th century. If the first phase of the Industrial Revolution, centered in England, exalted the cotton planters, its second phase, centered in the United States, led to their downfall, dispossession, and destruction at the hands of the newly enriched captains of industry and their allies, the small farmers of the Northwest, the insurgent slaves, and the urban wage workers. The Civil War was the Second American Revolution, or more precisely the concluding stage of the bourgeois democratic revolution in this country. This irrepressible conflict between the slave owners and the northern industrialists was the last of the death grapples for supremacy between the pre-capitalist and the pro-capitalist elements, which cleared the ground for the fullest and freest expansion of capitalist enterprise. Viewed in this light, the first 350 years of American history provided a battleground from which the masters of capital emerged in secure possession of the major sources of wealth and means of power. When more primitive and less productive systems of labor stood in the way of oncoming capitalism, they were ultimately overcome and eradicated, no matter how powerful they appeared at any given time, no matter how hard they fought to survive or what alliances they had. The Indians were wiped out, the British overlords and their feudal dependents were expelled, the insurrectionary slaveholders were gone with the wind of the Civil War. The supremacy of big business. American history demonstrates that the capitalists of the United States have not been averse to all revolutions but only to those which bring them no benefit. In past centuries they got rid of whatever antagonists blocked their advancement and rulership by the most forceful means. Having crushed the Confederacy on the battlefield, abolished $4 billion worth of property in slaves, and shattered the political hegemony of the planters, the northern captains of industry and finance proceeded to fortify their economic, political, and cultural control. From the end of Reconstruction to the First World War, they made the most of their unexampled opportunities. The robber barons feasted at what Vernon Parrington called the Great Barbecue as the trusts came to dominate the economy. The reconstituted two-party system served big business well. So did the Supreme Court, which ruled in 1886 that the 14th Amendment to the Constitution protected corporate as well as civil rights. In practice, it shielded the first much better than the second. Time and again the hosts of the populist and progressive crusades endeavored to resist the parricides of the plutocrats and reverse the concentration of power in their hands. Like the fabled Irish warriors, they went forth to battle but always fell. Although the anti-monopolist reformers did succeed in gaining some minor concessions, they proved incapable of dislodging big money from its dominion. The futility of their efforts to curb the monopolists was best exemplified by what happened in the oil industry. In 1909 the federal government ordered the Standard Oil octopus severed into a number of parts. But as soon as it was dismembered, it was recombined behind the scenes by the Rockefeller banking interests. Nowadays the oil magnates exert greater influence on national and international affairs than ever before. They have demonstrated their unchecked power by manufacturing a worldwide energy crisis, which succeeded in boosting profits in the oil industry to record heights. Professor Robert Engler, in his study The Politics of Oil, maintains that the oil industry in its dependence on huge financial benefits from the government, its privileged tax position, and its influence on domestic and foreign politics virtually has organized a government within a government, an entity with tremendous power and insufficient responsibility. Together with the military-industrial complex, the oil magnates function as prime decision-makers on the commanding heights of the United States. Capitalist competition, resulting in the takeover of smaller enterprises by larger concerns, fosters the inevitable growth of monopoly and the increasing concentration of the ownership and power of the American ruling class, which with each passing year becomes smaller, more entrenched, more wealthy, and more dominant in the economy and the state apparatus. This has been well documented by Morton Mintz and Jerry Cohen in America Incorporated. New York, Dell, 1971. In 1968, the 100 largest corporations had a greater share of manufacturing assets than the 200 largest had in 1950, and the 200 largest in 1968 controlled a share equal to that held by the 1,000 largest in 1941. p. 61. In 1969, they also report, the top 200 manufacturing corporations controlled 2/3 of all assets held by corporate manufacturers. This gigantic concentration of power is further consolidated through the control exercised by banks at the pinnacle of the economic pyramid. Guidelines for analyzing America's evolution. No set of summary assertions can encompass the diversity, deviations, and complexities of 500 years in the life of a colossal nation like the United States. Nevertheless, the principal landmarks and turning points in the road traveled by the American people can be mapped. The essential can be separated from the incidental, the durable from the episodic and ephemeral, the preponderant from the less effective factors in the making of events. The following propositions can be useful guidelines for analyzing American history to date. They can also serve as guideposts to the next stage of our national progress. L. From the standpoint of universal human development, American history is divided into two opposing parts. These are the 30,000 years of pre-class social life based upon Indian tribal collectivism, and the 500 years of class society ushered in by the Europeans. 2. American civilization is above all the product of the growth of the bourgeois system both on an international and on a national scale. 3. The process of building capitalism on this continent has passed through three main phases, each bound up with a corresponding stage of world economic development from commercial through industrial to monopolist capitalism. The colonial period from 1492 to 1789 witnessed the origin and formation of its social structure and political superstructure. The decades between the beginning of the Republic and the end of the Civil War saw the strengthening of industrial capitalism and its victory over the slave power. The century since has seen the supremacy of big business and high finance. 4. All the pre-capitalist forms and forces, the Indians, the landed proprietors, and the slaveholders were caught up, swept along, and ultimately submerged by the omnipotent trend toward the construction and consolidation of the most highly developed of all national capitalisms. 5. The struggles of these hostile social formations supplied the main internal driving forces for forward movement in the first two stages of American civilization. The contests for supremacy between the pre-capitalist and pro-capitalist forces culminated in two great social and political revolutions, which represented the high points in the activity of the bourgeois democratic elements in our national life. 6. In the past, capitalism has made immense contributions to human advancement and brought many benefits to the American people. But American civilization is not preordained to remain encased indefinitely within the bourgeois framework in which it has taken shape and operated up to now. The historical function of capitalism has been to prepare the preconditions and the forces for its own replacement by a new and superior way of living and working together. 7. Contemporary capitalism has become the source and sustainer of the most malignant evils at home and abroad. The deepening world crisis of imperialism, the consequences of Washington's foreign policies and the menace of nuclear warfare, coupled with the incapacity of U.S. capitalism to provide adequate solutions to the problems of poverty, inflation, unemployment, discrimination, and other scourges, have prepared the ground for a resurgence of social struggles in this country. 8. Since the Republican-Democratic Compromise of 1876 restored white supremacy in the South, the development of the United States has been marked by three major processes. These are the conversion of industrial into monopolist and imperialist capitalism, the growth of organized labor, and the awakening of the black masses. The most important social struggles of this period have been the contest between the plutocrats and plebeians, which ended in defeat for the reformism of the middle-class progressives, the conflict between the big employers and wage workers, which culminated in the industrial union organizing drive of the 1930s, and the rise of the Black liberation struggle, which initiated a new wave of radicalization in the United States. 9. The demands of the American people for a better life and a secure future can be realized only through changes of greater magnitude than those achieved by the War of Independence and the Civil War. Like the Crown rulers and the Cotton Kings before them, the monopolists will have to be deposed and expropriated by the revolutionary action of the insurgent masses. 10. The specific features of capitalist oppression in the U.S. have made it clear that the Third American Revolution will have a combined character. It will be a revolution by the oppressed nationalities for self-determination together with a working-class revolution to take power, which will open the road to the destruction of capitalist exploitation, alienation, oppression, racism, and sexism and the construction of socialism, the first truly human social order. George Novack. January 1976. The capitalist rulers of the United States rose to power through a series of violent struggles against pre-capitalist social forces. The first of these upheavals took place at the dawn of modern American history with the invasion of the Western Hemisphere by the nations of Western Europe and the conquest of the aboriginal inhabitants. The uprooting of the Indians played a significant part in clearing the way for bourgeois supremacy on this continent. However, the pages of the most learned historians contain little recognition and less understanding of this connection between the overthrow of Indian tribalism and the development of bourgeois society in America. As a rule, they regard the ousting and obliteration of the natives simply as an incident in the spread of the white settlers over the continent. They may condemn the treatment of the Indians as a lamentable blot on the historical record, but they do not see that it has any important bearing upon the formation of the United States. This conventional view of Indian-white relations is shared by conservative and liberal writers alike. In their classic liberal interpretation of the rise of American civilization, Charles and Mary Beard, for example, utterly fail to grasp the social significance of the wars against the Indians, making only scanty, disconnected references to them. President Conant of Harvard supplied an instructive illustration of how far the Indian conquest has faded from the consciousness of bourgeois thinkers during a speech at the New York Herald Tribune Forum in October 1948. In the first place, this nation, unlike most others, has not evolved from a state founded on a military conquest. As a consequence we have 23. 24. Nowhere in our tradition the idea of an aristocracy descended from the conquerors and entitled to rule by right of birth. On the contrary, we have developed our greatness in a period in which a fluid society overran a rich and empty continent. Conant's speech summoned American educators to demonstrate in theoretical questions what American capitalism must prove in practice: the superiority of bourgeois ideas and methods over the alien importations of the philosophy based on the writings of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. The Harvard president insisted that not words, but facts must be the weapons to convince the youth and defeat Marxism. The passage we have cited will hardly promote that purpose, for it contains two serious misstatements of fact about early American history. In the first place, contrary to Conant's assertion, the bourgeois structure of this nation did evolve from a state founded on a military conquest. It was the conquest of the Indian tribes, not to speak of wars against the Spanish, Dutch, and French, that gave England and her colonists mastery of North America. Secondly, although North America in colonial times was far more thinly populated than Europe or Asia, it was scarcely empty of inhabitants. In order to occupy and overrun the continent, the pioneers first had to empty the land of its original possessors. The founders of Harvard could tell its president many tales of the difficulties involved in this task. What are the reasons for this extraordinary blind spot in bourgeois historians and those who, like Conant, push to the extreme their preconceptions of our national origins? There is, first of all, the weight of tradition. Historians continue to treat the Indians with the same disdain and lack of comprehension that their forefathers manifested in practice. The pioneers looked upon the Indians as little more than obnoxious obstacles in the path of their advancement who had to be cleared away by any means and at all costs. The English colonists rid their settlements of Indians as ruthlessly as they cleared the lands of trees and wild animals. In fact, they placed the Indian varmints and serpents on the same level as wild beasts. In early New England bounties were paid for Indian scalps as today they are awarded for the tails of predatory animals. The contemporary professors do not know how to fit the Indians, and the facts of their dispossession and disappearance, into their schemes of interpretation any more than the pioneers were able to absorb them into bourgeois society. The govern. 25. Ment's final solution of the Indian problem has been to segregate the survivors in reservations, an American equivalent of the European concentration camps and the African compounds. The historians dispose of the Indians by also setting them off to one side, in a special category completely detached from the main course of American historical development. Indeed, because of their unconscious and narrow class outlook, the bourgeois historians, on the whole, are hardly aware that the fate of the Indians presents any problem. They assume that private property must be the normal foundation of any good society. And so the annihilation of Indian collectivism by the white conquerors for the sake of private property seems so much in the nature of things as to require no explanation. But there is more involved than inertia or indifference. Freud has explained individual lapses of memory by an unconscious wish to hide from whatever is shameful, fearful, socially unacceptable. Where a social lapse of memory occurs, a similar mechanism and similar motives for suppression are often at work, especially where representatives of ruling classes engage in systematic forgetfulness. That is the case here. The abominable treatment of the Indians is extremely unpleasant to contemplate, and equally unpleasant to explain. At the bottom of their censorship lies the bourgeois attitude toward the communal character of Indian life. The bourgeois mind finds communism in any form so contrary to its values, so abhorrent and abnormal, that it recoils from its manifestations and instinctively strives to bury recollections of their existence. In any event, the run-of-the-mill historian feels little impulse to examine and explain primitive communism, although it was the cradle of humanity and, in particular, formed a starting point of modern American history. Even contemporary writers sympathetic to the Indians, such as Oliver Lafarge, go out of their way to deny that the basic institutions of the Indians can be termed communistic even while offering evidence to the contrary. The source of life, the land, and its products, they the Indians owned in common, writes Lafarge in As Long as the Grass Shall Grow. p. 25. Loose talkers have called this communism. It is not. Here is a striking example of how deep anti-communist prejudice runs. Class calculation reinforce 11 this tendency toward suppression. An understanding of the customs of the Indians and the reasons for their extinction may raise doubts about the immortality of 26. Private property and the standards of bourgeois life. Such knowledge spread among an enlightened people may be dangerous to the pervasive ideas of the ruling class. Does it not indicate that, at least so far as the past is concerned, communism is not quite so alien to American soil as it is pictured by the witch hunters? Thus the expunging of the real facts about the Indians from historical memory today is no more accidental than was their physical elimination yesterday. Both have their ultimate source in the promotion of the material interests of the owners of private property and the champions of free enterprise. Modern American society did not originate on unencumbered soil in the pure and painless way pictured by Conant. It arose from the disintegration and ruin of two ancient societies, European feudalism and primitive American communism. Its birth was attended by two violent social conflicts. One was the struggle between the feudal order and the rising forces of capitalism in the Old World. The other was the collision between Indian tribalism and European civilization, which resulted in the breakup of the Indian way of life as a prelude to the establishment of the bourgeois regime in North America. The historians center their attention on the first process, and it is easy to understand why. Modern American society is the offspring of European civilization. Its foundations rest upon a whole series of alien importations from across the Atlantic. The contributions of the Indians in the making of modern America were not on the same scale and belonged to a different order. but this is no warrant for counting them as a negligible factor in the peculiar evolution of the American nation. For several centuries American events were conditioned by the struggle against the Indian tribes. And the European civilization transplanted to the New World grew at the direct expense of Indian life. Let us see why this was so. In the Indian and the European, ancient society and modern civilization confronted each other and engaged in an unequal test of strength. Over thousands of years the Indians had worked out ways and means of living admirably suited to the North American wilderness. The North American Indians were organized in hundreds of thinly dispersed tribes, numbering from a few score to a few thousand people, bound together by ties of blood kinship. Each of these tiny tribes constituted a self-sufficient economic unit. They were far more directly and firmly 27. Attached to their natural habitats than to one another. The dispersed bands had little unity of action or power of resistance against enemies like the white man. They were easily pitted against one another since, despite an identity of social structure and institutions, few of them had any traditions of cooperation. The sparseness and separation of the Indian population resulted from their method of producing the necessities of life. Although there was considerable diversity of conditions from tribe to tribe and from region to region, their basic economic features were remarkably uniform. Except along the seashores, most of the North American tribes lived mainly by hunting wild animals such as deer and buffalo. Fishing, fowling, berry picking, and farming were important but accessory sources of subsistence. Every type of social organization has laws of population and population growth corresponding to its mode of production. It has been estimated that 3 square miles of hunting ground were required to sustain each Indian. This imposed narrow limits on the size of the Indian population. Each tribe had to occupy sizable areas to support its members. The Iroquois sometimes traveled hundreds of miles on their hunting expeditions. The segmentation of the Indians into hundreds of petty tribal units and their slow but persistent expansion over the entire WSTEM world had arisen from the inability of a foraging and hunting economy to sustain many people on a given area. This was likewise the main cause for the warfare between neighboring tribes and for the Indians' unyielding defense of their hunting and fishing grounds against invaders. Heckewelder reports that the Indians cut off the noses and ears of any individual found on their territory and sent him back to inform his chief that on the next occasion they would scalp him. The Evolution of Property, by Paul Lafargue, p. 37. The only way to overcome the restrictions inherent in a hunting economy was through the development of stock raising or agriculture, a shift from food collecting to food producing. But unlike the Asians and Europeans, the Indians of North America domesticated no animals except the dog and the turkey. They had no horses, cattle, pigs, or sheep. The Indians, that is, the Indian women, who did the work, proved to be outstanding agriculturists. They domesticated over 40 useful plants, among them maize, tobacco, potatoes, tomatoes, peanuts, beans, and others that then and later had 28. Considerable economic importance. Agriculture based on maize production gave birth to the various grades of village Indians and made possible the more concentrated populations and brilliant achievements of the Mayan and Aztec cultures. But Indian progress in agriculture became stymied by insurmountable technological barriers. The Indians derived their meat and clothing from wild game, not from tamed and tended animals. They did not invent the wheel or the axle, they did not know of iron. Their implements were mostly made of stone, wood, bone, and fiber. Without draft animals and iron, it was impossible to develop the plow or even an efficient and durable hoe. Without these technological aids, agriculture could not advance to the point where it could yield enough food and grain to support extensive and constantly increasing bodies of people. According to recent investigations, it was the extinction of the forests and the exhaustion of the available corn-bearing lands cultivated by the crudest stick methods that eventually caused the collapse of Mayan culture. See The Ancient Maya, by Sylvanus G. Morley, 1946. The whites, however, bore with them all the means for advanced agriculture accumulated since the invention of the animal-drawn plow. These improved implements and methods of cultivation were the stepping stones by which Europe had approached capitalism. But along with superior tools and techniques of production, the Europeans brought their correspondingly different property forms and relations. Although the Indians possessed personal property, they were unfamiliar with private property in the means of production, or even in the distribution of the means of subsistence. They carried on their principal activities hunting, fishing, cultivating, homemaking, and warfare in a collective manner. The product of their labors was more or less equally shared among all members of the tribe. Above all, the North American Indians knew no such thing as private property in land, which is the basis of all other kinds of private ownership in the means of production. When the whites arrived, there was not 1 acre from the Atlantic to the Pacific that belonged to a private person, that could be alienated from the community or assigned to anyone outside the tribe. The very idea that ancestral lands from which they drew their sustenance could be taken from the people, become an article of commerce. 29. And be bought and sold was inconceivable, fantastic, and abhorrent to the Indian. Even when Indians were given money or goods for a title to their lands, they could not believe that this transaction involved the aid to deprive them of their use forever. The earth is like fire and water that cannot be sold, said the Omahas. The Shawnee chief Tecumseh, who sought to combine all the Indians from Canada to Florida against the encroachment of the whites upon their hunting grounds, exclaimed, "Sell land. As well sell air and water." The Great Spirit gave them in common to all. But the Great Spirit animating and dominating the whites had an entirely different revelation. The intruders looked upon the newfound lands and their occupants through the eyes of a civilization founded on opposite premises. To them it was natural to convert everything into private property and thereby exclude the rest of humanity from its use and enjoyment. The conquerors maintained that whatever existed in the New World, or came out of it, was to be vested either in an individual or a power separate and distinct from the community or towering above it, like the monarchy, the state, or the church. They did not exempt human beings from this process. The invaders seized not only the land but its inhabitants, and sought, wherever they could, to convert the Indians into their private possessions as chattel slaves. Those who were driven across the Atlantic by religious and political persecution were a minority. The majority were motivated primarily by the lust for aggrandizement and the greed for personal gain. It was these material motives, more powerful than wind or wave, that propelled the first Europeans overseas and then inevitably brought them into collision with the aboriginal inhabitants. The conquerors came as robbers and enslavers, they stayed as colonizers and traders. America had belonged to the Indian tribes both by hereditary right and by life and death need to maintain themselves and perpetuate their kind upon the tribal territories. The Europeans needed land not simply for hunting, trapping, and fishing, but for extensive agriculture, for lumbering, for settlements and trading centers, for commerce and manufacture, for private exploitation on an expanding scale. Thus, regardless of their wishes, the Indians and Europeans were sharply counterposed to each other by virtue of their contradictory economic needs and aims. The Indians could 30. Maintain their economy, with its primitive communistic institutions and customs, its crude division of labor between the sexes, and its tribal ties of blood kinship, only by keeping the white man at bay. The newcomers could plant their settlements and expand their economic activities only by pressing upon the Indian tribes and snatching their territories. This antagonism, flowing from their diametrically opposed systems of production, governed the dealings between red and white from their first contacts. The means by which the natives were enslaved, dispossessed, and exterminated cannot be set forth here in detail. The pattern of robbery, violence, debauchery, and trickery was fixed by the Spaniards as early as the landings of Columbus. In their lust for gold, Columbus and his men depopulated Hispaniola. Through overwork, abuse, starvation, despair, and disease, the original population of the island dwindled from 300,000 in 1492 to an actual count of 60,000 in 1508. Only 500 survived by 1548. The same story was repeated on the mainland of North America time and again during the next 400 years by the Dutch, the English, the French, and the Americans. The Indian Wars in New England demonstrated how ruthless and irreconcilable was the conflict between the opposing social forces. While the first colonists in Massachusetts were busy securing a foothold, Indian neighbors established friendly and helpful ties with them. They gave the Pilgrims food in time of distress, taught them how to cultivate maize and tobacco and how to cope with the forest and its wildlife. But the divines who enjoined the Puritans not to covet their neighbors' wives taught otherwise about the Indian hunting grounds. These religious and political leaders insisted that all land not actually occupied and cultivated belonged, not to the Indians, but to the Massachusetts Bay Colony, which they controlled. Roger Williams was tried and banished from Massachusetts in 1635 because he declared that the natives are the true owners of the land. His heretical views on the land question were condemned as no less dangerous than his unorthodox religious opinions. The New England colonists annexed the tribal lands by waging wars of extermination against the natives over the next 80 years, beginning with the Pequot War in the Connecticut Valley in 1643 and concluding with the expulsion of the Abenakis from the Maine and New Hampshire coasts in 1722. The fiercest of these conflicts, King Philip's War, 1675–78, was directly 31. Provoked by the struggle over the land. The increase in white population in the Connecticut Valley from 22,500 in 1640 to 52,000 in 1675 whetted the land hunger of the settlers at the same time that it threatened to engulf the Indian hunting grounds. Their defeats brought death or enslavement to the Indians, expulsion from the tribal territories, and distribution of their land to the whites. The rich corporation of Harvard University today derives income from landed property originally seized from these Indians by military conquest. Shouldn't its president show more respect for the historical origins of his own state and for the deeds of his Pilgrim ancestors? The same predatory policy was duplicated in the other colonies and no less vigorously prosecuted after they secured independence. An itinerant preacher, Peter Cartwright, testifies in his autobiography concerning the conquest of Kentucky. Kentucky was claimed by no particular tribe of Indians, but was regarded as a common hunting ground by the various tribes, east, west, north, and south. It abounded in various valuable game, such as buffalo, elk, bear, deer, turkeys, and many other smaller game, and hence the Indians struggled hard to keep the white people from taking possession of it. Many hard and bloody battles were fought, and thousands killed on both sides, and rightly it was named the Land of Blood. But finally the Indians were overpowered, and the white man obtained a peaceful and quiet possession of it. This combat to the death continued until the last frontier was settled and the choicest lands seized. The roster of massacres of Indian men, women, and children extends from the Great Swamp Massacre of 1696 in Rhode Island through the killing of the friendly Christian Indians at Wyoming, Pennsylvania, when the Republic was young, on through the friendly Arapapas of Arizona, the winter camp of the Colorado Cheyennes, to the final dreadful spectacle of Wounded Knee in the year 1890, writes Oliver Lafarge. That is how America was taken from the Indians. Before the white conquerors eradicated Indian society, the Indians passed through an intermediate stage in which their customary relations were considerably altered. The acquisition of horses and firearms from the Europeans opened up the prairies to the Indians in the interior by enabling them to range far more widely and effectively in hunting buffalo and deer. But the ensuing changes in the lives of the Plains tribes were accomplished by their independent efforts without direct intervention by the whites and within the framework of their ancient institutions. The fur trade with the whites had quite different and damaging effects upon Indian life. The fur trade early became one of the most profitable and far-flung branches of commerce between North America and Europe. The fur factors, hunters, and trappers served as agents of the rich merchants and big chartered monopolies dominating the business and acted as advance scouts of capitalist civilization. The Indians were first drawn into the orbit of capitalist commerce largely through extension of the fur trade. In the course of time the fur-trading tribes embraced all the North American Indians except those in the extreme south and southwest. The growing interchange of products between them and the traders upset the relatively stable Indian existence. At first this exchange of goods lifted the living standards and increased the wealth and population of the Indians. An iron axe was better than a stone hatchet, a rifle better than a bow and arrow. But, as the fur trade expanded, its evil consequences more and more asserted themselves. The call for ever larger quantities of furs and skins by the wealthy classes here and abroad led to the rapid destruction of fur-bearing animals, which reproduced too slowly to meet this demand. Indians without contact with Western civilization were careful not to slaughter more animals than were needed for personal consumption. But once they trapped and hunted for the market, other incentives came into play. These drove the tribes whose hunting and fishing grounds approached exhaustion into bitter competition with adjoining tribes for control of the available supply. The new conditions produced bloody clashes between competing tribes as well as with the white men who sought possession of the hunting grounds for their own reasons. In trade and war, occupations which are not always easily distinguishable, the role of firearms proved decisive. The Indians could not manufacture or repair firearms or make powder. They had to bargain with the whites for these and the other indispensable means of production and destruction upon which their lives and livelihoods came to depend. This placed the Indians at the mercy of bearers of the more advanced culture who showed them little mercy. Consequently, 33. The Indians became the victims not only of civilized diseases and such civilized vices as alcoholism and prostitution, but also of the good things acquired from the Europeans. And through the fur trade they were sucked into a vortex of commercial rivalry, intertribal and international wars that carried them toward destruction. Various Indian tribes sought to defend themselves and their hunting grounds from relentless encroachment of the colonists by confederation, or by allying themselves with one great power against another. They leagued with the French against the British against the French, the Spanish against the British, and the king against the patriots. Later some southern tribes were to attach themselves to the Confederacy against the Union. Although the Indians fought with unexampled courage and tenacity, neither heroic sacrifices nor unequal and unstable alliances could save them. They lacked the numbers, the organization, and above all the productive capacity for carrying on sustained warfare. They had to limit themselves largely to border raids and scalping expeditions and were often laid low by hunger in winter and scarcity of weapons and ammunition. Neither singly nor in combination could the natives do more than delay the onward march of their white adversaries. Their history is essentially a record of one long retreat across the continent under the onslaught of the conquerors. The French had more harmonious relations with the Indians than the English, primarily because of differences in their economic aims and activities. Except for the Quebec habitants, the French were mainly engaged in hunting and trading. They did not covet the Indian lands but sought to maintain favorable trade relations with the tribes. It is recorded that for 2 centuries, from 1690 to 1870, there were only sporadic acts of hostility between the natives and agents of the Hudson Bay Company, which monopolized the Indian trade in Canada. The reason? In no case, did the French intruders ask, as did the English colonists, for deeds of territory. Narrative and Critical History of America, ed. by Justin Windsor, Vol. I, p. 285. Behind the English hunters and traders swarmed the solid ranks of colonizers, farmers, planters, speculators, and landlords who wanted the Indian hunting grounds for their own property. This contrast was emphasized by Duquesne when he tried to win the Iroquois from their friendship with Britain. The 34. Frenchmen told them, "Are you ignorant of the difference between the King of England and the King of France? Go see the forts our king has established and you will see that you can still hunt under their very walls. They have been placed for your advantage in places which you frequent. The English, on the contrary, are no sooner in possession of a place than the game is driven away. The forest falls before them as they advance and the soil is laid bare, so that you can scarce find the wherewithal to erect shelter for the night. The incompatibility of the hunting economy with advancing agriculture also became a major source of division between the American colonists and the English government. King George's proclamation of 1763 forbade royal governors to grant land or titles beyond the Alleghenies or private persons to buy land from the Indians. This Quebec Act, designed to monopolize the fur trade for the English and contain colonial settlement on the coastal side of the Allegheny Mountains, imparted a powerful stimulant to colonial revolt. The height of the onslaught against the Indians was attained when the capitalists took complete command of the government. The 3 decades following the Civil War have been correctly called by the historian Bancroft the history of aboriginal extermination. The Civil War generals turned from battle against the slaveholders to consummate the conquest of the Indians in the West. General Halleck urged that the Apaches be hunted and exterminated, and General Sheridan uttered his notorious remark, "There are no good Indians but dead Indians." The attitude toward the Indians was bluntly expressed by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs in his report to Congress in 1870. When treating with savage men as with savage beasts, no question of national honor can arise. Whether to fight, to run away, or to employ a ruse, is only a question of expediency. Capitalist civilization could not stop halfway at reconstructing Indian life and subordinating it to its needs. With the expansion of settlement, the colonists kept pushing the Indians westward, hemming in their living space, violating agreements with them, taking over more and more of their territories. The late 19th century witnessed the final mopping up operations by which the Indians were deprived of their lives, their lands, and their independence. The few 100,000 survivors were then imprisoned in reservations under government guard. Victimization of the Indians did not cease even after they had 35. Been reduced to an impotent remnant on the reservations. Lands which had not been seized by force were thereafter stolen by fraud. Through the land allotment system, the Bureau of Indian Affairs generously gave a small piece of the tribal lands to each Indian, declared the remainder surplus, and sold or allotted it to the whites. Thus the last of the communal lands, with some exceptions, were broken up and absorbed into the system of private property and free enterprise. The insuperable opposition between the two social systems was equally evident on the side of the Indians in their determination to preserve their established ways. There was no lack of attempts, for example, to enslave the natives. But they defended their freedom as fiercely as their lands. The Indians could not suffer servitude. Such a condition was repugnant to their habits, feelings, and productive activities. They resisted to the death any reversal in their status and occupations, sickened in captivity, refused to reproduce, and died off. They could not be broken on the will of slave agriculture. It has always been a difficult and protracted job to reshape human material molded by one social system into the labor conditions of another, especially when this involves degradation in status. Moreover, as the experience of the Spaniards testifies, it is easier to transform cultivators of the soil into slaves than to subjugate hunting people. The same attachment to their roving hunting life which induced the Indians to resist enslavement led them to reject and withstand assimilation while so many other groups were being mixed in the great American melting pot. The Indian tribe was indissolubly united with its home territory. The areas which provided food, clothing, and shelter formed the center and circumference of their actions, emotions, and thoughts. Their religious ideas and ceremonies were bound up with the places associated with their ancestors. To sever the Indians from these lands was to shatter the foundation of their lives. The Indians either had to remain aloof from white civilization or else remake themselves from top to bottom in the image of their enemy. The latter course involved forfeiting their cherished traditions and traits and converting themselves and their children into human beings of a strange and different type. This leap across the ages could be taken by scattered individuals but not by whole tribal communities. Even where they attempted to absorb it bit by bit, white. 36. Civilization did not permit the Indians to avoid corruption or extinction. The Indians found that they could not borrow part of the alien culture without swallowing the rest, the evil with the good. They could not modify their communal culture with the attributes of civilization and preserve its foundations intact. The most conclusive proof was given by the fate of the Cherokees, one of the 5 civilized tribes. The Cherokees, who inhabited the southern Alleghenies and were one of the largest tribes in the United States, went the furthest in acquiring the ways of the white man. In the early decades of the 19th century, the Cherokees transformed themselves into flourishing and skillful stock raisers, farmers, traders, and even slave owners. They amassed considerable wealth, created an alphabet, and formed a government modeled upon that of the United States. However, they took these steps without discarding communal ownership of the lands, which had been guaranteed to them forever in 1798 by the federal government. Thus the Cherokee Nation stood out like an irritating foreign body within Southern society. The Southern whites were resolved to bring the Cherokees under the sway of private property in land and the centralized state power. Under their pressure, federal troops forced the Cherokees from their homes and deported them en masse. Their lands were distributed by lottery to the whites. Even after the Cherokees resettled on the Indian Territory in Oklahoma, they could not keep undisturbed possession of their lands and customs. The Bureau of Indian Affairs inflicted the vicious land allotment system upon them, whereby the tribal territories were cut into individual lots and placed upon the free market. The government changed the mode of inheritance along with the system of land holding by decreeing that property should henceforth descend through the father instead of the mother. This capped the process of despoiling the tribe of its lands and its rights and overthrowing the basic ancestral institutions of the community. Private property, patrilineal inheritance, and the centralized oppressive state displaced communal property, the matriarchal family, and tribal democracy. The Bureau of American Ethnology reported in 1883 that the Cherokees felt that they were, as a nation, being slowly but surely compressed within the contracting coils of the giant anaconda of civilization, yet they held to the vain hope that a spirit of justice and mercy would be born of their helpless condition which would finally prevail in their favor. 37. Their hope was vain. The giant anaconda of civilization crushed its prey and swallowed it. By such food has American capitalism grown to its present strength and stature. The previous essay refuted the contention that capitalist America was not based on conquest, by setting forth the real historical facts about the wars of extirpation against the Indians. From that false premise about the virgin birth of bourgeois society, the capitalist apologists draw an equally false conclusion. For example, in his anti-Marxist polemic at the New York Herald Tribune Forum in October 1948, Conant declared that we have nowhere in our tradition the idea of an aristocracy descended from the conquerors and entitled to rule by right of birth. This assertion is no better grounded in historical fact, and is indeed the opposite of the truth, as we propose to show. So far as the relations between the Indians and the whites are concerned, the subjugation of the natives initiated the distinctions between conquerors and conquered along the racial lines which have survived to this day. From the landing of the Spanish conquistadores, through the crushing of the last insurgents among the Plains Indians by federal troops, up to the present government policy of enlightened guardianship, the American whites have maintained a hostile attitude toward the Indians. They have taken for granted that a white person is better than an Indian, that the Indian has no rights the overlord is bound to respect, and that the white man is entitled by right of birth to the red man's submission and humiliation. The bearers of capitalism introduced on North American soil the cleavages and conflicts between master and slave, exploiter and exploited, idler and toiler, rich and poor that have flourished ever since. Alongside the degradation and suppression of the Indians by the whites, there developed profound antagonisms between diverse sections of the new society. 38. 39. Since the planting of the first colonies, white America has never been without privileged possessing classes at its head. In colonial days the masses were dominated by aristocrats of birth and money, after the War of Independence, by northern capitalists and southern slaveholders, since the Civil War, by millionaires and billionaires. These ruling minorities have all elevated themselves above the common people, not to speak of outcasts like foreign immigrants, Negroes, Latin Americans, and Orientals, and subordinated to their narrow class interests whatever democratic institutions the people have acquired. This darker side of the social transformation wrought by the impact of European civilization upon ancient America is usually passed by in silence, or at least slurred over without explanation, by bourgeois historians. Yet the emergence of class stratifications formed one of the essential lines of demarcation between Indian collectivism and white society. Conant's own mind has been warped by these unspoken traditions and betrays their influence, although in refined forms. The disdain of the Anglo-Saxon conqueror can be discerned in his dismissal of the existence and struggles of the Indians. What is this but an unconscious and thereby all the more meaningful admission of that racial arrogance and antipathy which induces white scholars to disparage the real role of the colored races in American history? This comes from that white supremacist prejudice which for centuries has been directed not only against the Indians but against the black and yellow peoples as well. Bourgeois scholars distort and deny the truly democratic nature of Indian institutions and of the whole net of social relations stemming from primitive communism, just as they suppress the motives for the destruction of the system. Both cast discredit on the bourgeois past. Despite their backwardness in other respects, far more genuine democracy prevailed among the Indians than among their successors. Village and camp were administered by elected councils of elders. The tribes discussed and decided all important issues in common. Military leaders and sachems were chosen for outstanding talents and deeds, not for their wealth and birth. Even where chieftainship was hereditary, the chiefs could not exercise arbitrary authority or command obedience without consent of the community. Military service was voluntary. The Indians knew no such coercive institutions of modern civilization as police, jails, courts, taxes, or standing armies. 40. The equalitarian and primitive humanism of Indian relations surpassed the proudest claims of bourgeois society. Mutual assistance was the watchword of the community. The tribe cared for all the aged, infirm, sick, and young. Hospitality was a sacred obligation, and the Indian was considerably more generous toward the needy and the stranger than the superior bourgeois. So paramount was this law of hospitality that even an enemy who came without threats had to be given food and shelter. William Bartram, the naturalist, noted in 1791 that the Creeks had a common granary made up of voluntary contributions to which every citizen has the right of free and equal access when his own private stores are consumed, to serve as a surplus to fly to for succor, to assist neighboring towns whose crops may have failed, accommodate strangers and travelers, afford provisions or supplies when they go forth on hostile expeditions, etc. In his description of the Indians of the United States, Clark Whistler, Dean of the Scientific Staff of the American Museum of Natural History and an outstanding authority on Indian life, writes that the Indian was not really a communist, but he was liberal with food. So long as he had food, he was expected to share it. p. 225. The bourgeois scientist cannot refrain from trying to convert the Indian into a philanthropic liberal, whereas the habit of sharing possessions with others was an integral aspect of their primitive communist mode of life. Anyone in the tribe, for example, could borrow without permission the belongings of another and return them without thanks. There were no debtors or creditors where private property and money were absent. William Penn wrote, "Give them a fine gun, coat, or any other thing, it may pass 20 hands before it sticks. Wealth circulateth like the blood, all parts partake, and none shall want what another hath." How this tribal solidarity was broken up by civilization can be seen from the following petition by the Mohegan Indians to the Connecticut State Assembly in 1789. Yes, the times have turned everything upside down. In times past our forefathers lived in peace, love, and great harmony, and had everything in great plenty. They had no contention about their lands, it lay in common to them all, and they had but one large dish and they could all eat together in peace and love. But alas, it is not so now, all our fishing, hunting, and fowling is entirely gone. And we have now begun to work on our land, keep cattle, horses, and hogs, and we build 41 houses and fence in lots, and now we plainly see that one dish and one fire will not do any longer for us. Some few are stronger than others, and they will keep off the poor, weak, the halt and the blind, and will take the dish to themselves. Poor widows and orphans must be pushed to one side, and there they must set a-crying, starving and die. This pathetic petition concludes with a plea that our dish of succotish may be equally divided amongst us, if it had to be divided. To this day the traditions of communal equality are so ingrained among Indians uncontaminated by civilization that they put capitalist society to shame. Recently, when oil was found on lands allotted to Jicarilla Indians in northern New Mexico, the individual owners could have legally insisted upon taking the entire income for themselves. This would have meant riches for a few and nothing for the others. However, after deliberation in council, all the Indians made over their mineral rights to the tribe so that whatever was gained should be applied to the good of the whole people. How remote are these backward Apaches from the standards of bourgeois morality? The Indians found incomprehensible many traits of the whites: their disregard of pledges considered inviolate by the natives, their fondness for indoor life, their intolerance of other people's ways, their lust for material possessions and money. As primitive hunters and warriors, the Indians were accustomed to slay not only wild game but rivals who interfered with their essential activities. They scalped enemies, tortured and burned captives. These customs were justified and sanctified by their religious beliefs. But they could not understand the duplicity of Christians who preached peace and goodwill and yet waged relentless war upon them. The Indian was repelled by the inhumanity displayed by members of the same white community toward each other, the heartless egoism which flowed from class society and bourgeois anarchy. There was greater equality in work and play, in distribution and enjoyment of goods, in social intercourse and status among the Indians than among the whites. Every member of the tribe shared alike in good times or in bad, in feast or in famine, in war as in peace. No one went hungry while a few had more than enough to eat. They think it strange that some should possess more than others, and that those who have the most should be more highly esteemed than those who have the least. The Evolution of Property, by Paul Lafargue, p. 35. 42. This spirit of equality extended to women and children, and even to Ho's war captives adopted into the tribe. Women not only stood on an equal footing, but sometimes exercised superior authority. The Indian elders rarely abused or whipped their children. There was no servant class and therefore no masters. The forms of society which displaced Indian tribalism surpassed it in a great many respects, but, we repeat, they were never more equalitarian. The American natives lacked many things known to the whites, but they did not suffer from a ruling aristocracy of birth or wealth. The institution of aristocracy in general is bound up with the growth of property and the concentration of wealth in private hands, and these were indeed alien importations of white civilization. The contrast between the contending cultures was most sharply expressed in their attitudes toward the acquisition of private wealth. The passion for property was absent among the Indians. On the other hand, the quest for riches was the most powerful driving force of the new society, the principal source of its evils and the most conspicuous trait of its outstanding representatives. The precious metals were the quintessence of wealth, prestige, and power in Europe, and the holy grail of the pioneer explorers in the Age of Discovery. In a letter written to Ferdinand and Isabella from Jamaica in 1503, Columbus rhapsodized, "Gold is a wonderful thing. Whoever owns it is lord of all he wants. With gold it is even possible to open for souls a way to paradise." Imagine his astonishment when the Haitians, who used the metal for ornament but not for money, freely handed over gold to the Spaniards in exchange for trinkets. This served only to inflame their greed. After stripping the natives of the gold they possessed, Columbus and his men drove them to forced labor for more. But the Caribbeans did not yield their liberty as readily as their gold. These chattel slaves were worked to death. So terrible was their life that they were driven to mass suicide, to mass infanticide, to mass abstinence from sexual life in order that children should not be born into horror. Lethal epidemics followed upon the will to die. The murders and desolations exceeded those of the most pitiless tyrants of earlier history, nor have they been surpassed since. Indians of the Americas, by John Collier, p. 57. The Aztec chief Tolradil thought that the Spaniards were 43. Troubled with a disease of the heart, for which gold was the specific remedy. This disease was in fact the normal mode of behavior of the white invaders. As the subsequent conquests of Mexico and Peru demonstrated, nothing sufficed to quench their thirst for the precious metals. Although Sir Walter Raleigh and other English colonizers hoped to emulate Cortés and the Pizarros, they found no ancient civilizations on the North Atlantic coasts to plunder. Their conquest of the Indians, although inspired by similar sordid motives, was conducted along somewhat different lines. The traders cheated and debauched the natives, the settlers seized their hunting grounds and massacred the tribes, the governments incited one band of Indians against another while destroying the rights and freedom of all. This despoiling of the Indians by the whites dominates the entire historical record, from the first settlements in Virginia to the recent attempt by the Montana Power and Light Company to deprive the Flathead Indians of their territorial rights. Belonging as they did to incompatible levels of social existence, both the Indians and whites found it impossible to reach any mutual understanding for any length of time. The Indians, baffled by the behavior of these strange creatures from another world, could not fathom their motives. Not only the Aztecs but the North American tribes had to pass through many cruel experiences before they realized how implacable were the aggressions of the whites, and then it was too late. They may be excused for their lack of comprehension. But the same cannot be said of bourgeois historians of our own day who still fail to understand them after the fact. The founders of the capitalist regime in North America had a double mission to perform. One was to subdue or eliminate whatever pre-capitalist social forms existed or sprang up on the continent. The other was to construct the material requirements for bourgeois civilization. The destructive and creative aspects of this process went hand in hand. The extirpation of the Indian tribes was needed to clear the ground for the foundations of the projected new society. The overthrow of the Indians had contradictory effects upon the subsequent development of American life. The installation of private property in land and the widening exchange of agricultural products at home and in the world market provided the economic basis and incentives for the rapid growth of coloniza. 44. Agriculture, commerce, craftsmanship, cities, and accumulation of wealth. These conditions fashioned and fostered the virile native forces which prepared and carried through the second great upheaval in American history, the colonists' revolt against England. The rise of the English colonies in North America and their successful strivings for unhampered development form one of the most celebrated chapters in modern history. But an all-sided review of the process must note that a price was paid for these achievements, especially in the sphere of social relations. A correct conception of the place occupied in American history by Indian society throws much needed light upon another fundamental question of this country's social evolution: the struggle for possession of the land. That struggle begins with the wresting of the tribal hunting grounds from the Indians and the transmission of this land to new owners belonging to a different type of social organization who needed it for new economic activities: agriculture, trade, mining, ranching, industry, etc. At various stages along the route, this struggle has involved the principal state and clerical powers of Western Europe as well as the various classes transplanted to American soil. Our land has changed hands several times since the 16th century, passing not only from country to country but also from class to class and from person to person. Questions concerning the use, distribution, and ownership of the land have played crucial roles in every great American upheaval: in the wars against the Indians, in the fight against British domination, the abolition of crown lands and other royal restrictions, abolition of entail and primogeniture, confiscation and sale of loyalist estates, and in the Civil War, the Homestead Act, the land question in the southern states. The outcome of all this has been to disperse the land among various categories of individual owners, and at the same time to concentrate the best situated and most productive areas in the hands of a wealthy minority. At no time since the overthrow of Indian tribalism by the bearers of landed private property has the American earth belonged to the inhabitants thereof, even when it formerly belonged to the government. For each of these governments, controlled by the propertied classes, served as no. 45. 46. more than a temporary custodian before turning title to the land over to private owners. The unexpressed assumption of all except the most radical representatives of bourgeois thought on this problem, such as Henry George, is that the land along with the other means of production shall forever be used and abused by private proprietors, and any redistribution will take place within the framework of private ownership. It cannot be denied that they have what the jurists call a prima facie case, since that has been the main trend for over 400 years and appears to be the unshakable state of affairs today. The moneyed men with their banks, insurance companies, and corporations continue to gather the best part of the land into their hands and reap its benefits. At the same forum where Conan spoke about the blessings of democratic capitalism, cries of alarm were raised by other speakers over the mismanagement and waste of our national resources owing to capitalist anarchy and greed. What will be the ultimate conclusion of the contest which began with the dispossession of the Indian? Will the American people permit the small fraction of wealthy proprietors to engross the land and its wealth, to ravage the national resources, and exclude the majority of the population from rational management and enjoyment of the land? It would be an illusion to think that the struggle over the land, which has already passed through so many changes, will stop at its present point and at the limits imposed by the interests of the rich. In fact, the fight against their monopoly and misuse of the land is bound to flare up again as it has during every great social crisis. In his autobiography, Oscar Aimeringer tells an interesting anecdote in this connection about an Oklahoma cattleman who had firmly opposed socialist ideas until he was ruined by the Depression. In 1932 he approached Aimeringer and declared, "What we got to have is this here revolution you used to preach about." "You mean divide up and start all over again?" asked Aimeringer. "No, not divide up," exclaimed the cattleman angrily, "but own our land and cattle and things in common like the Indians used to do before the government robbed them of everything by giving them title deeds." 47. "That's better," Aimeringer acknowledged, "provided we add railroads, banks, packing plants, and a great many other things to those you mentioned. The impact of the oncoming social crises will undoubtedly call forth similar responses from considerable sections of farmers who today appear eternally wedded to free enterprise. The actual cultivators of the soil, small farmers, indentured servants, tenants, or slaves, never reconciled themselves in the past to the exploitation of labor on the land, to landlordism or absentee ownership. The embattled farmers carried through the fight for independence and democracy against British-backed feudalism during their vanguard in Kansas, who challenged the slave power, were the forerunners of the farmers who filled the Union armies in the Civil War. The agrarian populists conducted stubborn struggles against the tyranny of the plutocrats in the last part of the 19th century. These memorable precedents prefigure how the toilers on the land, whether small owners, sharecroppers, or wage workers, are bound to assert their presence and power as the oppressions and depressions of monopoly capitalism drive them to seek a new road. Whatever phases the struggle for the land will go through as class antagonisms become more pronounced, the method of its final solution has already been indicated by Marx. From the point of view of a higher economic form of society, the private ownership of the globe on the part of some individuals will appear quite as absurd as the private ownership of one man by another. Even a whole society, a nation, or even all societies together, are not the owners of the globe. They are only its possessors, its users, and they have to hand it down to the coming generations in an improved condition, like the good fathers of families. Capital, Volume IL. Just as the private ownership of one human being by another had to be abolished in this country, so the socialist revolution of our time will have to abolish private ownership of the land. The destruction of primitive communism based on common land ownership among the Indian tribes was indispensable to the development of American capitalism. The rapid growth of unalloyed bourgeois relations in the United States was made possible by the thoroughness with which the bourgeois forces swept aside all pre-capitalist institutions, beginning with those of the Indian. 48. Now this historical cycle is coming to a close and a new one is opening up. The main direction of American society since the crushing of the Indian has been away from primitive collectivism toward private property in more and more developed capitalist forms. In the worldwide reversal of social trends now underway, the main line of progress is away from private property and toward collectivism in socialist forms. When the American people, under the leadership of the industrial workers, succeed in their task of converting capitalist landed property into public property, they will in effect revive on a far higher level and in more mature forms the common ownership of the soil and the collective use of the means of production that we meet on the very threshold of modern American history. Thus the struggle for the land in America is reproducing, at its own pace and in its own peculiar ways, the basic pattern of development being traced out by civilized society as a whole. This pattern, too, has been explained and foreseen by the founders of Marxism. Engels wrote in Anti-Düring, "All civilized peoples begin with the common ownership of the land. With all peoples who have passed a certain primitive stage, in the course of the development of agriculture this common ownership becomes a fetter on production. It is abolished, negated, and after a longer or shorter series of intermediate stages is transformed into private property. But at a higher stage of agricultural development, brought about by private property in land itself, private property in turn becomes a fetter on production, as is the case today, both with small and large land ownership. The demand that it also should be negated, that it should once again be transformed into common property necessarily arises. But this demand does not mean the restoration of the old original common ownership, but the institution of a far higher and more developed form of possession in common which, far from being a hindrance to production, on the contrary for the first time frees production from all fetters and gives it the possibility of making full use of modern chemical discoveries and mechanical inventions. Champions of capitalism such as Conant imagine that, thanks to its unique features and exceptional capacities, the United States is set apart from the rest of the capitalist world. All its peculiarities and powers, however, will not suffice in the future, any more than they have in the past, to enable the bourgeoisie in this country to escape the operation of the laws of the class struggle. These laws, which formerly worked in their favor, are 49. Now more and more turning against their regime. Although American capitalism may follow paths marked out by the special conditions of its own historical development, these lead toward the same ultimate destination as its counterparts, the graveyard where obsolete social systems are buried. The transition from ancient Indian collectivism to the various forms of production rooted in private property also casts considerable light upon the means by which the forces of bourgeois society arrived at their present eminence in America. In their catalogue of crimes against humanity, the spokesmen for capitalism include the expropriation of property without just compensation, the use of violence to overturn established regimes, and the resort to extra-legal measures. They also recognize as the crime of crimes the extermination of entire populations, for which the term genocide has been coined. These self-professed humanitarians ascribe such aims above all to Marxist and communist devils. In contrast, they hold up the angelic respect for property rights, love of peace, regard for law and order, preference for gradual change by democratic consent, and other virtues presumably inculcated by American free enterprise. This is a handy set of principles to justify the capitalist regime while defaming its opponents. But all these principles have little application to the conduct of the bourgeoisie in American history. Historians fired by zeal to indict the opponents of capitalism for these offenses should first direct their attention to the ancestors of contemporary American capitalism. No class in American history invaded the property rights of others more ruthlessly, employed violence so readily, and benefited so extensively by revolutionary actions as has the American bourgeoisie on its road to power. The precursors of the monopolists acquired their property by expropriating the Indians, the British Crown along with its loyalist lackeys, and the slave holders, not to mention their continued bankrupting of the small farmers and self-employed workers. They effected these dispossessions of other people's property not simply by peaceful, legal, or democratic means, but in extremely violent, high-handed, and militaristic ways. Whatever they could not get by bargaining or money, they took by force. As we have seen, takes its place in this series of events as the earliest and crassest case of the 50. Rapacity, ferocity, and duplicity with which the bourgeois forces smashed the impediments on the way to their objectives. They themselves committed the supreme crime they falsely attribute to the aims of revolutionary socialists. The extermination of the Indian was the outstanding example of genocide in modern American history, and it was the first rung in the ladder by which the bourgeoisie climbed to the top. The transmission of the continent into their hands was not accomplished by peaceful agreements. It is common knowledge that virtually every treaty made with the Indians for over 400 years was broken by the architects of the American nation. By brute force, by the most perfidious deeds, by wars of extermination, they settled the question of who was to own and occupy the continent and to rule it. The treatment of the Indians exemplifies to what lengths the owners of private property can and will go in promoting their material interests. The methods by which the white invaders disposed of the Indian problem had far-reaching results. The Indians' ancient society was shattered and eradicated, and powerful masters were placed over them and over North America. The main social substance of that sweeping change consisted in the conversion and division of tribal property in land, owned in common and cooperatively used, into private property. This continent passed from the loose network of tribal communities into the hands of kings, landed proprietors, planters, merchants, capitalists, small farmers, and town dwellers who directed and composed the new society. The conflict between the Indian and the white is usually represented as essentially racial in character. It is true that their mutual antagonism manifested itself and was carried on by both sides under the guise of racial hatred. But their war to the death was at bottom a social struggle, a battle for supremacy between incompatible systems of production, forms of property, and ways of life. Like all profound social struggles, the scramble for the sources of wealth was at its root. In this case, the chief prize was individual ownership and free disposition of the land and its products. These material stakes account for the tenacity of the conflict, which persisted through 4 centuries, and for the implacable hostility displayed by white settlers of all nationalities toward the Indians of all tribes. This was also responsible in the last analysis for the impossibility of any harmony or enduring. 51. Compromise between the two. One or the other had to go under. That is how the materialist school of Marxism interprets the cruel treatment accorded the Indians and the reasons for their downfall. If this explanation is accepted, prevailing views of early American history must be discarded. School children, and not they alone, are taught nowadays that the first great social change in this country came from the Patriots' fight for independence in the last quarter of the 18th century. In the light of the foregoing analysis, this long-standing misconception has to be rejected. The colonial uprising, for all its importance, was neither the first social transformation in America nor the most fundamental. It was preceded, interwoven with, and followed by the white invasion and penetration which overthrew the Indian tribal network. This process of struggle, undertaken to install the rule of private property and its corresponding institutions in place of communal property and institutions, was an even more radical social upheaval than the contest between the colonists and the mother country. The struggle of the 18th century was waged between forces and institutions which, although rooted in different countries and in different historical backgrounds, nevertheless shared relations of private property at their foundations. The fight against the Indians on the other hand arose from the unbridgeable chasm dividing archaic society from modern civilization, primeval communism from budding capitalism. The grand course of social evolution on American soil falls into 3 main stages. It starts with the development of the Stone Age many thousands of years ago. This primitive period reached its peak in the Aztec, Mayan, and Incan cultures, and came to a close with the invasion of the whites at the end of the 15th century. The second great epoch begins with the bringing of civilization by the Europeans. It proceeds through the various phases in the formation and transformation of bourgeois society which have culminated in the national and world supremacy of the American monopolists. The third stage, arising out of the second, had its inception with the birth of large-scale industry and the wage-working class. What are the relations between these 3 overlapping epochs which mark off decisive steps in the advancement of American society? It is characteristic of the low theoretical level of 52. Bourgeois historians that they do not even broach this question, although it is fundamental in American history. They view capitalism as the sole system of society with solid substance and enduring structure, all others are passing phantoms. Indian tribalism, as we have noted, is to them a forgotten relic, socialism a horrible specter or an impossible fantasy, while civil society in its capitalist forms remains an eternal necessity. Consequently, they cannot see or admit that there are distinct stages of American history, that these are interlinked in a necessary chain, or that any significant sequence of development can be discerned in the complex social process. Nevertheless, behind the sequence of social forms which bridged the transition from savagery to civilization on this continent, there is a lawfulness. Although it had endured for thousands of years, the communal organization of the Indian tribes had to give way before the superior forces of private property. When the further development of the productive forces was blocked by the feudalists, tied up with English rule, and later the slave holders, they too were extinguished by the creators of capitalist power. The bourgeois thinkers concentrate attention upon that side of American historical development in which pre-capitalist methods of production and forms of property were displaced by ascending bourgeois relations. They largely ignore other aspects of the same process. It is true that the regimes following Indian tribalism multiplied the powers of production through the practices and passions of private ownership and free enterprise, improved techniques, widened culture, and opened new vistas to humanity. But these acquisitions had to be paid for by increased inequality and the intensified oppression by the rulers over the ruled. Precious qualities of freedom and fraternity were lost in the shift from primitive collectivism to modern capitalism. As a result of the prevailing class division of society, humanity has remained stunted and defective. Yet bourgeois thinkers assume that the triumph of capitalism coincides with the highest attainable summit of human existence. History is to be halted while the American people perpetually salute their capitalist commanders in the reviewing stand. How does such an outlook essentially differ from that of the slaveholders who could not adjust themselves to the advent of higher social forms? In reality, the steps leading to the consolidation of capitalism 53. Were only a prelude to the building of a truly civilized life for the American people, and not at all the crowning acts of American civilization. These remain to be taken as the next great stage of our evolution matures as we move towards socialism. In the anti-Marxist polemics of bourgeois intellectuals, there is a fatal inconsistency. On one hand, they point to the unlimited potentialities of abundance in the manufacture of automobiles, atom bombs, supersonic planes, and other things, in a phrase, to the dynamic nature of our productive forces. On the other hand, they demand that these productive forces remain forever encased in capitalist ownership. While everything else is subject to improvement, capitalist control of the productive facilities, and the political system which protects it, are to be considered immutable. These alone are exempt from radical reconstruction and so close to perfection that they cannot be surpassed, at least not in any foreseeable future. Whatever changes there may be, they say, must remain within the boundaries of capitalist relations. The method of social development must be restricted to small doses of change in accordance with the needs of the ruling class. There is no warrant for such arbitrary assumptions, in American history, in the dynamics of our productive forces, or in the present state or prospects of class relations. The forms of property and methods of production in America have undergone at least three vast transformations in the past. When Indian tribalism, British-born feudalism, and Southern slavery collided with the new bourgeois forces of production, they were demolished. How absurd it is for the defenders of capitalism to bank for its salvation upon the very expansion of the productive forces which, increasingly stifled by capitalism, must lead to its downfall. These students of history stubbornly refuse to learn from the past when the slow, steady evolution of social conditions exploded at critical junctures into tremendous upheavals which overturned the old order. American history is full of such sudden transitions and forward leaps. After the Indian tribes held the continent for thousands of years, invaders burst in from overseas, ousted the natives, and built an entirely different type of society here. Mother England dominated her 13 colonies for over a century and a half until abruptly, within a decade, a definitive break occurred between the former ruler and the American people. Then, beginning with 1800, the planting power became 54. Predominant in national affairs until the election of Republican President Lincoln in 1860 unleashed the Civil War. Such reversals of existing conditions, resulting in a radical reconstruction of American society, are not at all restricted to the past. They are inherent in the present situation of American capitalism, which faces the same prospect as Indian tribalism, colonial feudalism, and chattel slavery. It has become obsolete and opposed to progress. The major evils from which humankind suffers are directly attributable to the outworn institution of capitalist private property. The emancipation of the human race from poverty, tyranny, and war is inseparable from the liberation of the means of production from the grip of capitalist ownership and monopolist control. At the same time, the colossal expansion of socialized production under capitalist auspices has given birth to a new mighty social power. This is the industrial working class, which is itself the principal force of production in modern economy. By its ideas, outlook, and actions, labor opens up an unrestricted historical horizon for humanity in the socialist future of the free and equal. The material prerequisites for this new form of production and collective life are taking shape within the capitalist structure itself. This new social power has already announced itself through the swift insurgence of the CIO in the late 30s when, after operating like uncontrolled despots in basic industry for many decades, the monopolists suddenly were challenged by powerful unions of industrial workers. These organized workers will next be knocking on the doors of political power. Let us assure both the witch hunters and the witch doctors of capitalism that the American monopolists will not be overthrown, like the Indians, by foreign forces. They are destined to be dislodged from within, like the feudal landlords, the English crown, and the Southern slavocracy. This job will be done by social forces generated under their own system and provoked by their own reactionary rule. Not least among these forces will be the descendants of the red, black, and brown peoples, which were subjugated by the bourgeois property owners on their way to supreme power. The instinctive dread of this prospect accounts for the malevolence of the monopolists toward the workers and the belligerence of their intellectual defenders toward the socialist-minded vanguard. These banner-bearers of reaction do not dread 55. So much the importation of ideas from abroad, for they welcome fascism and other brands of obscurantism. What they fear is the enlightenment and inspiration Marxism can give American workers and the oppressed nationalities in working out the ways and means of their emancipation. Hence the irreconcilable hostility toward the philosophy of Marx, Engels, and Lenin expressed in Harvard President Conant's call to ideological battle. When the pioneers of bourgeois society confronted their pre-capitalist foes, they had both the power and the historical mission to conquer. Their plutocratic heirs of the 20th century have neither. In our time the workers are the pioneers and builders of the new world, the bearers of a higher culture. They embody a more efficient method of production and are fully capable of assimilating, mastering, and applying all the achievements of science and technology, including the science of social change and the techniques of struggle for political power. Uprooting all the abominations of class society and cultivating everything worthy in the techniques, knowledge, and culture taken over from capitalism, the builders of the coming society will vindicate the achievements of the past by surpassing them. The liberty, equality, and fraternity known in America's infancy, which the bourgeoisie blasphemed and buried, will be regenerated and enjoyed in its finest forms through the socialist revolution of the working people. It is the capitalist proprietors who are the barbarians in the midst of modern society, resorting in their desperate struggle for survival to the most fiendish weapons and practices. To remove them from the seats of power is the central task of our generation. Humanity cannot resume its upward climb until civilization is rescued from capitalist barbarism. George Novack, 1975. On March 22, 1765, George III gave his royal assent to the Stamp Act, which had passed both houses of Parliament with no more commotion than a common turnpike bill. The effects of this hateful tax measure on the American colonists and the attempts to enforce it provoked the first large-scale outbursts against the Crown. 10 years later, on March 23, 1775, Patrick Henry stood up and, in answer to those opposed to arming the people, told the Second Virginia Convention that war with Britain was inevitable. "We have petitioned, we have remonstrated, we have supplicated, we have prostrate ourselves before the throne. Why stand we here idle?" Henry asked. "What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dear, or peace so sweet, as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death." The motion to take up arms against the king passed by a small majority, and the next week a committee, including George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Richard Henry Lee, established a plan for a militia in Virginia. Why did loyal subjects become converted into rebels in arms over those 10 years? This question poses a highly debatable issue in history and politics. Have revolutions been produced by lawful causes, or is their occurrence an avoidable accident? And how necessary was? The concept of historical necessity is in disrepute in contemporary American thought and has been disavowed by such influential English professors as Sir Isaiah Berlin and Carl 59. 60. Popper. The former categorically asserts, for historians determinism is not a serious issue. These liberal theorists dismiss determinism as a pernicious fallacy. Historical inevitability is a relic of dogmatic metaphysics, an aberration of Marxism, that has no validity in social science and should be expunged from historical exposition. They see no necessities at work in the evolution of class societies, and especially not in their own time and place. Revolutions come about, according to them, not when all the conditions for their occurrence from the economic to the individual converge to the breaking point, but because of mistaken judgments by one side or the other. Revolutions are therefore more or less aberrant phenomena and might be averted if greater wisdom were brought to bear on the situation by representatives of the respective antagonists. Marxists take the contrary view that social phenomena are regulated by their own laws, that the conflict of classes with opposing material interests and aims is the motive force in civilized societies, and that intensification of class antagonisms logically and irresistibly leads toward a revolutionary showdown in the contest for supremacy. This line of thought originated among the Greeks, notably in the works of Thucydides and Aristotle. In examining the reasons for the Peloponnesian War, Thucydides wrote that what made war inevitable was the growth of Athenian power and the fear which this caused in Sparta. 2.5 millennia later, Marxism gave a far more deep-going and rounded formulation to this mode of historical interpretation. The bicentennial celebration of the Declaration of Independence provides a timely occasion for testing the merits of these two types of historical explanation, the indeterminist and probabilist approach of the positivists and empiricists versus the dialectical determinism of the historical materialists. The revolution that took place along the coastal area of North America during the last quarter of the 18th century introduced a salutary change in the destiny of the American people. Nowadays no one will contest this judgment. There are no loyalists to be found in the 50 states, as there are in Canada and New Zealand. Today scarcely a single voice will lament that the colonists broke away from British rule. Patriotism, realism, and 2 centuries of national sovereignty make such a position ridiculously anachronistic. 61. Despite the unanimous opinion that the revolution was desirable and beneficial, wide disagreement persists on the degree of its objective necessity. This uncertainty goes all the way back to the decade before the Declaration of Independence, when the revolt was ripening behind the backs of its prospective signers. Tom Paine wrote in Common Sense that it is contrary to nature that a whole continent should be tributary to an island. Nonetheless, England had dominated North America for almost 2 centuries and was then the strongest imperial power in the world. Although some colonials believed that their fellow citizens would one day cut loose from England's apron strings, Before 1775 they could not see how independence could be achieved, nor did they expect that it would come in their lifetimes. The decision to proclaim national freedom crystallized quite suddenly in the early months of 1776. It had taken a decade of compromises before the desirability and the immediacy of independence merged in the minds and deeds of the patriots. Here we bump into another familiar philosophical, historical, and moral problem, the relation of end to means. The rebels finally resorted to armed struggle to attain their goals. Did they have to apply violence for that purpose, and was this revolutionary means justified? Marxists have no difficulty in answering these questions affirmatively. The liberal thinkers since that time have found it as difficult to resolve this dilemma in theory and square it with their principles as the moderates did at the time of the revolt. Many scholars argue that armed conflict might have been averted if reason and moderation had prevailed in adjudicating the differences. They seek to rearrange the course of history in accord with their preconceptions much as a teacher corrects mistakes in a pupil's paper. Yet they are the ones who have the most to learn from the actual historical process of their own country. The revolutionary cycle in which the Declaration of Independence falls was launched by the Stamp Act demonstrations in 1765, the first intervention of the plebeian masses as an independent force in the contest against British exactions, and was consummated with the establishment of the Constitution in 1789. Here was a tenacious 25-year struggle, involving millions on both sides of the Atlantic and the major maritime. 62. Powers. Was it an event that might as well not have happened? Or was it an inescapable stage in the advancement of the American people that had been in the making for decades and had necessary and sufficient causes for its emergence and development? A scientific historian who wants to explain how something came to be rather than to explain it away has to face up to this crucial issue. To be sure, alternative possibilities are to a certain subordinate extent lodged in the unfolding historical process. In connection with an exposition of the causes responsible for the specific course of events, it should be shown why these other paths were shut off and could not be taken by the antagonists at that juncture. But the indispensable task is to account for the main line of development. It was, for example, not foreordained that independence be proclaimed on the particular date of July 4, 1776. The colonists might have launched into armed revolt as early as 1766 if the British government had tried to force the Stamp Act down their throats instead of repealing it. Gov. Francis Bernard of Massachusetts said later that after the Stamp Act it was apparent that the weak patchwork government in America had no power to prevent colonial independence 1 hour after the people have resolved upon it. But Britain, caught by surprise by the angry reaction of the colonials and barely recovered from the exhausting 7 Years' War, was ill-equipped and indisposed to impose repressive measures 3,000 miles away and had to make a concession to the protesters. What this episode signified was that, while many of the preconditions required for resistance were already present, all the necessary factors had not yet ripened. That would take 10 more years of experience on both sides of the Atlantic. The concrete problem comes down to analyzing the concatenation of causes during the pre-revolutionary period from 1765 to 1775 that rendered armed conflict inevitable. The conditions that go into the creation of a revolutionary situation are multiple and complex. They extend from the underlying economic relations to the feelings, ideas, and responses of the individual colonist. However, these diverse interacting factors have a gradation in importance. They did not all exert the same degree of influence. 63. Upon the birth, growth, and outcome of the struggle. The most objective, weighty, and decisive determinants were the environing historical circumstances that produced the special alignment of class forces within the colonial social structure. These generated the sharpening clash of interests between the colonists and the Crown, as well as between the differing strata within the provinces, that found political and ideological expression through the Patriot movement. The range of options for action that appeared open to both sides in the first phase of their confrontation kept narrowing down until they were reduced 10 years later to the polar opposition expressed by Patrick Henry: liberty or death. The most sweeping aversion to this materialist approach comes from those academic American historians who pick out changing ideas, rather than the clash of class interests, as the main cause of the social and political upheaval. Thus a reviewer of the 13 volumes of the British Empire before the American Revolution by Lawrence Gibson wrote in the New York Times Book Review of July 3, 1966, "Yet the American Revolution was above all else an ideological revolution, and it is in ideological terms essentially that its origination is comprehensible. A complex tradition of ideas, fused into a coherent whole largely in the very early years of the 18th century, came into conjunction with a peculiar structure of informal politics in America to create, already by mid-century, a latently revolutionary situation." Similarly, in the ideological origins of the American Revolution, the Harvard scholar Bernard Bailyn asserts, "The American Revolution was above all else an ideological, constitutional, political struggle and not primarily a controversy between social groups undertaken to force changes in the organization of THP society or the economy. The priority given to ideological factors in the genesis of the conflict stands the sequence of mutual determination on its head. This is an extremely shallow idealistic approach that takes a big step backward from the interpretations given by Charles and Mary Beard, Curtis Nettles, and other liberal historians of earlier generations. Despite their shortcomings, these historiographers of the progressive school did recognize the importance of the economic basis of politics and the role of class interests in generating and promoting oppositional developments in the colonies. 64. Two major considerations speak against the thesis that ideas took precedence in the revolutionizing process. The call for independence was voiced and supported not at the inception but only at the climax of the pre-revolutionary period. And this demand for political independence was preceded and prepared by the desire and drive for economic independence from the colonial system, especially on the part of the merchants, planters, and land speculators. The Continental Congress opened American ports to all trade with all nations in April 1775, more than a year before it approved national independence. Let us see how the pattern of determination worked out in the successive social and political crises from 1765 to 1775 that eventuated in armed insurrection and the construction of a parallel governmental-type power in opposition to the British colonial structure. The close of the French and Indian War in 1763 ushered in the pre-revolutionary period. All the major European powers participated in this 7 Years' War, which resembled the World War of the 20th century in its consequences. It had tremendous effects upon the combatants, whether they were among the victors or the vanquished. Most importantly, the war introduced profound changes in the relations between England and her North American colonies. Both were struck by a post-war depression, burdensome debts, heavy taxes, and mass discontent. England had a national debt of £130 million, which cost the people £4.5 million a year in interest. Its ruling classes tried to unload an increasing share of these costs of the war upon the colonists by imposing many new taxes upon their trade, beginning with the Sugar Act of 1764 and the Stamp Act of 1765. These measures were designed not only to raise much-needed revenue, but to aid British merchants and manufacturers at the expense of their overseas rivals. Beginning with the Proclamation of 1763, which prohibited settlements beyond the sources of the Atlantic seaboard's rivers, the Crown tightened its hold upon the desirable Western territories. The King's ministers proposed a British standing army of 10,000 men that colonial taxes would have to support. They instituted stricter enforcement of the customs regulations to stop up the countless leaks in the seaport walls. In 1764 they adopted a currency act that outlawed colonial paper money. This series of enactments proved so burdensome and provocative. 65. Because they hit the colonists in the midst of a serious economic depression. Jobless, landless, impoverished working people were especially incensed by them. The northern merchants who had grown rich during the war, thanks to the British pounds that poured into the colonies and through their smuggling trade with the West Indies, were more independent and aggressive. The cession of Canada to England had removed the fear of the French and Indian attacks that had long menaced New England and New York. On the other hand, Great Britain no longer had to make concessions to the colonists for assistance against the French and Spanish. London had deferred to the colonial opposition to taxation during the war and closed its eyes to the illegal commerce with the French and Spanish possessions. The definitive settlement of accounts in the military arena with these imperial rivals cleared the way for a direct struggle between Britain and her American subjects. The revolt did not develop in an uninterrupted and steadily rising curve from the Stamp Act demonstrations of 1765 to the clash at Lexington and Concord in April 1775. It proceeded along a spiraling course, marked by three distinct stages of testing out each other's intentions. The first crisis was touched off by the onerous parliamentary measures and crown edicts from 1763 to 1765, the Sugar Act, the Currency Act, the Quartering Act, the Proclamation of 1763, and the new enforcement decrees. This wave of resistance came to a head with the passage of the Stamp Act, which encountered opposition from every grouping in the colonies that had to buy stamps to affix to legal documents. This arbitrary form of taxation without representation brought merchants and planters, lawyers and publishers, farmers, laborers, and frontiersmen into a common fighting front against Britain's exactions. Differing sections of the resistance movement put forward different programs and favored different methods of struggle, corresponding to their social situations and readiness for military action. The more conservative merchants, fearing to summon wide masses into combat, relied upon non-importation agreements. By passive resistance through boycotts of British goods, supplemented by petitions, legalistic arguments, and protests to Parliament, they sought to exert enough economic pressure upon their British 66 counterparts to strike a bargain with London whereby the government would repeal the tax and other unpopular measures in return for professions of loyalty and other concessions on their part. The more radical anti-British free trading merchants, in league with the artisans, shopkeepers, laborers, and farmers suffering from hard times and unemployment, brandished a plebeian fist under the nose of the British tyranny. They backed up the non-importation campaign by mass actions. The Sons of Liberty in Boston took the lead. In the summer of 1765, under the leadership of Sam Adams, they hanged the stamp distributor in effigy. 14 days later they invaded the homes of a customs officer and Lt. Gov. Thomas Hutchinson and seized and burned records pertaining to violation of the Acts of Trade. The Sons of Liberty ruled Boston as completely as workers on general strike. Hutchinson indignantly complained to the British overlords, "The real authority of the government is at an end, some of the principal ringleaders in the late riots walk the streets with impunity, no officers dare attack them, no attorney general prosecute them and no judges sit upon them." Similar demonstrations with popular backing took place in Charleston, Newport, and New York. This stormy protest movement resulted in the calling of the First Intercolonial Conference on the initiative of the Massachusetts House of Representatives. Delegates to the Stamp Act Congress from 9 colonies met in New York City Hall, adopted a Declaration of Rights and Grievances, and petitioned the King and Parliament to withdraw the Stamp Act. This was a preliminary step toward the Declaration of Independence that came from the Continental Congress in Philadelphia a decade later. The mass protests achieved their immediate aim. Parliament, prodded by British merchants cut off from American trade, repealed the Stamp Act in 1766. The Patriots had scored their first big victory by forcing Parliament to retreat. They also had mobilized, trained, and tested their forces and gained useful experience in the ways and means of struggle. After the Stamp Act was nullified, the unrest subsided but for a short time only. In 1767, propelled by the same economic necessities, Chancellor of the Exchequer Charles Townshend pushed a new series of colonial duties through Parliament and suspended the New York Assembly. 67. While the merchants instituted another non-importation campaign, the radicals responded with direct action. They seized and terrorized the king's officers, tarred and feathered customs officials and informers, and burned revenue ships. Boston was once again the center of conflict. In a tumultuous contest set off by the arrival of John Hancock's sloop Liberty, the townspeople there pushed to the verge of civil war. But they beat a hasty retreat when 2 regiments of British regulars landed in October. The time was not yet ripe for a large-scale armed uprising. This second phase of the struggle was ended by the New York merchants, who broke the boycott and jilted the colonial cause in 1770. This gave a serious setback to the rebels. On the other side, influenced by the returning prosperity of the British merchants, Parliament withdrew the most onerous Townshend duties in 1770. From 1771 to 1773 there ensued a pronounced respite in the struggle. The masses became passive and their masters felt at ease. This quiet interlude ended in the last months of 1773. The final phase was unloosed when Parliament, to save the largest firm in the empire from ruin, gave the East India Company a monopoly of the American tea market. The Boston Tea Party on the night of December 16, 1773, started a chain reaction of events that led to the Declaration of Independence. This act of defiance was met by the dictatorial 5 Intolerable Acts, which were designed to throttle Massachusetts, the head of the resistance forces. In a mighty surge of solidarity, the colonies answered the coercion acts by sending delegates to the First Continental Congress in September 1774. This was the first national gathering on an independent revolutionary basis, in effect, a constituent assembly. Implemented from below, this Congress marked the establishment of the parallel governmental power that asserted its will to fight with arms in hand at Lexington and Concord in April of the following year. This brief review of events from the Stamp Act demonstrations of 1765 to the outbreak of armed insurrection 10 years later indicates how the liberation movement mounted through successive stages. It did not march straight away to its goal, as though pre-programmed, but took a zigzag course in which sharp clashes between the contending sides alternated with interludes of calm. Each of the levels in the development of the conflict was 68. Marked off by a crisis in Anglo-American relations. The initiative taken by one side provoked a vigorous counter-offensive by the other. On one occasion the Patriots, on another the Crown, beat a retreat and a compromise was arrived at. For a decade reconciliation was the aim, the prospect of separation was unthinkable. But the periods of harmony turned out to be temporary truces. Although their antagonisms were held in check, the underlying discontents among the colonials kept simmering below the surface, became reheated, and flared into the open at the next provocation. In its very irregularity the ripening revolt exhibited an inner rhythm that expressed the dynamics of the national democratic struggle. As the tensions finally grew, the pulse beats of revolt pounded faster and faster. Finally, the antagonisms within the imperial system became so unbearable for both sides that they blew up into armed insurrection at Lexington and Concord. The principal driving force throughout this process was the insurgent masses headed by the Sons of Liberty. Beginning with the Stamp Act demonstrations of 1765, they came forward at every critical juncture of the struggle as the striking arm of the Patriots. Along the way the plebeians sometimes found themselves not only in conflict with the British authorities, but in disagreement with the moderate merchants and planters whose representatives held the reins in their hands. The patricians were divided among themselves on whether to organize resistance to the regime or to parley indefinitely with it. The colonial merchants were the pivot on which the conflict swung one way or the other. The sharpening of the struggle cut the ground from under the compromising merchants and hesitating planters both from the right and from the left. The British policies that started with intensified economic exploitation and territorial encirclement from 1764 on required increased political repression for enforcement. This led to outright military despotism with Gen. Thomas Gage's occupation and choking of the port of Boston. London's course from taxation to tyranny upset the old equilibrium and smashed the alliance between the wealthy colonial merchants and planters and their English counterparts that had made possible the previous compromise settlements. 69. The split between Britain and America became unescapable when the merchant classes on opposite sides of the Atlantic could no longer find common ground. The irate crown would yield no more concessions, even slight ones, to the colonists. The rebels had to be whipped and taught a lasting lesson in submission. By November 1774 George III declared to Lord North that the New England colonies were in a state of rebellion and blows must decide whether they are to be subject to this country or independent. By this time the more radical patriots were equally determined not to submit to British tyranny but to resist, come what may. This the Minutemen did at Lexington and Concord the next April. This sequence of events demonstrated how outright rebellion logically grows out of the preceding period of compromise, or, more precisely, out of its exhaustion. For 10 years the leaders of both sides adhered to a policy of conciliation. It worked until the deepening of their differences precluded further compromise. By 1775 the ties between England and America that had weathered so many storms had come apart, and the issues between them had to be settled by drastically different means. This outcome was not the product of deliberate design on the part of the colonists or the Crown. The patriots tried to get redress for their grievances through authorized channels until they were driven by forces beyond their control to do it the hard way. The methods of negotiation were superseded by armed combat once the hope of reform within the empire was blasted. The stern necessity for revolution became manifest, broke through into the consciousness of its major classes, and became an imperative demand only after 10 years of inconclusive confrontations. Even after the Boston Tea Party the radicals were in a minority in the Continental Congress at Philadelphia. Early in 1775 John Adams noted that the Congress majority are fixed against hostilities and rupture, except they become absolutely necessary. And this necessity they do not see. The Battle of Concord and Lexington changed their minds. Their two irreconcilable necessities clashed head-on: the reactionary necessity of the British government to reinforce its domination in naked tyrannical form, and the progressive necessity of the American colonists to resist to the end. The ultimate determinant in the making of a rebellion is the 70. Readiness of the masses for action against their oppressors. A letter written by a Maryland clergyman to Lord Dartmouth, Britain's Secretary of State for American Affairs, on December 20, 1775, gives a first-hand description of the do-or-die attitude of the rebels. Since the Battle of Lexington, I have been twice in aid of the 13 United Colonies, namely, Massachusetts Bay, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Newcastle, etc., and Maryland, all which, except New York, are almost unanimous in the voice of liberty. Indeed none, save a few officers under the Crown, are willing to be bound by the British Parliament. The Congresses and committees have so raised and regulated the militia and Minutemen, whom they have raised in almost every county, that they make, in every city and town, the most warlike appearance. Where government can produce 1,000 on the continent, America, with as much ease and expense, can produce 10,000 in opposition, for men, women, and children are against the proceedings of administration throughout the United Colonies to a wonderful majority. The women, both old and young, being greatly irritated at the inflexibility of administration, are not only willing their sons and brothers should turn out in the field, but also declare that they will give them up and themselves likewise as a sacrifice before they will bow to Pharaoh's taskmasters. This makes the raising of troops on the continent very easy. Let a person go into any province, city, town, or county, and ask the females, "Are you willing your sons or brothers should go for soldiers and defend their liberties?" They would severally answer, "Yes, with all my soul, and if they won't go I won't own them as my sons, or brothers, for I'll help myself if there should be any need of mine. If I can't stand in the ranks, I can help forward with powder, balls, and provisions." This, my lord, is the language of the American women. Your lordship knows it is generally the reverse with the English. The pastor's advice to make peace with the Americans was brushed aside, since the British government had already decided they were to be reduced to a proper constitutional state of obedience. Thus the developments that gave birth to the first American Revolution were no less lawfully caused than the birth of an infant. They conform to the historical rule that once the economic and political preconditions for a revolution have 71. Matured, nothing and no one can stop its outbreak. Like a match rubbed on a rough surface, the frictions between the contending camps flared into open revolt at the point of maximum intensity in their confrontation. This general pattern prefigures how the next American Revolution will develop and arrive through all the ebbs and flows of the struggle. Was fully necessary and justified by its aims and has been amply vindicated by its results. To be sure, it did not dispose of all the major difficulties impeding the American people as they advanced under capitalist auspices. Every revolution is limited by the objective realities of its development. The failure to uproot slavery, which was reinvigorated under the Cotton Kingdom by the expansion of the textile industry and the introduction of the cotton gin, necessitated a second stage of the bourgeois democratic revolution to accomplish its unfinished historical tasks. And even the mighty Civil War and Reconstruction did not give equality to the legally emancipated slaves. Since the Civil War, most Americans have believed that revolution in this land has been done with for all time. What further need could there be for colossal upheavals of this kind? Two were enough, and these are safely interred in historical museums along with colonial muskets and the uniforms of the blue and the gray. This comforting outlook has been solidified by the fact that small changes within the confines of the established capitalist order have set the pattern of national political life over the past 100 years. But the bicentennial should remind us that prolonged periods of reformist calm can be succeeded by revolutionary storms. Many Americans nowadays sense that the political atmosphere is overdue for a change and a different season is on the way. Indeed, elements of another revolutionary situation are beginning to take shape on American soil. As in the last quarter of the 18th century, the march of history has piled up and thrust forward a tangle of problems that clamor for solution. These evils have been produced by the remorseless operation of monopoly capitalism, which is no less depraved and outworn than was the rulership of the British monarchy and is no more capable of eliminating the mess it is responsible for. The social and political problems of the country are too 72. Deep going to be disposed of by reformist palliatives. They require revolutionary measures and methods. The prime objective of the coming American Revolution is to emancipate the working people as a whole by uprooting the power, property, and privileges of the profiteers. It also has to end the inequalities suffered by the blacks, Chicanos, Native Americans, Puerto Ricans, and other oppressed nationalities and give them the right to self-determination. The social transformation must likewise lift the disabilities inflicted upon such segments of our society as women, prisoners, gays, and the aged. The national home will have to be cleansed of capitalist filth and reconstructed from foundation to rooftop by the creative work of the insurgent masses to make it a fit place to inhabit. These tasks and objectives are inscribed in the social structure of the United States and prescribed by the dynamics of its class relations. They await fulfillment regardless of the current state of awareness among the American people of their existence and of the necessity to undertake and achieve them. That is the essential and objective social, political, and historical necessity of our day and age. The tasks ahead are more thoroughgoing and ambitious and will be harder to realize than those in the comparable period of the 18th century. The socialist revolutionary movement confronts a far more formidable antagonist in the giant imperialist corporations and their political, military, and police defenders than the patriots faced in the overseas rulers and their local henchmen. Jefferson wrote in his autobiography about the inherited wealth of the aristocratic families of his time, the transmission of this property from generation to generation, in the same name, raised up a distinct set of families, who, being privileged by law in the perpetuation of their wealth, were thus transformed into a patrician order, distinguished by the splendor and luxury of their establishments. From this order, too, the king habitually selected his councillors of state, the hope of which distinction devoted the whole court to the interests and will of the crown. These specifications fit the Rockefellers, Mellons, Morgans, and other ruling families of our own day who are of more harm and danger, than benefit, to society and have to be expropriated as the feudal proprietors were. As the radicalization of the 60s has spread and the 73 Deepening economic crisis of world capitalism overshadows the mid-70s. More individuals are thinking about the prospect of fundamental change in the United States than at any time since the 1930s. Many more see this as desirable than understand how necessary and unavoidable such an eventuality is. The irremediable rottenness of capitalist imperialism and the intransigence of the ruthless plutocrats who control the country along with much of the planet can be depended upon to goad the masses further and further along the road of opposition in the period ahead, regardless of their will or present state of consciousness. The decade from 1765 to 1775 deserves attention because its political evolution exemplifies how the confrontation of contending forces mounts from a starting point of low intensity and awareness to higher levels of antagonisms and consciousness. In this process, the hopes and illusions of a peaceful transition from the intolerable and outworn institutions to a new and better order are gradually shed. The hammer blows of the reactionary adversary willy-nilly bring the masses up against the great decision whether to go forward at all costs or to lie down and submit to tyranny and stagnation. Twice before in America's history, when its people were forced to cope with this dilemma, they realized what they had to do and resolutely went ahead and did it. That's one important lesson to be derived from the spirit of '76. Another has to do with the problem of leadership. The leaders were sifted out, selected, and trained in the contests with the British authorities in the streets, courts, and legislative assemblies in the years before the outbreak of armed struggle. They had established firm ties with the masses, the people were ready to follow them. More far-sighted and unyielding figures such as Sam Adams and Patrick Henry grasped the necessity for the break with Britain before the others and prepared the people through propaganda and practical action for that eventuality. They were sure that their countrymen could take on and beat the cohorts of the Crown. Marxism teaches that a socialist revolution of the working masses is the only way capitalism can be overturned and replaced by a superior system. The revolutionary contingents and their leaders must be thoroughly imbued with this realistic conviction. 74. Those who are not convinced of the necessity as well as the desirability of such a revolution and its appropriate modes of action and organization will not be capable of sustaining the burdens of the harsh struggles required to bring it into being and carry it through to its consummation. The revolutionary potential of the American people has not been exhausted by the efforts expended in the bourgeois democratic era of the 18th and 19th centuries. On the contrary, the workers, with the oppressed minorities and their other allies, have more than enough energy and capacities to fend off the assaults of capitalist reaction and go forward to abolish the misrule of the possessing classes. They can also forge a leadership from their midst that can show them the way to do so. George Novack, 1975. April 19 marked the 200th anniversary of the Battle of Lexington and Concord, the opening of hostilities between the colonists and the Crown that had been fermenting since the Stamp Act demonstrations 10 years before. As a youth living in Somerville, situated along the route between Boston and Lexington, I used to watch from my house the yearly retracing of the ride of Paul Revere. He was the Patriot Express who had been dispatched with William Dawes by the Committee of Safety to alert the countryside about the invasion of British troops sent by General Thomas Gage to destroy the arms stored at Concord for use by the Continental Militia. As Revere's enactor galloped by on his horse, waving a cocked hat, he was patriotically cheered on by us children. In that innocent time I did not know what a subversive person Paul Revere really was. We were not told that he belonged to a conspiratorial organization called the Sons and Daughters of Liberty that had been diligently working for years to defend the rights of the Massachusetts colonists and rouse them to resist Britain's coercive measures. We had been taught that the American Revolution was a glorious event. But it had taken place so long ago that it seemed more like an act of nature than the conscious work of revolutionary-minded individuals. We did not inquire what had driven the people who lived in our neighborhood in the last quarter of the 18th century to engage in armed combat against their rulers and how they were brought to that point. My own outlook had to be revolutionized before I understood what the rebels of those days were doing. The transition from one form of society and political regime to 75. 76. Another requires the activity of self-sacrificing, persevering, and gifted men and women who strive to change the world around them under the conditions their century has laid down for them. These pathfinders provide conscious guiding elements in what would otherwise be an unthinking and anarchic process. Their will, courage, initiative, idealism, stamina, and intelligence are indispensable ingredients in the making of a successful challenge to the status quo. Was made by the common people of the 13 colonies, whom Tories and moderates alike fearfully derided as the mobility. Fortunately, they were organized and led by uncommon personalities. Foremost among them were Sam Adams of Boston, Revere's mentor, and Adams's Southern counterpart, Patrick Henry of Virginia. Henry, the lawyer orator who spoke for the people in the back country against the aristocratic Tidewater planters, took the lead at two crucial turning points in the prelude to Lexington and Concord. In May 1765 he instigated the resolutions adopted by the Virginia House of Burgesses that first denied Britain's right to tax the colonists without their representation. He concluded his speech with this warning: Caesar, had his Brutus Charles I, his Cromwell and George III may profit by their example. If this be treason, make the most of it. 10 years later, on March 23, 1775, in a speech urging the immediate formation of an armed militia, Henry declared, "Give me liberty, or give me death." He was outlawed by the British governor for that act of defiance. The way for the interventions of these revolutionaries had been prepared by historical and economic changes of international scope that had profoundly altered the relations between the Americans and Great Britain as well as between the upper and lower classes in the colonies following the French and Indian War. These developments gave such a powerful impetus to their disputes that a social and political upheaval had become more and more urgent. The armed encounter on April 19, 1775, was not spontaneous. The oppositional forces had been well organized, mobilized, and propagandized and had come under experienced, authoritative, and able direction in the pre-revolutionary period. Who organized the rebel movement against Britain? Who inspired and sustained the struggle through its upturns and downturns, gave the signal? 77. For armed confrontation, and eventually piloted the revolution to victory. The revolutionary movement was prepared and led by the Patriot Party, which had its roots in the conflicts between the Crown officials and the colonists and between the upper and lower classes in the provinces over the preceding decades. Out of these contests democratically inclined, Whig, factions and aristocratic, Tory, factions had been formed in almost every colony. In Massachusetts these were known as the country and court parties. The Democratic groupings were made up of free trading, smuggling, merchants, lawyers, preachers, artisans, shopkeepers, and laborers in the seaport towns, backed up by yeomen and woodsmen in the back country. Their claims for greater rights were originally directed against the royal governors and the oligarchies tied up with them rather than against the king. The experiences gained in these encounters with the royal authorities proved valuable in their subsequent dealings with Parliament and the Crown. As the conflict heated up, the champions of colonial liberties began to develop a keener consciousness of their interests as a people separate from those of the overseas rulers and to feel, think, and act more like independent Americans than like British subjects. These sentiments of distinctive nationality ripened below the surface until they were fully disclosed with the publication of Tom Paine's Common Sense and the Proclamation of Independence in 1776. The Patriots were not organized along the lines of either the parliamentary or the workers' parties of the 19th and 20th centuries. They were loose aggregations of diverse social layers, each with its own grievance, arrayed against British tyranny. The leadership and ranks of the forces in all bourgeois revolutions have invariably had an extremely heterogeneous character. This was as true of the Patriots as of Cromwell's men and the Jacobins. The Patriot cause brought together a left flank of urban toilers, craftsmen, and tradesmen along with small farmers, hired hands, indentured servants, blacks, and frontiersmen, ranged alongside the mercantile interests, anti-British planters, lawyers, land speculators, and large property owners. They encompassed the richest men in the colonies, such as the Boston merchant Prince John Hancock and the slave-holding. 78. Landowner of Virginia, George Washington, as well as the poorest, like the indigent West Massachusetts farmer Daniel Shays, who became a captain in the Continental Army. In the northern seaports, the Patriot Party was built on an alliance between the radical merchants and the plebeians, whom the wealthy gentry called the rabble. They in turn sought political collaboration with the settlers in the rural areas and on the frontiers. In the South, which had no urban centers except Charleston, the planters held the same place as the merchants up north. Their variegated social composition gave rise to different tendencies that at times generated acute tensions and deep cleavages among the patriots. United by the common objective of throwing off the British yoke, the divergent components of the coalition found themselves at odds to one degree or another in all three stages of the Revolution, its preparatory period from 1765 to 1775, the War of Independence from 1776 to 1783, when open civil strife erupted in several places, leading in Georgia to the formation of two separate revolutionary regimes, and, finally, during the domestic struggles between the patricians and plebeians from 1783 to 1789 that were climaxed by the suppression of Shays's rebellion in 1787, the Constitutional Convention, the foundation of the Republic, and the adoption of the Bill of Rights. The left wing of the Patriots was headed by the Sons and Daughters of Liberty. This was the first popular revolutionary formation in North America, the transatlantic equivalent of the Levelers in England and the Jacobins in the French Revolution. Carrying forward the traditions of the earlier democratic clubs, the Sons of Liberty made their debut as a formidable fighting force during the agitation around the Stamp Act in 1765 and spread swiftly through the colonies. They operated as autonomous local and provincial bodies, communicating with one another through intercolonial committees of correspondence. In a letter to the Boston Sons of Liberty written April 2, 1766, the New York leaders tried to remedy their looseness by proposing a Congress of the Sons of Liberty to form a general plan to be pursued by the whole. Although warmly greeted, nothing came of the suggestion because they lacked a leadership of their own. At first the Liberty Boys functioned as secret societies for fear of retaliation by the authorities. But as they became more 79 influential and awesome, they began to conduct their affairs more publicly, usually under the cover of some safe auspices. But they did not become legalized until the outbreak of the revolt against Britain. The Sons of Liberty were by and large a plebeian movement. Mechanics, artisans, and day laborers constituted the bulk of the membership. This was visible in the mass protest demonstration against the Stamp Act called by the Liberty Boys of New York on November 1, 1765. There were between 400 and 500 seamen and 300 carpenters, as well as a considerable contingent of country folk, in the crowd that forced the local stamp agents to resign. At the head of these working people were representatives of the educated, prosperous, and professional strata, themselves mostly of lower class origin. Of 18 leaders in the New York organization, 11 were merchants and 4 lawyers. This hierarchy was equally conspicuous in Boston. There the lowest classes, servants, Negroes, and sailors, were placed under the command of a superior set consisting of the master masons, carpenters of the town. Above them were put the merchants' mob and the Sons of Liberty, known to the Tories as Adams's Mohawks, upon whom the more delicate enterprises against Tories and Crown officers devolved, and Andrew McIntosh, leader of the South End Cudgel Boys GN, was given 150 men trained as regular as a military corps to act as storm troops, writes John C. Miller. Sam Adams, p. 70. The Liberty Boys functioned as the shock troops of the rebels both in the towns and in the countryside. In the early part of 1766 the Connecticut Association was reported to have 10,000 men under arms, and Massachusetts and New Hampshire, 40,000. They vowed not to be enslaved by any power on earth, without opposing force to force. The Sons of Liberty undertook bold and aggressive actions to enforce their demands. They did not hesitate to take control of the streets and exercise power in their own right against the constituted authorities. In New York they dared board a British warship, insisted on the surrender of an officer who had uttered derogatory remarks against them, and stood ready to fight the British troops. They broke out in rioting in Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Charleston. They pillaged and razed the offices of stamp agents, they burned stamps in the streets, they assailed the 80 houses of royal officers. In Boston the residence of the lieutenant governor was pried open, his chambers sacked, and his property pitched out into the streets, wrote Charles and Mary Beard. In fact, the agitation, contrary to the intent of the merchants and lawyers, got quite beyond the bounds of law and order. As Gouverneur Morris remarked, the heads of the mobility grow dangerous to the gentry, and how to keep them down is the question. Indeed, the conduct of the mechanics and laborers was so lawless that it is difficult to paint a picture of the scene in tones subdued enough for modern sons and daughters of the Revolution. The Rise of American Civilization, pages 212-13. Conservative property owners were extremely disquieted by the militancy, the disregard for law and property rights, and above all by the growing independence displayed by these sons of labor. They sought to bridle the plebeian insurgents, curb their leveling tendencies, and keep their activity more in line with their own limited class aims. This clash between the right and left wings within the Sons of Liberty first flared up in 1766. In New York, according to Herbert Moray, the conservatives were led by John Morin Scott and William Livingston, the radicals by Isaac Sears and John Lamb. The issue involved a question not only of tactics, reliance upon petitions and theoretical arguments as against the use of direct action, but also of orientation, the introduction of policies designed to advance the class interests of merchants as opposed to the adoption of measures calculated to better the condition of the rank and file of the people. The struggle resulted in a decisive victory for the radicals. From then, the Sons of Liberty became the voice of the artisan democracy. The Sons of Liberty in New York, in the era of the American Revolution, pages 278-79. After the Stamp Act was repealed in 1766, the Sons of Liberty temporarily receded into the background. Thrown forward by the first wave of resistance, they became isolated with its ebb. But they continued their agitation no matter what the fluctuations of the struggle. Between 1766 and the broad resurgence of the mass movement in 1773, the principal figures and activists among them kept the sparks of rebellion burning by issuing leaflets, staging occasional demonstrations, and organizing protests around the liberty poles they erected and safeguarded. They were feared as a menace by the well-to-do merchants and persecuted by the British government as sowers of sedition. 81. But they were not intimidated and could not be crushed, thanks to popular sympathy and support. Finally, during the Tea Act agitation at the end of 1773, the Liberty Boys surged forward at the head of the aroused masses, calling large meetings and anti-British demonstrations, organizing tea parties to prevent the landing of duty tea, and enforcing non-importation agreements by terrorizing non-complying merchants and Crown officials. Their offensive set off a chain reaction that culminated in the Declaration of Independence. In addition, they began to demand democratic reforms for the masses. When in 1774 the New York merchants formed a committee of 51 made up of some of the most prudent and considerate persons in New York, the Sons of Liberty organized in opposition a committee of mechanics that claimed equal rights for the classes hitherto excluded from voting. This embryonic plebeian party put up its own candidates for the Continental Congress but later withdrew them. The Sons of Liberty intervened at every critical juncture to safeguard the revolutionary movement against its enemies and underminers and against unprincipled compromisers and scuttlers. They strove to accentuate its democratic character. When the news about Concord and Lexington came in April 1775, the New York Liberty Boys armed themselves, detained all the vessels in the harbor, and prevented the dispatch of British troops to Boston. The partisans of the Sons of Liberty formed the backbone of the Minutemen and the Continental Army and became the spearhead of the democratizing forces following the War of Independence. Wherever reactionary forces lifted their heads or showed their hands, the Sons of Liberty who remained true to their banner were to be found at their posts. The revolution could not have been sustained and carried through without their audacious activity and sacrifices. These plebeian leaders of the bourgeois democratic revolution were the precursors of the socialist revolutionaries of today. Although New York, as the center of communications between the Northeast and South, occupied the key position in the operations of the Sons of Liberty, the Boston boys were in the forefront of the struggle. Boston was the Paris, the Petrograd of. This bustling seaport was the commercial and financial capital of the 13 colonies. The up-and-coming, daring, and resource. 82. Full Boston merchants traded with the whole world. The Whigs among them were ready to take more risks than their colleagues in New York and Philadelphia in political as well as in commercial enterprises. Just as the Puritan merchants of London stood up against King Charles I, so such radical Boston merchants as John Hancock offered staunch opposition to King George III. Great merchants like him employed hundreds of men who followed their lead in politics as well as in business. They could count on direct support from the shoal of small merchants in the city. Boston was above all the home of what the aristocrats scorned as the rabble. The Boston mechanics, tradesmen, seamen, shipyard workers, longshoremen, and fishermen were the most democratic-minded, turbulent, and politically conscious people on this side of the Atlantic. They acquired a sense of their own power early on by taking control of Boston through the medium of the town meeting held at Faneuil Hall, the cradle of liberty. These brawny men became expert in battling the colonial aristocracy for a greater share of political power. Boston was known throughout the colonies, and from one end of the British Empire to the other, as a hotbed of rebellion. The Sons of Liberty, cried the Tories, wanted to Bostonize, that is, revolutionize, the whole continent. Boston, they claimed, wanted to overturn the social and political order and set up a wild republic of mad independence. While the Patriot leaders in Boston primarily depended upon the combativeness of the laboring elements of the town, they found heavy reserves in the farmers of Massachusetts and the rest of New England. Although slower to move than the city populace, they were stubborn fighters once aroused. Unlike the southern provinces, New England had no large slave plantations. Its yeomen were stout and self-reliant individuals imbued with democratic sentiments. In fact, the upper-class patriots in the middle and southern colonies were very much afraid of the New England militiamen because they spread leveling doctrines by their very attitudes. These were the class forces available for anti-British action. But they needed an organizer. They found that person in Sam Adams. Although Washington, Franklin, Jefferson, and even his cousin John Quincy Adams became more celebrated, Sam Adams was the preeminent figure of. He was 83. So regarded by both sides. Jefferson said he was truly the man of the Revolution. Lord North called the American patriots Sam Adams's crew, and General Gage singled him out from the general amnesty he promised the rebels. Adams was the first long-term professional revolutionary organizer in America. He devoted his entire adult life to working for the cause of freedom from Britain. As the prime mover of the revolution, Adams was the individual most hated, feared, and execrated by the upholders of the established order. Like other staunch revolutionary leaders, from Cromwell to Lenin, he was dubbed a dictator. It was said that he worked to see one man at the head of America, Boston at the head of Massachusetts, and himself dictator of Boston. He had in fact come close to realizing these aims by 1775. But if one man was to be supreme in America, the people preferred Adams to the continued rule of King George III. Whatever power he personally exercised was progressive and democratic, whereas the continued sway of the crown was tyrannical and ultra-reactionary. Adams was reputed to be the greatest Republican, that is, anti-monarchist GN in America, and the most extravagant partisan of democracy in the Continental Congress. The first characterization was accurate, the second a bit extravagant. As his views and actions demonstrated and his post-war record confirmed, Sam Adams was not a root and branch Democrat nor a consistent leveler. He belonged to one of the first families of Massachusetts and was ranked 5th in his class on Harvard College's aristocratic rating scale. His father was a merchant and a leader of the country party in the fight against the gentry and the squire Archie. Sam Adams spoke and acted for the most radical section of the Massachusetts merchant class, which leaned for support upon the smaller shopkeepers, craftsmen, laborers, and farmers in their struggles against England and its servitors. He incarnated the link between them. This bourgeois revolutionist teamed up the diverse rebellious elements among the colonial population and then, placing himself and his associates in the driver's seat, guided them along the road to independence. He directed the revolutionary movement in accord with the needs and interests of the progressive northern bourgeoisie, urging the masses forward or restraining them as it suited the merchants of all grades in their quest for power. 84. He was a masterful political leader and revolutionary organizer. Proceeding from his local activity to its culmination on a continental scale, his achievements can be summarized in 6 sentences. 1. He laid out a plan of action in defense of colonial rights that served as a programmatic guide for the most resolute anti-British faction. 2. He welded together a strong democratic, revolutionary organization in Boston based upon collaboration among the oppositional merchants, tradesmen, mechanics, and artisans who dominated that key seaport. 3. He forged a firm alliance between this Boston movement and the country people, first in Massachusetts and then throughout New England, leading them in the fight against the gentry and the royal governors and later against the Parliament and King. 4. Through the committees of correspondence he succeeded in creating an intercolonial network that knit together all the patriot forces and assured their unity of action. 5. He was instrumental in promoting the series of continental congresses that cemented the ties between the northern merchants and anti-British southern planters and capped the new state power. 6. In the War of Independence he was among the foremost advocates of its vigorous and uncompromising prosecution and thereby helped pull the struggle for liberation through to victory. No wonder that in London Adams was considered the first politician in the world and without a peer in the business of forwarding a rebellion. He deserved that reputation. Adams was the most astute, ingenious, and implacable revolutionary politician of his time. His organizational methods and activities will repay careful study by all aspiring revolutionists today. Sam Adams flung himself wholeheartedly into the revolutionary movement and identified himself totally with it. He permitted himself no diversions from that course. This single-mindedness marked him off from most of his contemporaries, who took up or put down the burdens of revolutionary responsibility as the patriot cause ascended or sagged. He rose above the vicissitudes of the fortunes of the struggle for liberation and measured up to the height of the tasks imposed by history on his class and generation. He made a profession of politics in the best sense, not 85. To feather his nest or advance his personal ends, but solely to further the aims of the revolution. He was a brilliant educator of the masses, instructing them in the ideas of the progressive bourgeois school. With tongue and pen he sought to raise their self-respect and to teach them to trust in their own strength and to know their rights, originally as freeborn English citizens and later as sons and daughters of revolutionary New England. He encouraged them to defend their cherished rights against all violators by militant methods and, if necessary, with arms in hand. He roused the people against every injustice on the part of the governing classes, warned them against the dangers threatening their liberties, and mobilized them for resistance on all fronts. Adams was a tireless propagandist and political journalist, an irreconcilable opponent, and a crafty fighter. He wrote articles expounding oppositional ideas and popularizing patriot doctrines in half a dozen colonial papers under half a dozen different pen names. As early as 1748, when Adams was only 26 years old, he and his friends founded a newspaper called the Independent Advertiser, which made life unhappy for the gentry, country squires, and colonial governors who were his favorite targets. Every dip of his pen, moaned Governor Francis Bernard of Massachusetts, stung like a horn snake. He concentrated his energies upon organizing the masses for political action oriented toward the fight for power. Needing a mobile and dependable apparatus for that purpose, he created a powerful local machine by uniting the North and South End gangs of workers, which had formerly fought against each other, into a disciplined and responsive battalion to oppose the British authorities. They were trained and directed by the Boston Caucus Club, which met in the garret of Thomas Dawes's house. The term caucus is supposed to come from the caulkers among the North End shipyard workers who followed Adams. This caucus club, called the Grand Cork Ass by its enemies, formed an alliance with the Merchants Club and elected their slate of candidates at the Boston town meeting. The caucus club was the parent of the Boston Sons of Liberty, who were recruited largely from the wharfingers, artisans, and shipyard workers of North Boston. Its political committee, known as the Loyal Nine, was not only a deliberative and policy 86 making body but also an executive arm. Its members took charge of printing and placarding the notices that summoned the Boston citizens to mass meetings, demonstrations, boycott enforcements, tea parties and ultimately to armed insurrection. Their work was necessarily conspiratorial since it was illegal and highly seditious. At high points in the unfolding struggle, Sam Adams's boys tended to slip out from under control and go beyond the limits he and his associates set for them. But the plebeian ranks did not become an independent power in their own right. They were the main agency set into motion, where needed, against the authorities by the revolutionary bourgeois leaders and did not exceed their designated subordinate role. After almost 20 years of small-time politicking, Sam Adams was swept toward popularity and power on the wave of radicalism generated by the Stamp Act agitation in 1765. He was elected to the Massachusetts House of Representatives, where he headed the faction in perpetual opposition to government. This provincial legislature was not only his second platform for agitation after the Boston town meeting, but an important springboard for the capture of power. There he drafted and pushed through the famous resolutions and remonstrances that were circulated throughout the colonies and became not only briefs for the Patriot case but bugle calls to action. Adams used the parliamentary arena without idolizing it. While he advocated measures of reform, he employed the methods of a revolutionist, combining the parliamentary moves and contests of his faction with the independent action of the masses in order to achieve the maximum striking power. For example, he immediately threw open the proceedings of the Massachusetts House of Representatives, that hitherto august aristocratic body, to the public. This was done not only to exert mass pressure upon its conservative wing, but to convert the House into a school of political learning where many could catch the fire and emerge ardent sons of liberty. During most crucial disputes Adams's Mohawks crowded the galleries. They listened to their leaders and did not hesitate to tell the Tories below what would happen to their persons and property if they failed to heed the people's demands. Such scenes at the State House resembled those of the Paris Commune in 1793 to 1794 and matched the pressures imposed upon the convention by the Parisian sans-culottes. Governor. 87. Bernard complained, referring to the tactics of the Adams faction, what with inflammatory speeches within doors, and the parades of the mob without, they entirely triumphed over the little remains of government. The Boston Liberty Boys launched the resistance to the Stamp Act on August 14, 1765, by attacking the stamp agent Andrew Oliver and 2 weeks later going on to sack the house of his hated brother-in-law, Lt. Gov. Thomas Hutchinson. Bostonians made August 14 a holiday, rightly boasting that the resistance of that day roused the spirit of America. This intervention of the Boston insurgents did in fact mark the beginning of the popular resistance that culminated in Concord and Lexington a decade later. The assertion of their independence will abruptly change the relationship of forces in the city. The Liberty Boys came to rule the roost in Boston. The authorities confessed their helplessness. Aristocrats who had sneered at them a few months before as the scum and rabble were now compelled to bow and scrape before them lest the mob be turned against their fine houses, writes John C. Miller. The sheriff's assistants were sons of liberty and would not move against their fellow patriots. Justices of the peace were great favorers of them and paraded beside them through the streets. Juries were packed with Liberty Boys, and the Boston selectmen stood in such awe of them that they did not dare to attempt repression. Whoever was so foolhardy as to oppose the Sons of Liberty in Boston in 1765 was sure to feel the smart of the iron rod of the popular despotism. At that time Boston was the most democratic city on earth. The Tories called it an absolute democracy because the masses, and not simply a few fine gentlemen, had a voice and a vote and actually exercised power. Although by Massachusetts law no one could vote in town meetings without paying a property tax, this stipulation was not adhered to in Boston where, it was said, anything with the appearance of a man was freely admitted. Although not more than 1,500 were eligible as voters, 3,000 or 4,000 Bostonians were often present at the town meetings in Faneuil Hall, mostly the lowest mechanics. The men of property shunned these democratic assemblies where Sam Adams and his comrades presented their proposals and passed them. Crown officials shrieked that the town meetings controlled by 88. The Sons of Liberty took up all kinds of impermissible matters and were a constant source of sedition. They were in fact revolutionary tribunals. Adams skillfully used other representative bodies as forums for agitation and as organs of protest. He converted the Massachusetts House into a powerful engine of revolutionary propaganda by passing petitions, resolves, and bills of complaint that he published in the press before they could be received and responded to by the King or Parliament. He was more concerned with educating and informing the masses than in parleying with their masters. Adams turned all his talents to good use. Fond of singing, he organized singing societies among Boston mechanics at which, Tories complained, more revolutionaries were produced than songbirds, because Adams presided over the meetings and embraced such opportunities to yet inculcating sedition, till it had ripened into rebellion. He made popular celebrations out of the anniversaries of the Stamp Act protests, the founding of the Sons of Liberty, and the Boston Massacre of 1770 to keep alive the flame of freedom and the memory of British crimes. Here is a glimpse of Adams as a street corner agitator the morning after the Liberty Riot of June 10, 1768, when a group of sturdy boys and Negroes attacked the commissioners of the customs to enforce the non-importation of British goods. He was seen in the South End of Boston trembling and in great agitation while he harangued a crowd of listeners to make a bold assault upon the royal government. "If you are men," he exclaimed, "behave like men, let us take up arms immediately and be free and seize all the king's officers, we shall have 30,000 men to join us from the country." However, the time was not yet ripe for overt insurrection. The colonial merchants were split and neither the New England farmers nor the New York Liberty Boys were ready to march. After preaching armed resistance, Adams sized up the situation and then, like a good general, sounded a retreat. He pretended that he was preparing and talking about war against France, not the mother country. He took as the next starting point for his activity the struggle against the military occupation of Boston. His boys made the stay of the Redcoats there extremely miserable. Adams was among the first to take to the field of action and the 89. last to leave it. After a breach between the conservatives and radicals in the Whig ranks, that party declined in the lull following 1770. That was when Adams showed his mettle. Almost all the other Patriot leaders lost heart or retired from battle. Hancock flirted with the Tories. Others went over completely. The Whigs seemed an expiring faction. But Adams remained firm and inflexible. All of them except Adams abate of their virulence, testified his bitterest foe, Hutchinson. "There is no dishonor to be in a minority in the cause of liberty and virtue," wrote Adams. "Where there is a spark of patriotic fire," he exclaimed, "we will enkindle it." That fire leaped higher than ever during the resistance to the East India Tea Act beginning in late 1773. The Liberty Boys summoned the people in the country towns to meet and discuss with them the ways and means to repel British tyranny. At these gatherings of Boston mechanics and farmers Adams never was in greater glory. Tories observed with dismay that many country people were becoming more and more inclined toward vigorous resistance as they rubbed shoulders with the Boston Sons of Liberty in Faneuil Hall. Out of this ups/L.RGE came the Boston Tea Party, where Adams's Mohawks served the British overlords a bitter dish of tea made with salt water. Adams directed the powerfully expanding movement of resistance through the committees of correspondence he had initiated by means of a circular letter from the Massachusetts House of Representatives. These committees constituted the backbone of the Patriot forces that were soon to seize power. At first, write the Beards, the king's officers looked on the petty committee of correspondence as an absurd instrument of factional strife, but they soon discovered in it the menacing force of a new state. One high Tory, Daniel Leonard, called it the foulest, subtlest, and most venomous serpent that ever issued from the egg of sedition. The committees of correspondence were one of the American innovations in revolution that were copied by the French revolutionists and still later by the first communist groups in Europe. As the anti-British struggle deepened and widened throughout 1774 and 1775, the leaders of these committees began to set up independent bodies apart from the legal town assemblies and provincial legislatures. These committees of action, organized into local, county, and state conventions and basing themselves 90. Upon the insurgent masses, proceeded to take over the public powers from below. They roughly but firmly administered justice, levied taxes, policed the Tories, and raised troops for the war. This new political power was crowned and presided over by the Continental Congresses. It was historically fitting that the battles at Concord and Lexington in April 1775 that precipitated the showdown ensued from the British attempt to seize the Patriots' military stores and capture their principal leaders, Sam Adams and John Hancock. When Adams heard the shot heard round the world on Lexington Common, he exclaimed exultantly to Hancock, "Oh, what a glorious morning is this!" He had full right to be joyous. It was the birth of the liberating revolt he had done so much to herald and promote. Boston bred many other characteristic leaders of the Patriot cause because the rebellious tendencies of the time flourished most vigorously in this hothouse. Among the figures from various levels among the townspeople associated with the Sons and Daughters of Liberty was Crispus Attucks, the huge ex-slave from Framingham, Massachusetts, part black, part Indian, part white, a veteran street fighter who led the crowd of sailors and porters against the British lobsterbacks and fell in the Boston Massacre as the first martyr of the independence movement. There was Paul Revere, the versatile silversmith, political engraver, and trustworthy artisan ready to fulfill the most dangerous missions, Andrew McIntosh, the cobbler, who headed the attacks of the Liberty Boys on the stamp agents and Hutchinson's mansion and subsequently led their forays against Tory merchants and British redcoats, and Mercy Otis Warren, the political polemicist and playwright whose house in Plymouth was an organizing center for the top revolutionaries. More than any among them, and very likely before anyone else, Sam Adams had been determined to conquer power and concentrate it in revolutionary hands. His relation with his followers exemplified two inseparable aspects of the revolutionary process: the significance of the individual in history-making and the decisive role of the masses. As the chief pilot of the revolutionary vanguard, Adams made the greatest contribution to undermining and overthrowing the royal authority. Yet, skillfully as he steered the Patriot ship toward its destination, the plebeian crew did the work that brought it to port. The Sons and Daughters of Liberty gave the most forthright expression to the democratic aims and egalitarian aspirations of the populace. They launched the struggle against British despotism in 1765, carried it on their shoulders through the vicissitudes of the next 10 years, and drove it to the point of armed uprising in April 1775. Sam Adams could not have achieved his ends without the support he received from his Mohawks, the Liberty Boys and the Minutemen, who responded to his calls for action. He himself was well aware of this dependence upon the moods and moves of the masses. He is reported to have said, "It is often stated that I am at the head of the revolution, whereas a few of us merely lead the way as the people follow, and we can go no further than we are backed up by them, for, if we attempt to advance any further, we make no progress, and may lose our labor in defeat." This was the tribute he paid to the rank and file in the promotion of the revolutionary cause. From start to finish they were the real heroes and heroines of the struggle for freedom. As it has been in the past, so will it be in the future. Jean Y. Tussey, 1952. Thomas Paine was born on January 29, 1737. On January 10, 1776, his historic call for the American Revolution, Common Sense, was published. Both of these events nowadays receive passing notice. But for those who seek to understand the dynamics of the revolutionary process in America and the role outstanding individuals played in it, Tom Paine deserves a much larger place than the official hero makers give him. Most history books, if they mention Paine at all, merely note the undeniable fact that Common Sense was an important contribution to the preparation of the public mind for the open revolt against England. Few attempt to explain what went into the making of the man and why he was able to leave his indelible mark on American history. Tom Paine was born in Thetford, England. His father, a corset maker, was a Quaker, his mother was a conservative Church of England member. So from his earliest childhood Paine's critical approach to religion was stimulated by the differences in his own home. An only child, he was sent for 6 or 7 years to a local grammar school, which differed from most in that it provided some education in history and science. He left at the age of 13 to be taught corset making. He ran away to sea after 5 years, was brought back home by his father before he could actually leave the country, but ran away again, this time to spend a brief period on a privateer. During the rest of his early life in England he supported himself by working from time to time as a tax collector, a corset maker, and a teacher. In London in 1757 he attended philosophical lectures at night. 92. 93. The lecturer was A. Ferguson, author of The History of Civil Society, 1750, which is quoted favorably by Marx in Capital. Marx refers to Ferguson as Adam Smith's predecessor and an economist who had a keen appreciation of the harmful effects of the development of capitalist manufacture on the worker. Ferguson undoubtedly influenced Paine's philosophical and political economic thinking, as expressed in his later writings. Paine also participated in philosophical debates in a club that met at the White Hart Tavern in Lewes, where he was stationed as a tax inspector, in 1768. In 1772 he acted as spokesman for tax inspectors seeking an increase in pay. He wrote a tract called The Case of the Officers of the Excise, which cited the discrepancy between their nominal salary and their real wages, described the scope and effects of poverty, and urged the government in its own self-interest to raise wages in order to guarantee the honesty and loyalty of its employees by removing temptations. Subsidized by the contributions of the tax inspectors, Paine published the report and spent some time in London lobbying at Parliament. The net result of his negotiations was no raise for the men, and the spotting of Paine as a troublemaker to be removed at the first opportunity. While in London, Paine met Benjamin Franklin, who was there on behalf of the colonies. Paine made a favorable impression and later received a letter of recommendation from him to friends in Philadelphia. When Paine was finally removed from his government job, for being absent without leave, he settled his financial accounts by selling the property of a small shop he and his wife had maintained, separated from his wife, and left for Philadelphia, where he arrived November 30, 1774, with Franklin's letter of introduction. By January 1775 he was editor of the Pennsylvania Magazine and actively interested in the colonial cause. The issue of independence had not yet been set forth positively by the revolutionary leaders, who still functioned on the basis of demands for reforms. The first clear-cut call to the masses to break with England and monarchy, to give up the patchwork of reform and embark on the revolutionary course of independence, was issued in Paine's Common Sense, published in January 1776. With this, Paine took his place as the chief propagandist of the American Revolution. 94. The pamphlet was written in simple, direct language, devoid of all obscure historical, biblical, and other learned references and allusions so common in the literary style of the day. It was a powerful appeal to every segment of the population to join in a broad united front to win complete freedom from England and embark on a career as an independent nation. An early biographer called Common Sense this pamphlet, whose effect has never been paralleled in literary history. This statement may be somewhat exaggerated. Nevertheless, the effect of Paine's great tract has still never been paralleled by anything in the literary history of the United States. We must recall that when Paine penned Common Sense, the full program of the revolution had not as yet been given to the people. The Revolutionary War was underway, and the people were in effect fighting for independence, but without realizing it. No one, not even Sam Adams himself, had yet put forward the full revolutionary program, not openly at any rate. The dead weight of past centuries' monarchy, empire, feudal servitude, all the untouchables of bygone days still clouded the minds of the living. Into this atmosphere, Thomas Paine flung his remarkable pamphlet, which advocated, at one stroke, independence, republicanism, equalitarian democracy, and intercolonial unity. The revolution was thenceforth armed with a program, or, to put the matter precisely, the program that was in the minds and private conversations of most radicals became the public property of the revolution. Paine's great literary gift sparkles from every page of Common Sense. He stirred the workers and farmers of colonial times with his blunt and unceremonious comments, such as this: "In England a king hath little more to do than to make war and give away places positions, which, in plain terms, is to impoverish the nation and set it together by the ears. A pretty business indeed for a man to be allowed 800,000 sterling a year for, and worshipped into the bargain. Of more worth is one honest man to society, and in the sight of God, than all the crowned ruffians that ever lived." In similar blunt terms, he made out the case for completing the revolution by independence. Everything that is right or reasonable pleads for separation. The blood of the slain, the weeping voice of nature cries, "'Tis time to part." These words sank into the consciousness of the new nation, and 95. Prepared the way for the Declaration of Independence, which followed in 6 months. It is an indication of how popular Paine's arguments were that Common Sense immediately became a bestseller. About 100,000 copies were sold within the first 6 months after its publication. Since there was no copyright law, several pirated editions were also widely sold, and the total distribution of the pamphlet is estimated at least 300,000, and this at a time when the population was less than 3 million. Paine's other major literary contributions to the American Revolution were the Crisis Papers, issued periodically throughout the war. Aimed at maintaining the morale of the soldiers and the colonial forces, they reported on the events in the war, polemicized against the British and American Tories, appealed to the British people, and exuded revolutionary optimism despite defeats. It is difficult to measure the effect of any particular document, but the circumstances surrounding the issuance of the first crisis pamphlet give some indication of the basis for the comment of Joel Barlow, a contemporary American poet who served as minister to France under Madison, that the great American cause owed as much to the pen of Paine as to the sword of Washington. Morale was at a low ebb when Paine started the Crisis series. From August to December 1776 the Americans had suffered defeats, retreats, and desertions. Congress had fled to Baltimore. Washington's freezing soldiers were retreating across New Jersey. Paine, who was accompanying them, gauged the mood and the need correctly, when, without false optimism, he wrote the now famous lines: "These are the times that try men's souls, the summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country, but he that stands it now, deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered, yet we have this conclusion with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph." Washington had the pamphlet read aloud to every army detachment. A few nights later the army made the icy crossing of the Delaware that has been immortalized in painting and story, and won the victory at Trenton that began to turn the tide. 96. Acknowledgements of the tremendous role played by Paine in mobilizing sentiment for the revolution have been plentiful from his enemies as well as his friends, and from all the leaders of the colonial struggle as well as historians since. But few give a rounded picture of his activity in the revolution. In July 1776 Paine joined the army as volunteer secretary to General Roberto, commander of the flying camp, an outfit that moved quickly to trouble spots where it was needed. From there Paine went to the army of General Nathaniel Greene as volunteer aide-de-camp. In January 1777 Paine was appointed secretary of a commission to negotiate with the Indians in eastern Pennsylvania. His activities in Pennsylvania and around the Continental Congress continued throughout the war and were by no means limited to legal and official bodies. He served, for example, on the Committee of Inspection, a price control committee formed at a mass meeting in Philadelphia on May 27, 1779, to deal with merchants, innkeepers, and others engaging in war profiteering at the expense of the public. As W.E. Woodward puts it in his biography of Paine, the committee had no legal standing, but it proposed to accomplish its ends by popular pressure, or by force, if necessary. In April 1776 he was elected secretary of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, formerly the Committee on Secret Correspondence, but was induced to resign on January 9, 1779, after he had exposed what he considered shady dealings by certain individuals in some of the secret diplomacy involved in securing French aid for the Revolution. When Philadelphia was about to be attacked by the British in September 1777, Paine was convinced the city could be saved if the citizens were called out, fully informed on the military situation, and mobilized to build barricades and prepare for street fighting. Paine went to General Mifflin, who was then in the city, with his proposal, asking Mifflin, in his own words, if 2,000 or 3,000 men could be mustered up whether we might depend on him to command them, for without someone to lead, nothing could be done. He declined that part, not being then very well, but promised what assistance he could. A few hours after this the alarm happened. I went to General Mifflin but he had set off, and nothing was done. I cannot help being of the opinion that the city might have been saved. In 1779 Paine's chronic poverty was in a particularly acute 97 stage, but within 6 months of his election as clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly in November, he contributed $500 of his annual salary to head a subscription list for the relief of the army. The funds raised were used to establish the Bank of Pennsylvania to provide for the army's needs. Paine resigned his post in November 1780 and went on a mission to France, seeking aid for the colonies. He returned in August with 2,500,000 livres, but Paine himself was so broke that he had to borrow ferry passage across the Delaware on his way home. Upon the conclusion of the war Paine spent most of his time at his home in Bordentown, New Jersey, working on his inventions. A typical product of the spirit of scientific inquiry of his age, he was preoccupied after the Revolution with the development of his idea for an iron bridge to span the Schuylkill River at Philadelphia. He also worked on a planing machine, a new type of crane, an improved carriage wheel, and smokeless candles. He corresponded with Franklin, who encouraged him to continue. Paine left for France with his model bridge on April 26, 1787. When he returned to America 15 years later, revolutionary sentiment had so far abated that he was much too radical for his former colleagues. He was now a pariah where he had been a hero. He still had some friends, but persons were publicly discriminated against for holding to his views. Jefferson, however, invited him to stay for a while at the Executive Mansion, and he did. An attempt to murder Paine was made at his home in New Rochelle, New York, on Christmas Eve 1804. Though he suspected Christopher Derrick, a local laborer, this revolutionist, who exalted objectivity and abhorred personal vindictiveness, refused to press charges. In January 1805 Paine went to New York City to live. He and his admirers continued to be victimized for his views. When he went to vote in New Rochelle on election day 1806, the witch hunters of his time got in their final blow. They charged that the man who had lived for nothing but the American cause and the spreading of its principles to Europe was an alien, and denied him the ballot. When Paine died on June 8, 1809, after a prolonged illness, at 59 Grove Street, New York City, he had been reduced to almost complete friendlessness. The only attendants at his funeral in New Rochelle were a Quaker watchmaker, Friends from France. 98. Mrs. Bonneville and her 2 sons and 2 Negro pallbearers. The man's significance and his ideas remain, but they cannot be fully appreciated on the basis of his role in the American Revolution alone. Paine was not a narrow patriot in the modern sense, he was a principled revolutionist first. When he went to France, and then England, after American independence was established, he continued to champion the struggles against the ancient order in those countries as wholeheartedly as he had the American cause. "Where liberty is not, there is my country," he is said to have declaimed at his departure from America. During his stay in England he was the guest of Edmund Burke and other Whig leaders for a period, while they were trying to court favorable trade relations with America. But their friendship cooled when they found him unsympathetic to their proposals. Paine arrived in Paris in 1789, when the French Revolution was underway. Lafayette gave Paine the key to the Bastille as a token of esteem for George Washington, symbol of the American Revolution. When the French Revolution was viciously attacked and the divine right of kings upheld by Burke in his Reflections, published in 1790, Paine took up his pen again in defense of revolution, and wrote an answer, Part I of the Rights of Man. It was approved by the English Society for Promoting Constitutional Knowledge and other democratic groups, but created a considerable controversy not only in England, but in America as well. Jefferson, Madison, and Randolph commended it, and Jefferson sent it to an American printer. In July 1791 Paine was a prime mover in the organization of the Republican Society, which aimed at the overthrow of monarchy and establishment of a French republic. At the time, many who were later to become Jacobins were still hesitant about advocating the abolition of monarchy, but the Republican Society placarized Paris with a manifesto written by Paine demanding the abdication of the king and elimination of the office. In November of the same year, back in London, Paine was guest of honor at the annual dinner of the Revolution Society, formed to commemorate the English Revolution of 1688. There he made a speech toasting the revolution of the world, the first man to raise that slogan, according to some historians. His remarks were noted and added to his dossier by the British government, which was preparing to arrest him for sedition. Part 2 of the Rights of Man was a continuation of the attack on monarchy and aristocracy, and was dedicated to Lafayette. Its 99. Publication early in 1792 evoked a veritable lynch campaign against Paine in England. Burke's supporters instigated public protest meetings, book burnings of the Rights of Man, and the distribution of medallions bearing slogans like "The End of Paine," "The Wrongs of Man," and "We Dance, Paine Swings." Paine's publisher was arrested for printing seditious literature, and the legal sale of the book was stopped by royal proclamation. Black market sales continued. Paine fought the attack on his writings, distributing free copies of the Rights and encouraging his supporters to stand up for his ideas at meetings called to incite feeling against them. Meanwhile, the book was translated into French and widely acclaimed throughout France. In August 1792 the French Assembly conferred the honorary title of citizen on him, and 4 departments elected him to represent them in the National Convention. Consequently, when the English issued a warrant for his arrest, he left for France. He was found guilty of high treason in England in his absence. In France, Paine participated in the convention with the Girondists. He was selected in October to help draft the Constitution, but he incurred popular disfavor when he attempted to save the life of the king by urging banishment instead of death, and was eventually expelled from the convention in December 1793. Paine was arrested by order of the Committee of Public Safety in January 1794. Through the machinations of the American representative in France at the time, his old enemy, the arch-conservative Gouverneur Morris, Paine was disclaimed as an American citizen and kept in prison. Only when Morris was finally recalled at the request of the French, and replaced with James Monroe, was Paine released. He remained in France, living with Monroe while completing Age of Reason, an attack on the Bible and organized religion and an exposition of his deist views. Later, when he was living with the editor and publisher, Nicholas Bonneville, Paine was approached by Bonaparte about the prospect of leading a liberating army in an invasion of England. The project did not materialize, but 7 years later, in 1804, Paine wrote a letter to the people of England on the invasion of England in which he still favored the idea, which was again being discussed, as the intention of the expedition was to give the people of England an opportunity of forming a government for themselves, and thereby bring about peace. 100. The world revolutionist had considerable difficulty in getting back to America, since Britain ruled the seas and he was a marked man. In March 1801, Jefferson, then president, wrote Paine that a frigate would pick him up. Jefferson was attacked for this in America, and Paine declined the offer to save his friend further difficulties on this score. When the war between England and France ended, so that French ships were no longer liable to attack, Paine sailed for the United States, arriving October 30, 1802. His active participation in the British and French revolutionary movements was at an end, but he continued to write pamphlets and letters, such as the letter to the English people mentioned above, and a series of letters to the citizens of the United States, attacking the Federalists. Paine was reviled by his contemporary opponents and misrepresented by later writers who repeated their slanders, and has been inadequately or falsely depicted also by the modern liberals who have claimed to rehabilitate him. Of his contemporaries, the British opponents of American independence would, under ordinary circumstances, be the least important since their bias is clear. But many of Paine's anti-democratic attackers on this side of the Atlantic could find nothing better to base their slanders on than the interested political hack jobs written by professional propagandists of the British Crown, and therefore it is necessary to trace such slanders to their source. Two of the earliest hatchet jobs done on Paine were biographies written by Francis Oldies, A.M., who was actually George Chalmers, a London government clerk, and James Cheetham, an Englishman who came to America to edit an anti-democratic newspaper. Chalmers's book was published in the heat of the controversy between Burke and Paine over the French Revolution. But Paine's revolutionary ideas made him the butt of equally vicious attacks in America. John Adams, for example, labeled him the filthy Tom Paine, an epithet that has been continued through modern times. The New England Palladium called Paine a lying, drunken, brutal infidel, who rejoiced in the opportunity of basking and wallowing in the confusion, bloodshed, rapine, and murder in which his soul delights. A more recent example of how the early slanders affected his reputation is the fact that Paine's name was voted down for the 101 Hall of Fame, where other revolutionary leaders are honored. Theodore Roosevelt referred to him as a filthy little atheist, and as late as 1942 the Fairmount Park Commission of Philadelphia refused to permit the erection of a statue to Paine because of his reputed religious views. Paine has not fared so well at the hands of the school of objective historians or the liberals either. Curtis P. Nettles of Cornell University, in The Roots of American Civilization, 1946, stigmatizes Paine as a restless English adventurer in radicalism and idealism. W. E. Woodward, in Tom Paine, America's Godfather, 1945, finds it necessary to deprive him of lasting significance by stating that Paine was not a radical within the meaning of that term as it is used today. He was an individualist. John C. Miller, in Triumph of Freedom, 1775–1783, 1948, says that Paine reversed his line of criticism of the French government before the revolution in that country, accepting a bribe in the form of an offer to serve as paid propagandist for France in America. Paine answered that old slander himself. Miller adds that Paine's irreligion was so bad that Sam Adams had to rebuke him for contributing to the depravity of the younger generation. James Truslow Adams, in Revolutionary New England, 1691–1776, 1941, repeats the condescending characterization of common sense, crude and coarse as it was written in words of power. Probably the best of the liberal treatments of Paine is that of Charles and Mary Beard in The Rise of American Civilization, which, though sketchy, gives some indication of Paine's principled consistency as an outstanding product of his times, as one who played an important part in helping shape revolutionary thinking, and as a courageous fighter whose plebeian insight gave his writing a force that none of the superficial or apologetic defenders of the propertied classes could equal. Paine was in the vanguard of the progressive bourgeois revolution of his day. Influenced by the classical political economists such as A. Ferguson and Adam Smith, and by the philosophy of natural rights, he was well equipped to attack and refute the apologists for the status quo like Burke. In The Rights of Man and Other Works, Paine expressed the same logic and concreteness in his approach to labor as on other questions. Several laws are in existence for regulating and limiting workmen's wages, he wrote. Why not leave them as 102. Free to make their own bargains, as lawmakers are to let their farms and houses. Paine opposed monarchy, slavery, poverty, organized religion and the Bible, and the unequal status of women. He was an advocate of universal education, reform of criminal law, pensions for the aged and other social security measures, reduction of armaments, and universal peace. But Paine was no meek pacifist. In writing on his proposal for reduction of armaments, he said that if others should refuse to disarm, he would take up his musket and thank God for giving him the strength to do so. Moreover, his enlistment in the colonial army and his whole life of revolutionary activity belie the picture some historians paint of him as a Quaker pacifist. The explanation for the popularity of his writings, their broad mass appeal, is undoubtedly to be found in the fact that, of all the American revolutionary leaders and writers, he was one who by his origin, background, and way of life represented the plebeian masses and consequently could give more content to the democratic slogans and ideas of the time. His popularity with the masses was based on his democratic convictions. Sam Adams, the chief organizer of the first American Revolution, also drew his strength from reliance on the masses. That Paine was in contact with and worked closely with Adams is indicated in the following quotation from a letter to Adams dated January 1, 1803. I am obliged to you for your affectionate remembrance of what you style my services in awakening the public mind to a declaration of independence, and supporting it after it was declared. I also, like you, have often looked back on those times, and have thought that if independence had not been declared at the time it was, the public mind could not have been brought up to it afterwards. It will immediately occur to you, who were so intimately acquainted to the black times of '76, for though I know, and you my friend also know, they were no other than the natural consequences of the military blunders of that campaign, the country might have viewed them as the natural inability to support its cause against the enemy, and have sunk under the despondency of that misconceived idea. This was the impression against which it was necessary that the country should be strongly animated. Paine's view of himself and the revolution was clearly stated in another article. Upon arriving in America, he wrote, I had no thought of independence or of arms. The world could not then. 103. Have persuaded me that I should be either a soldier or an author. If I had any talents for either, they were buried in me, and might ever have continued so, had not the necessity of the times dragged and driven them into action. But Paine's talents as a soldier and author were based on still another quality: he was a revolutionary thinker, honest, courageous, and prepared to go to the root of things. As he put it, when precedents fail to assist us, we must return to the first principles of things for information, and think as if we were the first men that thought. That was Tom Paine, revolutionist. Mercy Otis Warren, mother of the American Revolution. Diane Feely, 1975. As Mary Beard showed in her book Women as a Force in History, the contributions of women in American history have been either ridiculed or ignored by the textbooks. But in fact women have participated in every movement for social change in U.S. history, beginning with the struggle for American independence. Several years before the Boston Tea Party, women formed anti-tea leagues and effectively boycotted British tea. And during the war, some women took up arms against the king. Perhaps the most important woman of the American Revolution was Mercy Otis Warren. Although she never left New England and never attended school, Warren was as much the mother of the American Revolution as Samuel Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and Thomas Paine were its fathers. Elizabeth Ellet, in her 3-volume work Women of the American Revolution, states unequivocally, the name of Mercy Warren belongs to American history. In influence she exercised, she was perhaps the most remarkable woman who lived at the Revolutionary period. From the opening battles against British tyranny in the 1760s through the fight for a Bill of Rights in the Constitution, Mercy Otis Warren fought for a complete realization of the democratic ideal. She was the only figure in the American Revolution to write a history of the struggle, and the only one to stand in opposition to the wars against the Native American peoples. She remained an intellectual leader of the radicals in both the pre-revolutionary and post-revolutionary periods. Born in 1728, Mercy Otis grew up in a Republican household in West Barnstable on Cape Cod. Books, journals, and fireside debates were a part of her environment. When her older brother James studied with a clerical uncle in preparation for Harvard. 104. 105. Mercy, for no additional fee, attended all but his Latin and Greek classes. She read Pope, Dryden, Milton, Shakespeare, and Raleigh's History of the World. As a result, she was more knowledgeable about English writers than most Harvard graduates of the period. James Otis went on to study at Harvard for 6 years. At the time, Harvard was a hotbed of radical thought. Sam Adams, for instance, in his commencement speech in 1740, had argued for lawful resistance to the supreme magistrate if necessary. James brought home from Harvard the radical political philosophies he discovered there. Intellectual companions from childhood, Mercy and James shared a common political outlook. He introduced her to the radical writings of John Locke, the British empiricist. Locke argued that a government's power ultimately rested in its citizens. Whenever the agreement between the ruler and ruled broke down, the people had a right to replace the government. Mercy Otis married James Warren, a former classmate of her brother's, when she was 26. For a New England woman of her time, Mercy married much later than the average. By way of contrast, Abigail Smith Adams, who also had a long engagement, was married at 20. James Warren, like Mercy, came from a family of farmer merchants and Republicans. Upon her marriage, Mercy went to live in Plymouth, about 25 miles from her birthplace. The friendship that formed the basis of the Warren marriage was reflected in their lengthy correspondence during the Revolutionary War. In Plymouth she raised 5 boys, and set down her thoughts in poetry and in her letters. Her writings grew out of daily experiences. The poems were often descriptions of the New England countryside. Her correspondence with Abigail Adams, which was to continue for over 50 years, dates from this period. Despite the political differences that developed between the two after the Revolution, the women formed a friendship that one biographer has compared to the deep bond of sisterhood between Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton. By 1760, James Otis had resigned his position as the King's Advocate in Boston in order to argue against the imposition of the writs of assistance. These writs permitted customs officers to enter a home or business to search for illegal goods. Bystanders were charged with aiding the officers in carrying out the King's 106 orders. Otis's historic speech against this invasion of civil liberties introduced into American history the slogan "Taxation without representation is tyranny." The early historian Tyler has characterized this moment as the prologue of the Revolution. John Adams, who sat in the courtroom taking notes, later wrote, "Otis was a flame of fire. Every man of an immense crowded audience appeared to me to go away as I did, ready to take arms against writs of assistance." Then and there was the first scene of the first act of the opposition to the arbitrary claims of Great Britain. Then and there, the child independence was born. From the time of that speech in 1761 until his brutal beating in a Tory tavern almost a decade later, James Otis was the leader of the radicals. His enemies judged him one of the most effective orators of his day. But even more important than his pamphlets or his agitational speeches was the organization he and Sam Adams gathered around them. This team of revolutionaries, which was to provide the political leadership of the American Revolution, included Sam Adams, Dr. Joseph Warren, John Adams, J.A.M.E.S. Warren, and Mercy Otis Warren. The physical attack on Otis in 1769 removed him from the public arena, although he co-authored a pamphlet with Sam Adams as late as 1771 and chaired the first Boston meeting of the Committee of Correspondence. Although Mercy Warren did not challenge the custom of the time that a woman should not appear in a public gathering and speak, she did challenge other customs. She participated in the private political discussions within the radical circles, something that Abigail Adams never did. In the early 1770s, the Warren household in Plymouth became a weekend caucus club for revolutionaries. As Mercy Otis Warren wrote, by the Plymouth fireside were many political plans originated, discussed, and digested. Among these was the idea of setting up a network to maintain communication among the radical centers in the various colonies. This network took the form of democratically elected bodies that became known as the Committees of Correspondence. By 1772 they were functioning throughout the colonies. When the Revolution came, it was these committees that in fact organized the militia, levied taxes, and became the basis of the new government. Practically all historians, including Mercy herself, 107, assign credit for conceiving the organizational plan to James Warren. But at the very least, idea was the result of the collaboration that characterized the Warren household. In 1772 an anonymous play, The Adulator, a Tragedy, appeared in the Massachusetts Spy. As many revolutionaries and most women of the period did, Mercy Otis Warren published all of her plays anonymously. This play satirized the colonial administration. Although the characters bore the names Rapatio, Haslerod, and Meagher, everyone in the colony knew them to be Governor Thomas Hutchinson and his relatives. Standing in opposition to these haughty men were the Patriots, Brutus, James Otis, and Cassius, Sam Adams. The following year she wrote a sequel to this popular play, entitled The Defeat. Rapatio, again a central character, explains how he intends to pay for his household improvements with the colony's taxes. The plays, based on actual events, were not meant to be performed in Puritan New England, but to be read. Mercy never saw a play in her entire lifetime. Her knowledge of the theater came from reading Shakespeare. As popular exposes of colonial rule, the plays helped to ignite the stubborn spirit of defiance necessary to the Revolution. In A Study of Dissent, C. Harvey Gardner attributes the creation of the climate of opinion that led to the Boston Tea Party to Warren's plays. They spread rapidly throughout the New England area and their characters' names became widely familiar. Sam Adams, referring to Governor Hutchinson in a letter, found it quite natural to write, Rapatio is now gone to Middleborough to consult with his brother Haslerod. Mercy wrote a popular account of the Boston Tea Party at the suggestion of John Adams, who thought her partisan writing has no equal that I know of in this country. The resulting poem, The Squabble of the Sea Nymphs, was printed on the front page of the Boston Gazette. All 7 of Mercy Otis Warren's plays are primarily political and openly take the side of revolution. She was the first playwright to portray women as revolutionaries. In The Ladies of Castile, which was written after the war, the character of Marcia appropriates the treasury of the Catholic Church in order to pay the people's militia. Warren's partisan writing was often claimed by others, and it is only recently that the ribald plays portraying cursing British soldiers have been finally attributed to her. When another author, 108, attempted to take credit for the group, she asked John Adams to state that he knew the play to be hers. This was already after the turn of the century, but in spite of his advanced age Adams made a trip to the Boston Library, where he wrote a statement in the flyleaf. Opposite the list of characters he set down the names of the people they represented. After the Battle of Bunker Hill in 1775 James Warren became president of the Provincial Congress. And when George Washington set up headquarters in Watertown, Massachusetts, James was appointed Paymaster General of the Army. He was away from his farm and family for almost the entire length of the war, and Mercy, who was not the excellent farmer that Abigail Adams was, nonetheless had the responsibility of organizing and administering the farm. Mercy was a frequent visitor to the Watertown headquarters. Women played an important role in camp life by organizing meals, nursing, and procuring supplies, none of which were centrally organized. Some women came to the camp as refugees from British-occupied areas, others such as Margaret Corbin and Margaret Ludwig accompanied their husbands to war. These women carried water, washed clothes, nursed, cooked, loaded the guns, and participated in the fighting. Because of her role as financial head of the household, James Warren's salary did not even cover his own expenses, much less those of the family. Mercy could not stay in camp. Yet she was not as confined to her house as Abigail and Elizabeth Adams were. When the Continental Army first occupied Boston, Mercy rode into the city to observe the scene firsthand. The British had been routed. Women, children, soldiers, sailors, governors, councillors, flatterers, statesmen, and pimps huddled promiscuously either in fishing boats or royal barks, whichever offered the first means of escape to the panic-stricken multitude. She was to use this concrete knowledge in The Blockheads, a three-act play which portrays General Gage's soldiers while they are holed up in Boston under the American siege. The dialogue is faithful to the soldiers' language, whereas her characters usually spoke a more refined tongue. At one point in the play, a British soldier confesses his plight: "I would rather shit my britches than go without these forts to ease myself." The Blockheads was written after the city had been retaken by the British under General Burgoyne and was a spirited polemical reply to the intellectual general's skit The Blockade of Boston. 109. Although there are no surviving copies of the play by Gentleman Johnny, by all accounts it was written to ridicule the American forces. Mercy joined pens with Burgoyne and evidently bested him in his own chosen medium. Burgoyne's military success, however, meant an important setback for General Washington's army, stationed at Valley Forge. From the reports Mercy received from Boston, she learned that pro-British sympathizers had come out of hiding. Nothing could anger Mercy and her friends more than the American-born who sided with the British. Writing to James Warren in early 1778, she observed, "Burgoyne's troops supplied with arms, our own army without clothes, without provisions, and without tents, many of them deserting to the enemy and others on the border of mutiny. We have 2 British transports now in the harbor. Another of our people went on board yesterday and returned mightily pleased with the civility and the presents they received. What a weakness!" At the end of 1779 Mercy published The Motley Assembly, a play into which she heaped all of her scorn for the Americans who did not support the Revolution. She ridiculed the wealthy Boston merchants who were willing to subordinate the Revolution's needs to their own profits. As the war ended, James Warren was relieved of his duties. Returning home with no thought of running for political office, he found himself once more in the role of citizen farmer. The tremendous burden of the war debts was placed precisely on the farmer, which led to spontaneous acts of rebellion. Some of the revolutionary leaders, John Adams, for example, viewed the farmers' uprisings with dismay and denounced such actions as Shays's rebellion. Mercy and James Warren, on the other hand, did not place themselves in opposition to the distraught farmers. They decried the injustice of the debtors' prisons and they were disgusted by the land speculation that followed the war. Both felt that the Boston merchant class had not paid its financial obligations to the Revolution. They even saw one of their own sons, Winslow, sent to debtors' prison, and saw their eldest son, James, return from 5 years of war crippled and despondent. Mercy Otis Warren feared the growing influence of the Boston merchant class and saw the Army Officers' Society of the Cincinnati, a hereditary secret organization, as a possible breeding ground for an American aristocracy, although some of 110 her closest friends, including John and Abigail Adams, did not share her fears. From the earliest days of her marriage, Mercy Otis Warren had kept in touch with radicals through her correspondence. One of her correspondents was Catherine Sawbridge Macaulay, a British citizen who had supported the American side in the War of Independence. Macaulay, who is credited with being the first woman historian, wrote an 8-volume history of England. It became a Republican classic. Her vigorous defense of civil liberties in America, however, was too radical for the Whigs. Catherine Sawbridge Macaulay was further ostracized for committing a still greater social crime, marrying a younger man. When Mercy Warren received the news of how spiteful the English press had been upon learning that Catherine at 47 had married a man of 21, she angrily responded. Doubtless, that lady's independency of spirit led her to suppose she might associate for the remainder of her life with an inoffensive, obliging youth with the same impunity a gentleman of 70 might marry a damsel of 15. When Catherine Sawbridge Macaulay came to the United States in 1785, she and her husband were guests in the Warren household. For nearly the next 20 years of her life, Mercy Warren's major preoccupation was to be the preparation of her history of the rise, progress, and termination of the American Revolution, interspersed with biographical and moral observations. But there was still one more political fight ahead. From the outbreak of Shays's Rebellion in 1786 until the adoption of the Constitution of the United States 3 years later, Mercy Otis Warren once more undertook to organize in defense of the American Revolution. Along with James Warren and Elbridge Gerry, she opposed a federal constitution that did not guarantee any rights to its citizens. The oppositional pamphlet Observations on the New Constitution, and on the Federal Conventions was published in Boston in 1788 by a Columbian patriot. Traditionally attributed to Gerry, the pamphlet is now accepted as the work of Mercy Otis Warren. By the time the Constitution was drafted, the men of property desired a strong central government that could quell local disturbances such as Shays's Rebellion. Protection of property was uppermost in their minds. As Mercy wrote to her English friend, the Anti-Federalists wish for a union of the states on the free principles of the late Confederation, while the Federalists 111 are for the consolidation of a strong government on any or on new principles, and are for supporting it by force, at the risk of distorting the fairest features in the political face of America. As Mercy Warren outlined in her pamphlet, the Anti-Federalists objected primarily to the lack of democratic guarantees in the Constitution. There was no provision for the right of freedom of the press, the right of conscience, or the right to a trial by jury. The proposed document did not outline basic civil liberties and would not protect the individual from such measures as the odious writs of assistance. In addition, she opposed a standing army as the nursery of vice and the bane of liberty, and noted the lack of well-defined judiciary powers. She did not think that one representative for 30,000 inhabitants provided adequate representation, opposed Congress setting its own salaries, and felt elections should be annual. She called the Electoral College an aristocratic junta, and opposed broad federal powers of taxation. And finally, she commented that the discussion over ratification itself had been too undemocratically organized for the subsequent decision to be an informed and fair one. This page of history has been for the most part passed over. As Charles Beard has pointed out, most historians have been pro-federalist. Beard, on the other hand, reports that in the late 1780s, the debtors everywhere waged war against the Constitution. Of this there is plenty of evidence. The wonder is that they came so near to defeating the Constitution at the polls. While the Federalists vaguely promised the possibility of constitutional amendments, the Anti-Federalists, including James and Mercy Otis Warren, demanded a Bill of Rights. As Mercy put it, the very suggestion that we ought to trust to the precarious hope of amendment and redress, after we have voluntarily fixed the shackles on our own necks, should have awakened us to a double degree of caution. When Thomas Jefferson worked out the Bill of Rights, the Anti-Federalists agreed to support the Constitution. But although Mercy and James Warren supported the Constitution as amended with the Bill of Rights, they were regarded by some as politically suspect. They found themselves estranged from some of their lifelong friends, including John and Abigail Adams, who supported the Federalist position. Just 2 years later, one of the Warrens' sons, Winslow, was 112. Killed in a frontier battle. Mercy had not wanted him to volunteer, and she could not console herself that his death had been for any just cause. Her opposition to the genocidal wars against the Indians was that of a revolutionary who saw American democracy perverted by the ruthless quest for more land. In her diary, she expressed her feelings of revulsion. There the government's poor apologies are lost in the most painful emotions when they recollect their country, involved in an expensive war, the flower of their youth driven into the wilderness to support it, and their sons slaughtered by the hands of savages stimulated to cruelty and revenge by the equally savage and licentious borderers, and not less irritated by the wanton attempt of government to exterminate the simple tribes or drive them from their native inheritance to the most distant boundaries of the continent. By the time her second son died, in 1791, Mercy Otis Warren had completed the major part of her history. Over the next decade the work lay dormant. She did not originally intend to publish it during her lifetime, but with the inauguration of the Jeffersonian era, she set about finishing it and looking for a printer. It was finally published in 1805. After the publication of her history, John Adams and Mercy exchanged a series of 16 letters over her evaluation of him as a revolutionary and as a president. Her judgment of him was severe, although she saw his negotiations with the Dutch during the war as a model of diplomacy. In the end, Elbridge Gerry, a friend of both, worked out a reconciliation, bringing the bitter debate to a close. Although her work is the only history written by a leading American revolutionist of the period, her history never enjoyed popularity. Two histories had appeared before hers, but hers alone outlined the anti-federalist viewpoint. No second edition of these 3 volumes has ever been published, although she left corrections of the first edition for such an eventuality. In contrast to the now popular conception that the American Revolution was supported by a minority, Mercy saw that victory for the Americans was based on the revolution expressing the needs and desires of the vast majority of Americans. She explained the dual power that existed in pre-revolutionary America: the official government appointees, whose authority came from the king, and the growing power of the Continental Congresses and Committees of Safety, whose authority was 113. Based on the allegiance of the masses. At each step in the deepening confrontation between the two social forces, the majority came to see its interests as represented in the new order. For Mercy Otis Warren, the actual military events of the revolution were subordinated to its political history. For that reason she emphasized the importance of public opinion not only in America itself, but also world opinion. By the end of the war, British power sentiment had been eroded by corruption at home, the duration of the unwinnable war, and the discontent in other areas of the British colonies, particularly in Ireland and India. In the David and Goliath fight, at a time when Britain was the strongest military and naval power in the world, the Americans won. The British won the major battles, but lost the ability to conduct the war. Mercy's radicalism, based on her fundamental assumption of equality and her belief in the human capacity to reason, is also reflected in her acceptance of the French Revolution of 1789. Many American radicals shuddered in horror over this event, but she saw it as a logical part of a world process initiated by the American Revolution. For her, the terror of the revolution was the result of centuries of feudal oppression. In 1791 she wrote the introduction to the American edition of Catherine Macaulay's attack upon Edmund Burke for his denunciation of the French Revolution. Although her life spanned nearly a century, from 1728 to 1814, she did not live to see the rise of the American feminist movement. But she saw through the hypocrisy of a society built upon a double standard. She protested the secondary status accorded to women, particularly in the area of education. It is my opinion that that part of the human species who think nature has given them the superiority over the other mistake their own happiness when they neglect the culture of reason in their daughters, while they take all possible methods of improving it in their sons. Speaking of men, she said, they have the opportunities of gratifying their inquisitive humor to the utmost in the great school of the world, while we are confined to the narrow circle of domestic affairs. She protested against the fact that a woman had no property by symbolically bequeathing to a son the copyright of her book as the only thing she could properly call her own, though, of course, even that did not legally belong to her, but to her husband. 114. One of her sons remarked that he had read Lord Chesterfield's letters to his son. First published in 177. 4, these letters attempt witty and elegant observations on the manners of a man of the world. Mercy replied to her son with praise for Chesterfield's style, but with contempt for his cynicism toward women. I believe in this age of refinement and philosophy, few men indulge a peculiar asperity, disgust, or raillery at the sex in general, but such as have been unfortunate in their acquaintance, or soured by disappointment. It has been asserted by one of his biographers that he was never known to be successful in any of his gallantries except that which brought Mr. Stanhope into the world. I have ever considered human nature as the same in both sexes. Like her friend Abigail Adams, Mercy Otis Warren never had the opportunity to attend school. Nonetheless, she became one of the intellectual leaders of the 18th century, playing a significant role in the fight for democratic rights before, during, and after the American Revolution. Her accomplishments are all the more remarkable given that she was also responsible for the upbringing and education of 5 children and that she lived in an era generally hostile to the literary and political accomplishments of women. Class forces in the American Revolution. Harry Frankel, 1946. The American Revolution was directed and its fruits were harvested by a coalition of 2 classes, the budding northern bourgeoisie and the southern landowning aristocracy. For 3/4 of a century thereafter, the evolution of these 2 classes and their mutual relations were to determine, to a major degree, the course of American history. Their struggles were to cut the main channels in which events would flow. These 2 classes were particular and special types of the landowning and bourgeois classes. They were planted on the shores of a rich and vast continent by an already developed Western European civilization. They had no feudal antecedents in this country. Nor did they find it necessary to recapitulate the European stages in the course of their growth. The hitherto unprecedented conditions created an American social structure with a minimum of excess baggage in the form of feudal rubbish. The dead hand of the past lay lightly on the American brow. A society of exceptional vigor and directness was developed. The differences between the North and South, which led to the development of differing social structures with dissimilar ruling classes, were accentuated by the natural conditions encountered by the early settlers. The Appalachian Range, which for 2 centuries delimited the field of the colonists, forms an angle with the Atlantic coastline, the intersection of which is in the north. Thus the further south one proceeds, the broader is the alluvial belt so necessary for staple crop cultivation. In the north, where the mountains lie close to the coast, the fall line of the rivers is correspondingly close. Thus the rivers and streams of New England are navigable for only a short distance from their mouths. The New England settlements hugged the coast, and 115. 116. Such agricultural produce as was raised in the interior was not too readily floated to market. The southern states, quite the opposite, possessed a vast agricultural domain within the belt allotted to them by the Atlantic and Appalachian boundaries. Broad rivers, navigable even by ocean-going vessels for a long distance into the interior, were provided by nature as future arteries of commerce. The preconditions for a land of great plantations were ready and waiting. A cheap labor supply, an easily cultivated crop, and a ready market were all that were required for the establishment of the plantation system. The first was provided partly by indentured servants but primarily by Negro slavery. The planters found the second in tobacco. And in the growing addiction of Europe to the new habit of smoking, the planters found their market. Thus by the beginning of the 18th century a plantation system resting primarily, in fact almost exclusively, on tobacco was dominant throughout Virginia and Maryland. In South Carolina and Georgia, the same system, resting upon rice as the chief staple, was prevalent. Around 1750, indigo was introduced into these 2 states, and soon ran rice a close second. To the cultivation of rice, tobacco, and indigo, North Carolina added the large-scale export of lumber and naval stores. The plantations were huge in area, their owners were powerful, and towns were small and unimportant. The political hegemony, under these conditions, fell to the plantation owners. This ruling class was a blood cousin to the landowning classes of all history, and yet it possessed certain peculiarities which were to give it great revolutionary significance in American history. In the first place, it possessed no feudal history. The feudal restrictions on land tenure were slight, only such as the British aristocracy and its American allies could impose from afar. Even these remnants of feudalism were to be swept away by the Revolution. Secondly, the Southern plantation owner was a producer for the world market from the very first. His economic position thus gave to his interests and activities a more cosmopolitan cast than is common in landowning classes. True, he could not rival in this respect the merchant of a busy New England port. And yet, throughout the South, ocean-going vessels tied up at the private docks of planters whose lands lay on the broad rivers, and the news of the world was at their front doors. A third peculiarity of the Southern agricultural ruling class carried the most revolutionary potentialities. While they raised 11.7. the crops themselves, the planters did not market them. The produce of the South was marketed by British merchants, whose agents and factors were concentrated in the coastal towns. Here the difference between New England and the South can be clearly seen. In the North, 3/4 of the trade that passed through the ports was handled by American-owned ships and 1/4 by British. In the South, on the other hand, only 1/4 of the trade was carried in American bottoms. The proportion was exactly reversed. The planters' plight. How was it possible that the Southern planters allowed themselves to be imprisoned in a cell whose key was held only by the British merchants? The answer is simple: it lay in the limitation of the planters by law to the British market only. And the British merchants drove a hard bargain. The English duties on tobacco were from 4 to 6 times its selling price in America at the end of the 17th century. By 1760 they had risen as high as 15 times the value of the tobacco, and although a large part or even all of the duty was remitted when the tobacco was re-exported to Europe, the planters had small comfort from this, since the benefit of it went to the English merchants and bankers. The results of this system are fully explained by Jefferson, who, being himself a planter in the Piedmont or upland region of Virginia, was in a position to know. Virginia certainly owed £2 million to Great Britain at the conclusion of the war. Some have conjectured the debt as high as £3 millions. This is ascribed to the peculiarities in the tobacco trade. The advantages made by the British merchants on the tobacco consigned to them were so enormous, that they spared no means of increasing those consignments. A powerful engine for this purpose was the giving good prices and credit, till they got him more immersed in debt than he could pay, without selling his lands or slaves. Then they reduced the prices given him for his tobacco, so that let his shipments be ever so great, and his demand of necessaries ever so economical, they never permitted him to clear off his debt. These debts had become hereditary from father to son, for many generations, so that the planters were a species of property, annexed to certain mercantile houses in London. In this paragraph Jefferson reveals more of the springs of revolutionary action in his class than in the whole Declaration of 118. Independence. The planters were a species of property annexed to certain mercantile houses in London. They got him more immersed in debt than he could pay. They never permitted him to clear off his debt. The superior position of the British merchant, with his access to Parliament where he could make the laws for the colonies, was utilized to the fullest. The more the planters produced, the deeper in debt they found themselves. Throughout the first 3/4 of the 18th century, the price of tobacco was steadily lowered by the British merchants. The import duties in Britain, to which all tobacco had to go, rose. Even the most prosperous of planters sank into debt. We find Washington, the richest planter in the colonies and highly esteemed for his astuteness in managing the affairs of his plantation, writing to London for extension of credit, and explaining that he was far in arrears because of bad crops for 3 years. When, after 1763, the revolutionary disturbances began and the British merchants took alarm and began to tighten their credit, the southern planters were put in an almost inextricable position. Is it any wonder that they took the revolutionary road, risking thereon our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor? Without a sharp turn in the situation, their fortunes and their sacred honor were virtually forfeit, and what good is life to a landowning gentleman deprived of these? Nor was this the only condition under which the planters suffered. Certain royal restrictions on the ready acquisition of western lands were very irksome to them as well as to the smaller farmers of the uplands. As we have seen, the planters were constantly under the imperative necessity of increasing the area of land under cultivation, in order to increase the size of their shipments of tobacco. In addition, the wasteful one-crop cultivation exhausted the soil and made movement westward the chief recourse of the planter. The crown restrictions hung heavily on them. This was the basis upon which arose the struggle between the crown and its royal governors together with their ally seaboard planters dependent on the king's favor, agents and factors in the coastal towns on the one side, and the planters and smaller farmers of the interior on the other. Like debtors in all ages, the planters sought a widening of the credit base and a paper money inflation to ease their situation. The colonial legislatures, for example the House of Burgesses in Virginia, would pass debt-canceling laws and were answered with debt. 119. Protecting laws passed by the British Parliament. The provincial governor would exercise the royal veto power to nullify the laws of the legislature, whereupon they promptly retaliated by withdrawing his salary. As the governor's funds ran out, his attitude was relaxed proportionally, and the legislature would carry a point. No sooner was his salary restored than he revoked the laws and the duel began anew. It was this that prompted the colonial hatred of the Stamp Act, not so much the hardship of paying it as the fact that the royal governors were to be paid out of its proceeds, thus making them independent of the legislatures. Thus grew up several generations of planters whose political lines circled around the axis of opposition to the British government. The young scions of families like the Masons, the Pendletons, the Henrys, the Randolphs, the Jeffersons, sent to William and Mary or across the ocean to Oxford or Cambridge, studied avidly the revolutionary doctrines with which the English bourgeoisie had justified its revolution. Seizing upon the teachings of Coke in jurisprudence, of Sidney and Locke in politics and government, they applied them readily to their own situation. An intellectual climate of revolt accompanied the material acts of the struggle. The commercial bourgeoisie, concentrated primarily in the northern states, was situated quite differently. Up until 1763 the British mercantilist theory was laxly applied. Despite minor restrictions on their activities, the preceding century had been a golden age for the merchant class. If New England was hampered by natural conditions insofar as agriculture was concerned, other natural advantages compensated, as later events showed, more than compensated for the deficiency. The coastline provided abundant natural harbors. On its shores grew a supply of excellent shipbuilding timber which extended almost to the water's edge. The rivers, though they were not navigable, possessed in return many falls, excellent providers of motive power for machinery. The great Newfoundland banks furnished endless fisheries, and the whaling grounds of the North Atlantic were close at hand. The prerequisites for a maritime and commercial society were present, and were assisted by the poor agricultural prospects which drove capital to sea. The impression that agriculture was minor would be erroneous. 9/10 of the population of the colonies as a whole were 120 engaged in agriculture, and even in New England a majority pursued that chief occupation. But the conditions of agriculture, the poor soil, the many natural obstacles, were such as to discourage the investment of large amounts of capital in the tilling of land. Holdings were in small parcels, and agriculture was carried on by small farmers. Large urban centers such as Boston and Newport carried the major political weight, and in them the merchant bourgeoisie held the scepter of power. This merchant class prospered within the framework of the British system. Under the Navigation Act of 1660, the colonial carrying trade was monopolized by British and colonial shipping. Naturally, the shipbuilding industry boomed, and the conditions for this trade were so favorable that soon vessels could be constructed more cheaply in New England than anywhere in Europe. Oak ships which cost $50 a ton in Europe could be built for $34 a ton in America. Building on the basis of this industry, and on the profitable fisheries, the merchants of New England rapidly constructed a vast carrying trade that encircled the globe. None too particular about how they established their fortunes, the stern Puritan captains built the lucrative trade that was based on molasses, rum, and slaves. When the 7 Years' War broke out and the colonies joined Britain in the effort to drive out the French, the merchants did not, despite their avowals of patriotism, shrink from supplying the enemy with foodstuffs at a heavy profit. Through energy, frugality, and unscrupulousness they built the wealth and power of the merchant class, the forerunner of the modern bourgeoisie. Thus they prospered under the British system and therefore they acquiesced in it. True, the restrictions on manufactures pinched here and there, but manufactures were a minor interest of the bourgeoisie at that time, and it is doubtful that they would have grown much more rapidly than they did had the restrictions been removed. True also, the laws of Parliament protecting credit were aimed at American debtors of the London merchants and bankers. But these laws also operated to provide excellent credit terms for the American merchants. Just as American capital poured into Germany after World War I when it was under close financial supervision by the Allies, so too British capital was freely provided for American merchants when the British creditors knew that their loans were protected by legislation. In 121. Edition, the American merchantmen that roamed the world could feel secure in the protection of the Royal Navy. The year 1763 marked the turning point in the relations of the British ruling class and the Yankee merchants. In that year the British concluded the Treaty of Paris, which formalized the surrender of the French and their expulsion from America. Turning from that task, the British ministry prepared to deal with its ally, the colonial mercantile class, soon to become a more formidable rival than the recently defeated foe. The British had been incensed by the commercial relations of New England with the enemy. In addition, the conclusion of the war left them with the enormously swollen national debt of £147 million, the war having added £70 million to the already huge deficit. And what better place to find the money than in the colonies? In 1764, the measures designed for this purpose were passed by Parliament. The duty on molasses was reduced, but the intention was declared of beginning to collect it, and forces were provided to back this declaration. Import duties and restrictive acts of all sorts were multiplied, and in the resulting flare-up of opposition the merchants were placed side by side with the planters in the struggle against Britain. It would be incorrect to say that the merchant class had not opposed British rule at all before this time. The antagonism between colony and metropolis had existed from the beginning. The colonists had always looked at the royal governors and other officials, who were sent to America to make their fortunes, as unnecessary leeches. The monopoly of Britain in the American market acted as a sort of tax on the Americans, since prices stood higher than they would have been under freer conditions. These and a host of other petty annoyances had always been resented in the North. But the prosperity of the merchants under the system outweighed the disadvantages and they consented to its continuance. With the destruction of some of the main supporting pillars of the edifice of prosperity, such as the untaxed molasses trade, open and violent opposition began. The merchants extended the hand of friendship to the planters, and in 1765, at the Stamp Act Congress in New York, the alliance was concluded. Lincoln once said that the United States was formed in fact by the Articles of Association in 1774. He might have, with considerably more accuracy, placed the date 9 years earlier, when the coalition between merchant and planter was made. 122. The role of the workers. When the planters and merchants sat down to organize the opposition to Britain, they found an unwelcome guest at the table and even more noticeably in the streets of all their large cities. The interloper was the group known as the Radicals. 5 cities of pre-revolutionary times exceeded 8,000 inhabitants: Philadelphia, Boston, New York, and Newport in the New England and Middle Colonies, and Charleston in the South. Others, such as Baltimore and Albany, though not so large, were of considerable size for that day. These cities were the scene of action for another coalition of classes not yet mentioned in this summary. Here were the small shopkeepers, the independent artisans, the mechanics, and the laborers. Sections of the petty bourgeoisie and the forerunners of the modern proletariat went to make up that urban mass so succinctly described by the French as sans-culottes. This section of the population was doubly oppressed. They suffered from the despotism of the British as well as from the exploitation of their home bourgeoisie. With the unerring acuteness that they have always displayed in historical situations of this sort, the masses recognized the former as their main enemy. 2 extracts from letters appearing in the Pennsylvania Gazette upon the occasion of the Tea Act of 1773, signed by a mechanic, which the author may or may not have been, will serve to give an idea of the reasoning which governed the attitude of the workers. They, the British, will send their own factors and creatures, establish houses among us, ship us all other East India goods, and in order to full freight their ships, take in other kind of goods at under freight, or, more probably, ship them on their own accounts to their own factors, and undersell our merchants, till they monopolize the whole trade. Thus our merchants are ruined, shipbuilding ceases. They will then sell goods at any exorbitant price. Our artificers will be unemployed, and every tradesman will groan under dire oppression. Is it not a gross and daring insult to pilfer the trade from the Americans and lodg it in the hands of the East India Co.? It will first most sensibly affect the merchants, but it will also very materially affect every member of the community. Organized in the Sons of Liberty and similar bodies, the shopkeepers and workers formed the active arm of the struggle in 123. The cities. They carried out in the streets, at the wharves and customs houses, and at the homes of well-known Tories, the program of the merchants, often without their approval, sometimes against their violent opposition. So energetic and widespread did their activities become that, to give one example, when a mass meeting for workers was called in Philadelphia by the Radicals in their struggle with the conservative merchants for control of the movement, it was attended by 1,200 mechanics, artisans, and laborers. A huge meeting for those days. Its size can be appreciated when one considers that 5% of the population of Philadelphia was there. The struggle against the Tea Act of 1773 was the high point of the activity of the masses in the cities, especially in Philadelphia and Boston. Later, when the First Continental Congress formed the Continental Association in the fall of 1774, the first collective action to enforce its non-importation agreement in Massachusetts was taken by the 41 blacksmiths of Worcester County. They agreed on November 8 not to work for violators of the agreement and, after December 1, to do no work for persons of known Tory leanings. When General Gage wanted to fortify Boston Neck, he had to send to Nova Scotia for carpenters and bricklayers, so tightly did the committees of mechanics in Boston, New York, and Philadelphia close the labor market. This they did despite the hard times. Such unanimity in the struggle, even at the sacrifice of earnings, was displayed by no other class. The radical leaders were drawn primarily from the petty bourgeoisie. Chris Gadsden of Charleston was the Southern leader, and his chief lieutenant among the workers was Peter Timothy, printer of the South Carolina Gazette. Here the workers had, in the election of October 1768, ventured to enter a slate of 6 for the lower house of the Assembly, and had elected half of it. In New York, leadership was in the hands of Isaac Sears and of McDougall, who led the Committee of Mechanics in opposition to the Committee of Merchants. The struggle was duplicated in Philadelphia, where the forces were mustered by Charles Thomson, Joseph Reed, and Thomas Mifflin. In Boston, the leader of the Radicals was the incomparable Sam Adams. Adams bore the unmistakable stamp of the professional revolutionist. In the words of one of his biographers, He had no private business after the first years of his manhood. His business was in the rope walks and shipyards, the tavern. 124. Discussions, and the town meeting. His prematurely white hair and his shaking hands were familiar in all the plebeian places of Boston. Sam Adams stands out among all of the leaders of the American Revolution, marked by the singularity of his belief in the rule of the popular mass and in the efficacy of the work the people can do in meetings and in the streets. He set himself the task of organizing the population for a break and a struggle with Great Britain. A masterful strategist and an indefatigable organizer and agitator, he was eminently suited to the task. His talents and energy found a rare setting in his uncommon selflessness and modesty. At the First Continental Congress, where the most able men who attended were not without a touch of vanity and self-conceit, Adams stood out like a hammer among trinkets. While others regaled themselves in the pleasures of the great Philadelphia mansions, basking in self-importance in the presence of their rich hosts, accepting the hospitality of those who would support their conciliationist arguments with the bounty of their tables and cellars, Adams worked ceaselessly. In his boarding-house room, he applied himself to his letter writing, keeping constant watch on the struggle in Boston, advising, organizing, encouraging tirelessly. His wife wrote him uncomplainingly of the poverty of the household. When Adams had left for the Congress, his friends, by stratagem, supplied him with a new outfit of clothes and some money for the journey. This was the man whom Galloway, his Tory enemy, described so aptly in the oft-quoted sentence, "He eats little, drinks little, sleeps little, thinks much, and is most decisive and indefatigable in the pursuit of his objects." The Adams organizations were distinguished by an excellent working harmony, due in the first place to Adams's ability in working with people of all sorts. He was a master of men, master of the puppets, the irate governor of Massachusetts called him. He utilized men as they came to him, pushing forward now a fiery orator to give ardor to the cause, and again a rich merchant to lend the appearance of solidity. In all his work, his tact and modesty are outstanding. His ability, energy, and selflessness earned him respect, to the point of veneration, and loyalty among the common people. Among his associates in the national councils of the Revolution, where he and his followers were known as Adams and his vulgar men, he earned a grudging admiration coupled with a large portion of mistrust. 125. Bourgeois history has attempted to obscure his name, but nothing can destroy his place as the first organizer of the revolution prior to the opening of hostilities. The activities of Adams and the radicals of Boston antedated 1764, hence they were already engaged on the battlefield when the merchants appeared in their shining armor. Adams must have had some of the feelings of young Hotspur when, covered with the blood and grime of battle, he beheld the young, scented dandy before him. But Adams had none of the impetuosity of Shakespeare's warrior, and if he had such feelings he effectually concealed them. He quickly pushed Hancock and John Adams to the fore. For he realized that, as he said himself, the merchants were the main force in a battle in which he was an auxiliary. Later, when the merchants deserted the struggle in one of their moments of weakness, Adams remarked that they had held out longer than he had expected. In the struggle with the Crown led by the merchant-planter coalition, the merchants were the most fickle side of the partnership. Having passed through a golden age of prosperity such as the planters never had enjoyed in their history, they contended for a return to the old system, and the smallest concession of the Crown was sufficient to breed conciliationism among them. In addition, fear of their energetic allies in the cities brought them to attempt to restrain the movement or abandon it wholesale. In this situation, it devolved upon the radicals to give to the movement in the cities its continuity and intransigence. More than once Adams was deserted by his timid allies. It is among his most brilliant achievements that at one such time he created the Revolutionary Committees of Correspondence, a form of organization which spread like wildfire throughout the country, until, by the time of the Revolution, they formed the basis for a dual power. What a tribute to a master organizer and agitator that he made the fight grow despite the aloofness of the merchants. Bourgeois historians have attempted to accord to the American Revolution two doubtful privileges to distinguish it from other revolutions. The first of these is that the revolution was a gentlemanly affair unmarked by the too noticeable or too violent interference of the populace. But the rough facts peep through from beneath the frock coat that the historians have flung over the event. The preliminaries and the struggle itself were marked with violent popular demonstrations, having as their end the 126. Intimidation of Tories, the destruction of Tory property, and the enforcement of the campaigns and agreements of the revolutionists. From under the disguise of latter-day historians, our familiar and notorious friend popular revolution peeps out. The second privilege of the revolution has been well summarized by the historian J. Franklin Jameson as follows. Our revolution was unlike other popular revolutions in having no social results flowing from the political upheaval. This idea is as false as the other, and cannot bear the test of facts. All of the Crown restrictions on the ready acquisition of Western lands were ended. Primogeniture and entail, feudal remnants, were dealt their death blow by the Revolution and, within 15 years after the Declaration of Independence, were abolished in every state. These changes, together with the confiscation and breakup of the huge Tory estates, constituted a virtual land revolution, opening the way for the populating of the Western lands on the basis of small freeholding. The seaboard planters resisted, but the pressure of the farmers of the interior, swept into the political arena by the revolutionary ferment, was too much for them. Similarly, suffrage rights were greatly extended. Treachery to the revolution was widespread among the merchants, and thousands of them went into exile. Thus in New England, New York, and Pennsylvania, new strata were everywhere brought to the surface. This is to be distinguished from the course of events in the South, where the planters in the main stood for the revolution. How the Constitution was written. Harry Frankel, 1946. In the previous essay we outlined the role of the Northern merchants and the Southern planters in the struggle of the American colonies for independence. If we follow the coalition to the next great stage of its work, we find it in the unification of the nation under the Constitution. At this stage, however, the lead in the coalition changes hands and the merchants become the more aggressive and dominant element. The cause of this shift is easily traced. The merchant class stood in need of a strong national government far more urgently than its ally in the coalition. Its need was lodged in the classic motivations that have everywhere caused the bourgeoisie to accomplish the task of national unification. The planters, on the other hand, had a lesser interest in the foundation of a strong central government. In the course of the struggle over the Constitution, the erstwhile allies of the planters, the farmers of the interior, turned against them. The planters themselves were lukewarm on the subject. In the light of these conditions, it is not at all strange that the merchant class, taking advantage of its concentration in urban centers, its capacity for swift action, and its superior organization, was able to leap to the front and take the helm in the coalition. It would be wrong to imagine, however, that the Northern merchants alone and against the opposition of the planters formulated the Constitution and established the Union. In other words, that the coalition was broken. This is the error made by Charles A. Beard in his Economic Origins of Jeffersonian Democracy. Beard, in tracing the origin of the first two great political parties in the U.S., the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists, or 127. 128. Republicans, sets out to prove that they had their roots in an economic antagonism between mercantile and planter-farmer interests. In this he is naturally more correct than his opponents in the dispute. However, in his anxiety to trace the dispute along a single straight line, he commits an error which historians of his school would have us believe is made only by Marxists, who are allegedly prisoners of their dogmatic schematism. In the fight over the Constitution, he places the planting interests, who later led the Anti-Federalists, in the camp of the opponents of the Constitution. He does this to prove a continuous line of opposition between the two classes. In reality, the antagonism was not so simple. The planters and merchants were, in their relations, like intermeshing gear wheels. Their interests revolved in opposite directions, but nevertheless possessed many points of contact and mutual dependence. Chief among these was a vigilance against the restive population in the cities and on the land. This important political congeniality served to unite them at many crucial times, particularly during the writing and ratification of the Constitution. Sharp rebellion in Massachusetts and the capture of the Rhode Island state government by the indebted farmers had just served notice on the ruling classes of the precariousness of their position in the face of the rising popular clamor. This notice was served in the South as well as the North. We have Madison's authority to authenticate the stories of rebellion in Virginia. That the planters shared the alarm of the merchants at these storm signals, and that they moved to form a strong central government capable of helping the states to maintain propertied rule, is indubitable. Washington, the largest planter of Virginia, shows in his letters the profound effect these events had upon him. Add to this a further reason, that the planters would benefit from a union that would enable them by commercial treaties to establish their markets outside the British sphere, and the full motivation for the cooperation of the planters in the imposition of the federal constitution emerges. Beard himself recognized this in his earlier work, An Economic Interpretation of the Constitution, where he wrote that despite their interest in a loose union, the planters favored the Constitution because there were overbalancing compensations to be secured in a strong federal government. The two men who were later to head the Anti-Federalist Party. 129. The planter leaders Madison and Jefferson stood behind the Constitution. Madison, indeed, was the central figure of the Constitutional Convention, the father of the Constitution. Jefferson, writing from Paris, approved the substance of the work of the Convention. I am not of the party of Federalists, but I am much further from that of the Anti-Federalists. I approved from the first of the great mass of what is in the new Constitution. Jefferson goes on to speak for a Bill of Rights, later adopted, and a provision denying re-eligibility to the President. Beard comments on this letter that Jefferson could have been called with equal justification an opponent or a friend of the Constitution. That is how far from the truth his mechanical approach to the dynamic relations of two classes led him. Even the figures which Beard presents on the composition of the Constitutional Convention, figures which speak so eloquently in his behalf at other times, speak against him here. Of the delegates whose later political opinions are known, 25 were to become Federalists and 18 were to become Anti-Federalists. All of the 25 merchant representatives, primarily from the North, voted for the Constitution. Of the 18 later to become Jeffersonians or Anti-Federalists, 12 favored the Constitution and 6 opposed it. Thus the bulk of the planting representatives worked for the adoption of the new instrument. The true story stands in this light: the planters lost their allies, the small farmers, when they maintained their coalition with the merchants in the organization of the Federal Union. The farmers opened a struggle against the Constitution and established the elements of the new party, and the planters later left the coalition to join the farmers in the struggle against the mercantile class when the latter disclosed its plans in the Hamiltonian system. We now enter upon one of the most amazing chapters in American history. For the first time in close to 3 decades the planter-merchant coalition that ruled the country was broken. In a brilliant and vigorous stroke the northern bourgeoisie took independent possession of the state power and, for a turbulent decade, used it like a pile-driver to sink the foundations of American capitalism. How was it possible for the mercantile elements to accomplish? 130. This. We have already seen how the planters, having a lesser interest in the adoption of the Constitution, left the lead in this work to the merchants. In the struggle over ratification, which necessitated much intrigue and a political fight on the part of the bourgeoisie, the merchants organized a strong political force in the name of federalism. This force they used to catapult themselves to leadership in the early government. Their activity and their energy everywhere, their strongly organized, class-conscious forces in the urban centers, gave them the hegemony over the planters. Hamilton's program. Alexander Hamilton was a brilliant young lawyer of West Indies birth who had served as a colonel on Washington's staff during the Revolution. From his early childhood he had manifested a mental precocity that revolved around two main axes, a splendid capacity for financial analysis and a strong belief in the rule of the rich, aristocratic, and well-born. Entering Washington's cabinet as the first Secretary of the Treasury, he demonstrated his abilities and developed his conceptions in the famous Hamiltonian system to such good effect that he was soon the idolized leader of the mercantile elements. Two letters discovered in 1931 by Professor James 0. Wetterian testify to the immediate origin of Hamilton's program. In November 1789, William Bingham, Philadelphia merchant, capitalist, and banker, wrote a long letter to Hamilton in which he recommended virtually all of the essential measures subsequently proposed by the Secretary of the Treasury. Stephen Higginson, mariner, merchant, and broker of Boston, also wrote Hamilton in the same vein, advocating measures similar to those finally proposed by Hamilton. Does this discovery detract from Hamilton's genius? Not at all. For Marxists understand that political leaders do not invent the programs they advocate, but draw them from the interests of one or another economic class. Hamilton has won his place in American history by the energy and resoluteness of his appreciation of the bourgeois program, and by the brilliance of his defense of his measures. Hamilton's system was unified by a single conception, the establishment of the rule of the bourgeoisie. In the first place he proposed a funding of the debt of the central government through the issuance of bonds which would repay in full the claims on the 131 government. In the second place, he proposed a similar funding of the debts incurred by the states during the war and their assumption by the federal government. In order to understand the audacity of these measures, it must be remembered that the paper with which the soldiers had been paid was largely in the hands of speculators, brokers, and merchants, who had bought up the worthless stuff at as low as a sixth, a tenth, or a 20th of its face value. Since the total of state and federal paper outstanding was about $60 million, and since those who held it paid, it has been calculated, no more than $20 million for it, Hamilton's proposals amounted to an outright gift of $40 million. The stupendous size of this grant can be appreciated when it is understood that the total land values in all the 13 states at that time were only 10 times that amount. What a speculator's orgy! They thronged the galleries of Congress like harpies. Would the measures pass? Of the 64 members of the House, 29, almost half, are known to have been owners of paper. Many were speculators. While the measures were under consideration, two fast-sailing vessels chartered by a member of Congress flew southward, freighted for speculation. Coaches drawn by steaming teams rocked over the bumpy roads of the interior, on the mission of securing, at ridiculous prices, the remainder of the paper in the hands of the uninformed veterans. Is it any wonder that the measures passed? But speculation was not Hamilton's primary motive. He himself held no paper, and he dissuaded his wife's rich family from securing any for fear that it might compromise him. His interest lay in the furtherance of his central conception, the strengthening of the rule of the bourgeoisie through the new federal government. In those who held the paper he saw a stout prop for the government. In their enrichment, he saw the expanding power of the bourgeoisie. Among Hamilton's other measures were the establishment of a national bank as the centralized engine of the moneyed power, and measures for the development of industry as outlined in his famous report on manufactures of December 5, 1791. If we were to summarize his program, we would say that it aimed at the sharp stimulation of capitalism. It was carefully calculated to provide a fluid working capital for the bourgeois class, in the form of the certificates of the funded debt backed by the federal government. The whole structure was to support and repay itself. 132. Out of taxation of the population. Internal excise taxes such as the whiskey tax were to provide the revenue. Hamilton realized the truth of Jefferson's assertion that the capital thus created was barren, producing, like money on the gaming table, no accession to itself. Thus he sought the alternate redemption of the capital structure out of the proceeds of manufactures, and worked vigorously for their encouragement. The stimulus was to be manifold. Fluid, well-backed capital was to be provided by the funding and assumption of the debt. A tariff wall would protect the infant industries from British competition. Restrictions on the sale of Western lands, in the form of large parcels and high prices, would hold the labor supply in the East and eventually lower its cost. So well did Hamilton realize the urgency of this phase of his program that he could even be seen, in those early days, tramping over the Jersey marshes with his merchant associates contemplating sites for factories. Hamilton's program met with violent opposition from the farmers and their representatives, many of whom had opposed the adoption of the Constitution. Gradually, as they realized that the coalition was entirely ruptured by the audacious Hamilton, the large planters under the lead of Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, and similar figures went into opposition. A great battle opened that was to shake the nation to its roots during the next decade. The agricultural interests were quick to realize that the work of the first administration was conducted entirely in behalf of the mercantile interests, and, further, that it would pay for itself out of taxes and higher prices borne by the agricultural population, who constituted 90% of the country. Stung to fury, they launched a tenacious offensive under the able guidance of Jefferson. In this they had every advantage. The revolutionary ferment, not yet subsided, was aroused to a wave of leveling radicalism by the stirring news from France. This the anti-federalists turned skillfully to their advantage and against the authoritative centralist ideology of the Hamiltonians. Jay's treaty with England in 1794, failing to provide for Western farm interests by protecting navigation on the Mississippi, increased the indignation of those elements. The agricultural classes, numbering 9/10 of the population, led by the planters and their able spokesmen who had been trained by the Revolution, formed an irresistible force in the America of that day. The bourgeoisie stood on too narrow a base, a fact which Hamilton sensed and which he sought to correct by his feverish 133 efforts in behalf of manufactures. It was not until the middle of the 1840s that manufacturing surpassed commerce in the relative composition of the bourgeoisie. In the meantime, the opening of the Western lands and the admission of new agricultural states to the Union increased the weight of the planters. Already during the decade of the Great Struggle, 2 new states were admitted which cast their votes in the Jefferson column in the election of 1800. The bourgeoisie could do nothing to save itself from the plant-world popular storm. Desperately, they worked at the artificial concoction of a war with France which they could use to crush the opposition. This plot failed. Equally vain was the attempt to bind the breaking barrel with the iron hoops of the alien and sedition laws. All failed. They felt the pillars crumble beneath them, and the edifice from which they had hoped to gain so much collapsed. But if the edifice collapsed, the foundations stood, and stand to this day, so well had Hamilton built. His accomplishments in that remarkable decade are truly great. For an anticipatory decade the American bourgeoisie held independent, unassisted power. The taste of the brilliant fruits of their rule still lay in their mouths when they stormed and destroyed the Southern ramparts in the Second American Revolution 65Y01 hours later. The chief significance of Hamilton's work lies in the fact that he guaranteed the shaky possibilities for union and placed them on a solid foundation. Even had he failed, American capitalism would not have had to wait 3/4 of a century for its Bismarck as Germany did, for the general trend of conditions favored union. Nevertheless, the issue had by no means been decided in 1790, and Hamilton's drastic measures tipped the scales. Nor did the Jeffersonians molest the basic foundations laid down from 1789 to 1800. In Beard's words, they decided that the country could not be ruled without the active support, or at least the acquiescence of the capitalist interests. Jefferson made a conciliatory inaugural address, and Hamilton, speaking of it, said, "In referring to this speech we think it proper to make a public declaration of our approbation of its contents. We view it as virtually a candid retraction of past misapprehensions, and a pledge to the community that the new president will not lend himself to dangerous innovations." Although Jefferson ruled 134 primarily in the interests of the agricultural elements, he guaranteed the public credit, left untouched the National Bank, preserved the Navy for the protection of commerce, and strengthened the central government. The years that followed saw a trickle of supporters continually flowing from federalism to republicanism, including in their number prominent politicians and some of the richest merchants. Despite the efforts of the die-hard elements of the merchant class organized in the Essex Junto, the coalition was partially restored. From 1800 to 1865, the bourgeoisie waited and fought to come into its own. The heritage it carved and struggled for was exclusive political and economic predominance. If the delay seems long, one should remember the enormous agricultural expansion, with the acquisition of vast western lands and the development of the greatest southern staple of all, cotton. Not out of whimsy did the New England merchants fight, in the early period of expansion, against the acquisition of new western lands. Not for nothing were they known as the Little America Party. If a closer barrier than the Pacific Ocean had been the final boundary of the country on its westward side, the commercial and manufacturing bourgeoisie would have come to power much sooner. The plantation system would have died from lack of nourishment in the form of the new lands it needed constantly, labor and capital would have been held in the East, and the manufacturing empire that Hamilton dreamed of would have advanced by forced marches. But things were otherwise, and the bourgeoisie had to wait. We have now come to the end of the first revolution in American history. We have traced the coalition that ruled from its establishment through its chief modifications, ruptures, and restorations. We have seen how the planters were primarily responsible for independence and the merchants for union. It was a period in which the class battles were fought entirely in the open. The majority of the population was disenfranchised, the deceptive parliamentary facades of today were only in their infancy, and the movements of the classes were plainly imprinted on the pages of history like footprints in deep snow. The Slavocracy. George Novack, 1939. History is rich in examples of the revival of institutions appropriate to more primitive civilizations in advanced societies. Humankind is infinitely ingenious in adapting old cultural forms to new uses under the changed conditions of a new social order. Like a thrifty housewife, humanity hesitates to discard familiar acquisitions, however outmoded, it prefers to store them in attics or cellars in the hope of finding a use for them in the future. The history of economics, no less than the history of philosophy, religion, and politics, shows that such expectations are often realized. The rise of chattel slavery in America is a striking case in point. Slave labor was the characteristic form of labor in ancient society and the economic foundation of the classical Greek and Roman cultures. But long after it had vanished from the centers of European society, it was reborn in the New World at the dawn of capitalist civilization, and it continued to flourish in the bosom of the capitalist system for 3 centuries and a half. This reversion of the infant society of the New World to one of the most antiquated social institutions of the Old World, its longevity and its tenacity make chattel slavery the most conspicuous instance of combined development in American history. American society, the child of European capitalism, reproduced not only the features of its parent but also those of its more remote ancestors. Almost every form of social relationship known to humankind sprang up on the soil of the New World, either in a pure form or in a medley of combinations. All the successive stages of civilization preceding the advent of capitalism, primitive communism, barbarism, slavery, feudalism had a place in the sun until they withered away or were uprooted by the 137. 138. Advance of capitalist forces. This varied profusion of social institutions makes the early history of America an extremely instructive textbook for the student of civilization. Except for self-employed farming, chattel slavery was the earliest, the most widespread, and in the long run also the hardiest of all these pre-capitalist methods of production in agriculture. Wherever the Europeans settled in America, slavery was sooner or later established. It made its way through the Spanish, Portuguese, Dutch, and French possessions, it became the keystone in the structure of the richest English and French colonies, it constituted the foundation of the Southern Cotton Kingdom. In the course of 350 years, slavery thrust its roots so deeply into North American soil that it required the greatest revolution of the 19th century to destroy it. The history of chattel slavery in North America must be divided into two distinct periods. The first extended from the introduction of slavery into the New World by the Spaniards and Portuguese at the beginning of the 16th century, through its development in the West Indies and North American coastal areas, to its decline in the British and French colonies at the end of the 18th century. The second period covers the rise, growth, and decay of the Cotton Kingdom in the United States during the first part of the 19th century. These two epochs of chattel slavery were the offspring of two different stages in the development of capitalist society. In general, the history of modern slavery cannot be properly understood unless viewed in connection with the development of capitalism. Based upon one form of enslavement, wage labor, capitalism creates and fosters other forms of servitude. Commercial capitalism produced and profited from the African slave trade and from plantation slavery in the West and East Indies. English industrial capitalism of the early 19th century thrived upon Negro slavery in the southern states. 20th century American finance capitalism has supported, among other things, the semi-slave plantations in Liberia, which grow rubber for Akron tire factories. In its initial phase, North American slavery was a collateral branch of commercial capitalism. In its final stage, it was an integral part of industrial capitalism. We shall see that opposite forms of plantation life dominated the slave system during these two periods. The first question that suggests itself in connection with 139. Chattel slavery is, how did such a historical anomaly come into being? Slavery in the Americas is as old as their discovery. When Columbus set sail for the Indies in 1492, chattel slavery was a familiar institution in Spain and Portugal. The Spaniards were accustomed to enslave the peoples they conquered. The Moors, the African Negroes, and the American Aborigines were all infidels, subject by divine law to serve Christian masters. Slavery did not, however, constitute the productive basis of Spanish society but existed alongside of it in the crevices of feudal life. Many Spanish vessels engaged in the slave trade and carried Negro slaves in their crews. It is not surprising to find that Columbus likewise had African slaves among his crew on his first voyage of discovery. It is even less surprising that within 2 years after reaching the West Indies he had seized 500 of the natives and sent them back to Spain to be sold on the auction block at Seville. Chattel slavery was one of the blessings brought, like syphilis, to the natives of the New World by their white conquerors. The Spanish adventurers who followed Columbus took possession of the inhabitants of the West Indian Islands, Mexico, and Peru, forcing them to labor in the mines and the sugar fields. When the West Indians died off from overwork, starvation, and abuse, and only a miserable few were left, large numbers of Negroes were transported from Spain and the west coast of Africa to replace them. From 1520 on, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, Dutch, and English vessels poured Negroes in a never-ending stream into the West Indies. Sanctified by religion and legalized by the Crown, the African slave trade became the most profitable of commercial enterprises. A Flemish favorite of Charles V of Spain obtained the exclusive right to import 4,000 Negroes annually into the West Indies and sold the patent for 25,000 ducats to some Genoese merchants who established the first regular trade route from Africa to America. In 1562 John Hawkins, an English sea dog who scented the profits of the slave trade, sailed to Guinea with 3 ships and 100 men provided by a company of gentlemen in London. In Guinea, he procured at least 300 Negroes and sold them in Hispaniola, Spanish Santo Domingo. The next year the first Negroes were imported into the English West Indies. The slave traffic had already been flourishing for over a century when the first group of 20 Negroes was brought to 140 Jamestown, Virginia, in 1620 by a Dutch vessel. Negro slavery made its way more slowly and gradually in the coastal colonies than in the West Indian Islands. There were not more than 300 Negroes in Virginia 30 years after their introduction. By the close of the 17th century, however, Negro slaves began to displace white servants as the main body of the laboring population in Virginia and Maryland. Black slavery was soon transformed from a supplementary source of labor into the fundamental form of agricultural production. Negroes were imported into South Carolina by way of the West Indies following the discovery in 1694 that the lowlands were suitable for rice cultivation. Thereafter slavery spread as fast and as far throughout the English colonies as conditions permitted. Georgia was the only colony to oppose its introduction. So long as the philanthropic Oglethorpe governed the colony, slavery and rum were prohibited. When Georgia reverted to the crown in 1752, the inhabitants were finally allowed to gratify their desires for black labor and hard liquor. On the eve of the Revolution there were over 500,000 Negroes among the 3 million inhabitants of the colonies. Fewer than 40,000 lived in the North. In 5 southern colonies the Negroes equaled or outnumbered the whites. The reason was obvious. While ownership of slaves in the North was a badge of aristocracy and wealth, in the South it was the economic basis of society. The necessity of chattel slavery. Why did Negro slavery strike such deep roots in the New World? Some historians attribute its persistence to physical factors. There is no doubt that favorable natural conditions facilitated its development. The tropical and semi-tropical regions of the earth have always been the motherlands of chattel slavery. This particular form of production thrives best upon an extremely rich soil which yields abundant crops with comparatively little cultivation by unskilled labor. Warm climates moreover enable the workforce to labor without pause from one year to the next and to be sustained with the minimum necessities of life. The smaller the amount of labor required for the maintenance and reproduction of the actual producers, the greater is the surplus value available for appropriation by the agricultural exploiter. Slavery cannot flourish without an inordinately high rate of surplus value since it is the costliest of all forms of labor. 141. Different natural conditions in the North as well as in the regions adjoining the plantation districts in the South led to the prevalence of quite different forms of agricultural labor. Slavery withered away in these parts, not through the indisposition of the proprietors to employ slave labor, but because the rocky soil and harsh climate prevented the cultivation of staple plantation crops. They were suitable only for raising corn, wheat, and other foodstuffs in which expensive slave labor could not compete with the small self-employed farmer or the hired laborer. However great a role natural conditions played in the development of slavery, they did not constitute the decisive factors. The main reasons for the growth of slavery were to be found in the specific social and economic problems confronting the colonial planters. They proposed to grow sugar, tobacco, and rice for commercial export to Europe. The large-scale agricultural operations required for cultivating these crops cannot be carried on by solitary laborers. They demand an associated workforce of considerable proportions. How were such forces to be procured in the colonies, where land was plentiful but labor lacking? The labor problem was the most serious of all problems for the colonial planter. Some form of bondage was necessary to bring workers to the new lands and to keep them working thereafter for their masters. The colonizers grasped at any kind of labor within reach. Negro slavery was not the first nor the only form of servitude in North America, it was preceded by Indian and white slavery. The sparse native Indian population proved no solution. The English colonists tried to enslave the North American Indians in the same manner as the Spaniards enslaved the natives of the West Indies, Mexico, and Peru. When they discovered that the Indians were either not numerous enough or, like certain African tribes, would not submit to slavery but sickened and died in captivity, they had little further use for them. They proceeded either to slaughter them on the spot or to drive them westward. At first the landed proprietors relied upon the importation of white bondsmen and bondswomen from the mother country. England and the continent were coomed for servants to be sent to America. Some of these indentured servants came of their own accord, agreeing to serve their masters for a certain term of years, usually 4 to 7, in return for their passage. Many others, especially German serfs, were sold by their lords to the slave. 142. Merchants and ship owners. In addition, the overflowing prisons of England were emptied of their inmates, and the convicts were brought to America to be sold into servitude for terms ranging from 4 to 14 years. Cromwell's conquest of Ireland in the middle of the 17th century made slaves as well as subjects of the Irish people. Over 100,000 men, women, and children were seized by the English troops and shipped to the West Indies, where they were sold into slavery upon the tobacco plantations. In the reconquest of Ireland, James Connolly quoted the following instance of the methods used. Captain John Vernon was employed by the Commissioners for Ireland to England, and contracted in their behalf with Mr. David Selleck and the leader under his hand to supply them with 250 women of the Irish nation, above 12 years and under the age of 45, also 300 men above 12 years and under 50, to be found in the country within 20 miles of Cork, Youghal and Kinsale, Waterford and Wexford, to transport them into New England. This British firm alone was responsible for shipping over 6,400 girls and boys. As a result of the insistent demands of the planters for labor, the servant trade took on most of the horrible features of the slave trade. Gangs of kidnappers roamed the streets of English seaports and combed the highways and byways of Britain and Ireland for raw material. In the rapacious search for redemptionists, the homes of the poor were invaded. Where promises could not persuade, compulsion was brought into play. Husbands were torn from their wives, fathers from their families, children from their parents. Boys and girls were sold by parents or guardians, unwanted dependents by their relatives, serfs by their lords, and all this human cargo was shipped to America to be sold to the highest bidder. Thus the bulk of the white working population of the English colonies was composed of indentured servants and criminals who had been cajoled or coerced into emigration and had to pass through years of bondage before they could call themselves free. These people and their children became the hunters, trappers, farmers, artisans, mechanics, and even the planters and merchants who were later to form the ranks of the revolutionary forces against the mother country. These white bond servants, however, provided neither a sufficient nor a satisfactory supply of labor. They could not be 143. Kept in a permanent condition of enslavement. Unless they were marked or branded, if they ran away they could not readily be distinguished from their free fellows or their masters. As production expanded, it became increasingly urgent to find new, more abundant, and more dependable sources of labor. The Negro slave trade came to the planters' rescue. Negroes could be purchased at reasonable prices and brought in unlimited numbers from the African coasts. By keeping the Negroes scattered, ignorant, and terrorized, the slave owners could keep them in perpetual subjection and prevent them from escaping with impunity. The color of their skins became the sign of servitude. The profits of the slave trade were another potent factor in the extension of Negro slavery. The traffic in slaves became too lucrative an enterprise to remain in private hands. The governments of Spain and England contended with each other for the lion's share of the trade to fill their royal treasuries. The possession of the slave trade was one of the richest prizes at stake in the War of the Spanish Succession. The Treaty of Utrecht, which concluded the war in 1713, awarded a monopoly to England. Their Majesties organized a company for carrying on the traffic. 1/4 of the stock was taken by Philip of Spain, another quarter by Queen Anne of England, and the remaining half was divided among her subjects. Thus the sovereigns of Spain and England became the largest slave merchants in the world. The slave trade became a cornerstone of Anglo-American commerce. Many fortunes in Old and New England were derived from the traffic. This trade enjoyed the special protection of the Crown, whose agents persistently vetoed the efforts of colonial legislatures to abolish or restrict it. It is estimated that from 1713 to 1780 over 20,000 slaves were carried annually to America by British and American ships. In 1792 there were 132 ships engaged in the slave trade in Liverpool alone. The economic and political pressures behind the rise of slavery are explained in the following extract from a letter written in 1757 by Peter Fontaine, a Huguenot immigrant in Virginia, to a friend across the Atlantic. The Negroes are enslaved by the Negroes themselves before they are purchased by the masters of the ships who bring them here. It is to be sure at our choice whether we buy them or not, so this is our crime, folly. or whatever you please to call it. But, our assembly, foreseeing the ill consequences of importing such numbers amongst us, hath often attempted to lay a duty upon them which would amount to a prohibition, such as 10 or 20 pounds a head, but no governor dare pass such a law, having instructions to the contrary from the Board of Trade at home. By this means they are forced upon us, whether we will or not. This plainly shows the African Company hath the advantage of the colonies, and may do as it pleases with the ministry. To live in Virginia without slaves is morally impossible. Before our troubles, you could not hire a servant or slave for love or money, so that unless robust enough to cut wood, to go to mill, to work at the hoe, and see, you must starve or board in some family where they both fleece and half starve you. There is no set price upon corn, wheat, and provisions, so they take advantage of the necessities of strangers, who are thus obliged to purchase some slaves and land. This of course draws us all into the original sin and curse of the country of purchasing slaves, and this is the reason we have no merchants, traders, or artificers of any sort here but what become planters in a short time. A common laborer, white or black, if you can be so favored as to hire one, is a shilling sterling or 15 pence currency per day, a bungling carpenter 2 shillings or 2 shillings and 6 pence per day, besides diet and lodging. That is, for a lazy fellow to get wood and water, pound 19.16 current per annum, add to this 7 or 8 pounds more and you have a slave for life. It seems probable, said Charles and Mary Beard in The Rise of American Civilization, that at least half of the immigrants into America before the Revolution, certainly outside New England, were either indentured servants or Negro slaves. The original foundations of American society rested not upon free but upon slave and semi-servile labor, both white and black. The colonial plantation system. In the colonial period, before the rise of large-scale industry, slavery existed in two different economic forms in the Western world, one representing its past, the other its future. The first was the patriarchal form in which it had flourished from time immemorial. The patriarchal plantations were largely self-sustained, retaining many features of natural economy. Production was divided into two parts, one devoted to the cultivation of such cash crops as tobacco, corn, hemp, etc., the other to the needs of home consumption. The plantation system developed along these lines in the 145 Virginia and Maryland colonies. The average estate was relatively small, employing from 5 to 20 hands, part of whom were likely to be white redemptioners. Blacks and whites worked together in the fields without insurmountable barriers or deep antagonisms between them. Relations between masters and slaves, with notable exceptions, had a paternal character. The slave owner was not an absentee landlord who entrusted his estate to the supervision of an overseer and was interested solely in the maximum amount of profit to be gained from his operation. He lived upon his plantation the year round and regarded it as his home. Field hands were often indulgently treated. Negro servants, who replaced white servants in the household as well as in the field, were frequently on intimate and trusted terms with the master and his family, remained in the same family generation after generation, and were regarded as subordinate members of the household. Such plantations raised their own food, wove their own cloth, built their own houses. Agriculture for domestic use was sometimes supplemented by domestic manufacture. George Washington's estate, for example, contained a weaving establishment. Other planters owned spinning and weaving factories employing not only slaves but white servants on a wage labor basis. In South Carolina and Georgia the plantation system developed according to a different pattern. Their chattel slavery lost its patriarchal characteristics and became transformed into a purely commercial system of exploitation based upon the production of a single money crop. The typical rice and indigo plantations in the coastal regions were large, employing about 30 slaves who worked under a white taskmaster. The proprietors were either absentee owners living in Charleston, Savannah, or Jamaica, who came to inspect the estate several times a year, or owners who lived only part of the year upon the plantation, owing to the prevalence of malaria in the hot months. The economies of South Carolina and Georgia were so utterly dependent upon slave labor that they became the stronghold of the slave system in the English colonies on the mainland. Until the rise of the Cotton Kingdom, the capitalist plantation system in the English colonies was perfected on the largest scale in Jamaica. The whole island was converted into one vast plantation devoted to the cultivation of sugar cane and the making of sugar, which was then shipped overseas for sale. The individual plantations, carved in large sections out of the fertile 146 soil, were in many cases owned by absentee landlords resident in England and managed by hired superintendents. They were extremely productive and worked entirely by slave labor. Ulrich B. Phillips, in his introduction to the first volume of the Documentary History of American Industrial Society, writes, "The average unit of industry in the Jamaican sugar fields came to be a plantation with a total of nearly 200 Negroes, of whom more than half were workers in the field gangs. The laborers were strictly classified and worked in squads under close and energetic supervision to near the maximum of their muscular ability. The routine was thoroughly systematic, and the system as efficient on the whole as could W811 be, where the directors were so few and the Negroes so many and so little removed from the status of African savagery. The Jamaican units were on the average the largest in all the history of plantation industry. In Jamaica, the concentration of production upon one commercial staple, combined with the exclusive use of slave labor, gave rise to the same social and economic consequences that were later to prevail in the Cotton Kingdom. The small farmers who had originally populated the island were pushed out and gradually disappeared. The inhabitants came to be divided into two absolutely opposed classes, the planters and their agents on top, and the Negro slaves on the bottom. A sprinkling of merchants and mechanics between them catered to the needs of the plantation owners. The sugar lords were absolute rulers of the island, exploiting it for their exclusive benefit and representing it in Parliament. Slavery and the Revolution. Except for the far south, slavery was a decaying institution in the English coastal colonies at the time of the Revolution. The decline in the value of tobacco compelled many planters to turn to the raising of other crops, in which slave labor could not profitably compete with free labor. Finding their slaves to be an economic liability, some masters entertained ideas of emancipation. The slave system began to disintegrate, giving way here and there to tenant farming, sharecropping, and even wage labor. Virginia and Maryland were then among the leading centers of abolition sentiment in the colonies. Some of the wealthiest and most influential planters in the Old Dominion, such as Washington and Jefferson, advocated the abolition of slavery and the restriction of the slave trade. Henry Laurens of South Carolina, 147. President of the Continental Congress, who owned slaves worth £20,000, wrote his son in 1776 that he abhorred slavery and was devising means for manumitting his chattels. But most slaveholders, especially those in Georgia and South Carolina, where rice and hemp could not be grown without slaves, flatly opposed any restrictions upon the trade which would prevent them from buying the labor they needed. They found support among northern merchants who benefited from the slave traffic. In the first draft of the Declaration of Independence, Jefferson had inserted an indictment of George III for promoting and protecting the slave trade against colonial protests. But, he tells us, the clause, reprobating the enslaving of the inhabitants of Africa, was struck out in compliance to South Carolina and Georgia, who had never attempted to restrain the importation of slaves, and who, on the contrary, still wished to continue it. Our northern brethren, also, I believe, felt a little tender under those censures, for though their people had very few slaves themselves, yet they had been pretty considerable carriers of them to others. The Revolutionary War impressed the dangers of slavery upon the minds of the colonists. Aroused by proclamations from royal governors and military commanders promising them freedom, thousands of slaves escaped to the British camps and garrisons, while the slave owners, fearful of insurrection and concerned about the safety of their property and families, were unable or unwilling to serve in the Continental armies. New England, with a population less numerous than that of Virginia, Carolina, and Georgia, provided more than twice as many troops to the revolutionary forces. The South was easily conquered by the Redcoats, although they had been defeated and expelled from New England at the beginning of the war. Although the revolution had been proclaimed and fought in the name of liberty and equality, it brought little immediate alteration in the status of the mass of Negroes who lived in the South. Only the few thousands in the North benefited from the liberating legislation of that period. The state constitution of Massachusetts led the way by abolishing slavery in 1780. Pennsylvania passed an act of gradual emancipation the same year. In the succeeding years other northern states made slavery illegal within their borders. But not for a half-century after the Declaration of Independence, in 1826, was slavery legally abolished in New York. When the delegates to the Constitutional Convention met in secret conclave at Philadelphia to form the Union, the question of the abolition of slavery was not even placed upon the agenda. The discussions concerning slavery revolved around those issues pertaining to the interests of the Southern planters and Northern capitalists whose representatives composed the convention. The questions in dispute concerned the slave trade, the use of slaves as a basis for taxation and representation, and the protective tariff. In return for the protective tariff granted to the Northern capitalists, the delegates from South Carolina and Georgia, whose platform was no slave trade no union, were granted a 20-year extension of the slave trade, a fugitive slave law, and a provision allowing 3/5 of the slaves to be counted as a basis for taxation and political representation. The slaveholders proved powerful enough to obtain a constitution that not only protected their peculiar institution but even erected additional legal safeguards around it. General Charles C. Pinckney, delegate to the Constitutional Convention, reported with satisfaction to the South Carolina Ratification Convention that, by this settlement, we have secured an unlimited importation of Negroes for 20 years. Nor is it declared when that importation shall be stopped, it may be continued. We have a right to recover our slaves in whatever part of America they may take refuge. In short, considering all circumstances, we have made the best terms for the security of this species of property it was in our power to make. We would have made better if we could, but, on the whole, I do not think them bad. The Constitution, then, was a slaveholder's document. The United States was founded upon slavery. Some of the founding fathers recognized that slavery was the chief crack in the cornerstone of the new republic, a crack which in time might widen to a fissure capable of splitting the Union apart. Jefferson prophetically warned the slaveholders that they would one day have to choose between emancipation and their own destruction. But before Jefferson's prophecy was fulfilled, chattel slavery was to flourish more luxuriantly than ever in North America and spread beyond the Mississippi to Texas. It was to make cotton king of the American economy and the cotton barons autocrats of the nation, and it was ultimately to flower in that anachronistic Southern culture which proclaimed slavery to be a perfect good, eternally ordained and sanctified by the laws of God, justice, history, and mankind. The struggle for national supremacy. In 1848 American society was divided into three distinct but interdependent systems of production: the slave plantation system, the wage labor system of industrial capitalism, and the small family farm. Each of these forms of labor was concentrated in a particular part of the country. The planters and their chattels were rooted in the southern states, the manufacturers and their wage workers were located for the most part in the Northeast. The largest yet least centralized class, consisting of small farmers, was scattered in varying proportions throughout the land. Its most important segment lived in the inland region along the Great Lakes and in the Ohio and Mississippi valleys. These three principal branches of national economy supported the three great classes which dominated American political life between and the second, the Southern planters, the Northern bourgeoisie, and the petty proprietors of the town and country. Such subordinate social strata as the proletariat of the North and the poor whites of the South were but slightly and indirectly represented in national affairs. Negroes and Indians, like women, were excluded altogether from participation in politics. Political activity was the prerogative of propertied white males, with power accruing to them in geometric proportion to the amount of property at their command. The mutual relations among these three major social forces determined the political situation at any given moment. Although the lesser bourgeoisie i.e., the family farmers in the rural regions together with the shopkeepers and craftsmen of the cities composed the mass of the population, their political weight did not correspond to their numbers. The leading political 149. 150. Roles were taken by representatives of the two ruling minorities, the big planters and the big bourgeoisie, whose mighty economic power and superior social standing compensated for their lack of bulk. With the adoption of the Constitution in 1789 and the launching of the Republic, a new social order had been erected, based upon the equilibrium established among the three classes as the result of their preceding revolutionary struggles. The mercantile and planting aristocracies formed the corner posts and the petty bourgeois plebeians formed the pedestal of the new state. The struggle for hegemony between planter and capitalist was the axis of the political history of the United States between the two revolutions. Their contest, beginning shortly after the birth of the Republic, continued to be the cardinal preoccupation of American statesmen until its climax in the disruption of the Union they had organized together. Whoever does not keep firmly in mind the fact that the gravitational center of American politics during the first 72 years of its existence lies precisely in this major conflict runs the risk of losing this guiding thread in the labyrinth of events. The artisans of the Constitution assumed that the planters and capitalists would share sovereignty in the new nation. This theory of a balance of power was based upon a transitory conjunction of mutual interests. In reality, the Constitution simply defined the terms and provided the arena in which their contest for supremacy was to work itself out. The Constitution did no more than adjust the most pressing points of difference between these two propertied classes. It could not, by its very nature as a compromise agreement, determine which one should rule over the other. The answer to this crucial question could be given only by further struggle between them. No sooner, therefore, had the machinery of the new government been put into operation than the erstwhile allies found themselves opposed to each other on a number of important issues. Their contest for supremacy was resumed on a broader scale within the framework of the Republic. 7 decades of parliamentary struggle, and ultimately a civil war, were required to determine once and for all whether planter or capitalist was to dominate the United States. A graph of their struggles would show a series of acute crises, alternating with periods of comparative harmony between them. 151. Setting aside the storms and stresses within each class, the contest passed through 3 well-defined stages of development from 1789 to 1860. In the first period of their relations, during the administrations of Washington and Adams, the commercial capitalists controlled the federal machine. Piloted by Hamilton, the most far-sighted of the American statesmen, they succeeded in enacting the most important parts of their program. The national debt was refunded and the state debts assumed, a national bank was chartered and a system of internal imposts and revenue taxes instituted, federal troops sent into Pennsylvania to crush the Whiskey Rebellion established the authority of the central power, a pro-English foreign policy was pursued, the dictatorial alien and sedition laws were passed. Around the struggle over these issues, the division between the merchant capitalists and the commercial agrarian interests, which is the key to early American political history, crystallized into the Federalist and the Democratic Republican parties. The brief reign of the commercial bourgeoisie ended in 1800. With Jefferson's election, the planters ascended the throne and became the real rulers of the Republic. For the next 60 years their word was law in the United States. The planters dictated the major domestic and foreign policies of the country, made its wars, annexed new territories, nominated presidents and Supreme Court justices, and staffed the government offices and armed forces with their appointees. But the planters had no monopoly of state power. They governed in grudging or willing collaboration with segments of the northern bourgeoisie and western farmers. From 1800 to 1860, specific combinations of class forces at the top changed many times, but they had one common denominator: the planters exercised their domination through them all. As the senior partner in the government, they had the last word on all questions affecting their vital interests. if the lines of class interest were so tightly intertwined in many of the most important internal issues that it is sometimes difficult, and always tedious, to disentangle them, the dictatorship of the planters stands out clearly in the sphere of foreign affairs, the touchstone of social supremacy. The main lines of American foreign policy from Jefferson's administration to Lincoln's election were laid down in accordance with the interests of the planters and their allies. The purchase of Louisiana, the War of 1812, the conquest of Florida, the promulgation of the 152 Monroe Doctrine, the annexation of Texas, the Mexican War, the Gadsden Purchase, the Ostend Manifesto. All these actions were undertaken with an eye to the promotion of the agrarian interests, in most cases against the bitterest opposition of northern merchants, moneyed men, and manufacturers. The course of territorial expansion followed the path marked out by the planters. Compare the diametrically different policies of the government in regard to Mexico and England in 1844. Despite the popular war cry of 54 to 40 or fight, the representatives of the slave power voluntarily compromised with England over the Oregon boundary dispute, while they maintained an attitude of irreconcilable aggression toward Mexico until they had swallowed up half its lands and were preparing to bite off the rest, simply because cotton could be raised and slavery extended. This was substantially the opinion of Henry Clay. During the first 12 years of the administration of the government, Northern councils prevailed, and out of them sprung the Bank of the United States, the assumption of the state debts, bounties to the fisheries, protection to the domestic manufactures. I allude to the Act of L78L, neutrality in the wars with Europe, Jay's Treaty, alien and sedition laws, and a quasi-war with France. I do not say, sir, that those leading and prominent measures which were adopted during the administration of Washington and the elder Adams were carried exclusively by Northern councils. They could not have been, but were carried mainly by the sway which Northern councils had obtained in the affairs of the country. So, also, with the latter party, for the last 50 years. I do not mean to say that Southern councils alone have carried the measures which I am about to enumerate. I know they could not exclusively have carried them, but I say they have been carried by their preponderating influence, with cooperation, it is true, and large cooperation, in some instances, from the northern section of the Union. And what are those measures during the 50 years that Southern councils have preponderated? The embargo and other commercial restrictions of non-intercourse and non-importation, war with Great Britain, the Bank of the United States overthrown, protection to domestic manufactures enlarged and extended. I allude to the passage of the Act of 1815 or 1816, the Bank of the United States re-established, the same bank put down by Southern councils, Louisiana acquired, Florida bought, Texas annexed, war with Mexico, California and other territories acquired from Mexico by conquest and purchase, protection superseded and free trade established, Indians removed west of THP Missouri, 15 new states admitted into the Union. Speech on the Compromise Resolutions, delivered in the Senate, February 6, 1800.L. 153. On the Mexican acres but not in Oregon. No sooner had the government changed hands than the direction of territorial expansion changed with it. Although they had not hesitated to buy Louisiana in 1803, the slaveholders would certainly not have paid millions of American dollars for Alaska in 1869. Since neither capitalists nor planters commanded enough power or numbers to rule in their own right, they were compelled to seek supplementary political support among the masses. This meant above all going to the farmers, who constituted the vast majority of the population. The role of the farmers in 19th-century American politics is a magnificent illustration of the axiom that an economically subordinate class cannot be the supreme power in political life. The American farmers lacked the internal cohesion, the integrated economic strength, and the broad political outlook to lead the nation. By far the most numerous segment of the population, they were also the most heterogeneous and dispersed. The settled and prosperous farmers of New York and Pennsylvania were almost as far removed in the social scale from the pioneer squatters and immigrant homesteaders of the West as the wealthy cotton planters were from the Piedmont farmers and poor whites on the mudsill of Southern civilization. The farmers were divided geographically, economically, politically. The Appalachians separated the eastern from the western farmers, the Ohio River, the western from the southern farmers. One part of the western cultivators found their chief markets in the industrial East and Europe, another in the slave-holding South. Economic dependence led to political dependence. One section of the farmers attached itself to the Democratic Party of the planters. Others linked themselves with the parties of the northern bourgeoisie, the Whig and later Republican parties. Scattered, absorbed in local concerns, without direct connection or community of interests with each other on a national scale, they could conquer power in a single state but not in the federal government. The 19th century witnessed several abortive attempts by the farmers to assume control of the government. In no case did they come closer to that goal than to obtain a minor share of the state power in coalition with one or the other of the two ruling classes. The peak of their influence before the Civil War was under Jackson's administration. Even then, like the social democracy in Germany after the 1914-18 war, the farmers' representatives only participated in managing the affairs of 154 state. They did not rule. The repeated failures of the most progressive farmers to perfect an enduring national party of their own, notably the experiments with the Free Soil and early Republican movements, demonstrated their inability to forge the most elementary instrument for taking power. Prevented by their social heterogeneity, their geographical division, their economic subservience, and their provincial outlook from following an independent, united, and consistent political course, the representatives of the various sections of the farmers fulfilled the function of mediators between the two opposing camps. They were the arbiters of their disputes and the buffers of their collisions. It was no accident that Henry Clay, the great compromiser, came from Kentucky, or that Stephen Douglas, who attempted to reenact the conciliatory role of Clay in a new and different historical situation and failed so miserably, came from Illinois. The farmers, and especially the frontier farmers, were natural allies of the planters. The political alliance between the agrarian interests, first consummated under Jefferson, continued to be the backbone of the Democratic Party and the cause of its success. The agrarian democracy acted as a broker between the planters and capitalists, serving the interests of their superiors in order to advance their own. The farmers obtained their own demands only as an adjunct to the planter or capitalist program. And 9 times out of 10, such political transactions left the farmers holding the short end of the stick. The frontiersmen together with the planters foisted the War of 1812 upon the young nation in the hope of winning Canada. But while the Southerners succeeded in snatching Florida from the feeble hands of Spain, the unfortunate Westerners failed in their efforts to wrest Canada from England. The same thing happened in 1844 in regard to Texas and Oregon. The farmers were to have no better luck in their dealings with the big bourgeoisie later. The Homestead Act, part of the price paid by Northern capitalists for the Western farmers' support in the armed struggle against the slaveholders, ended in a similar fiasco. While the government bureaus bestowed baronial domains upon the land speculators, railroads, mining and lumbering corporations, and big ranchers, the small homesteader had to sweat for years to possess his quarter section. After Jefferson's victory in 1800, the merchant aristocracy never recovered its lost leadership. The merchants were forced to 155. Cede a portion of their political power to their agrarian opponents for every commercial concession they obtained from their regime. So long as the commercial capitalists remained the dominant section of the bourgeoisie, the capitalists offered no serious challenge to the rule of the planters. The friction between them shook the framework of the republic twice, but never split or overturned its foundations. During the era of good feeling following the War of 1812, the merchants became reconciled to playing second fiddle in the national orchestra conducted by the slaveholders. When Cotton was crowned king, they not only bowed low before his liege lords at Washington but became their most ardent attorneys in the North. How passionately these men of property defended slavery and for what reasons can be seen from the following outburst on the part of a New York merchant of first rank in 1829 to Reverend Samuel May, a prominent abolitionist. Mr. May, we are not such fools as not to know that slavery is a great evil, a great wrong. But as was consented to by the founders of our republic. It was provided for in the Constitution of our Union. A great portion of the property of the Southerners is invested under its sanction, and the business of the North as well as the South, has become adjusted to it. There are millions upon millions of dollars due from Southerners to the merchants and mechanics of the city alone, the payment of which would be jeopardized by any rupture between the North and South. We cannot afford, sir, to let you and your associates succeed in your endeavor to overthrow slavery. It is not a matter of principle with us. It is a matter of business necessity. We cannot afford to let you succeed. We mean, sir, said he, with increased emphasis, we mean, sir, to put you abolitionists down by fair means, if we can, by foul means, if we must. William Lloyd Garrison, by John J. Chapman, p. 32. As the Northern merchants degenerated into utterly reactionary accomplices of the slave owners, the sole progressive force within the capitalist ranks was the manufacturers, who were destined to be the beheaders of the slaveholders and their successors as rulers of the Republic. In more or less constant opposition to the planters from the earliest days of the Union, they came into sharp conflict with them in 1819 over the question of the extension of slavery into the territories, in 1832 over the Tariff of Abominations, and in 1845 over the Mexican War. The first struggle ended in a drawn battle, the last two in crushing defeats for the industrialists. They did not begin to gird themselves and 156. Organize their forces for the final showdown until the rise of the Republican Party in the 50s. Before they met in mortal combat, however, the slaveholders were to enjoy a noon hour of absolute mastery over the nation. The third and final chapter in the struggle for national supremacy between the planters and capitalists was just beginning in 1848. This period had three chief characteristics. It was marked by the ever-tightening autocracy of the slaveholders, accompanied by a steady diminution of their economic weight, by the economic and political ascent of the industrial bourgeoisie and the deepening antagonism between them and the slave power, and by the gradual recession of the conciliatory petty bourgeoisie into the background as the head-on collision between the rival contenders for power approached. With the growth of the nation since 1789, all three classes had considerably increased their size, wealth, and domain. These quantitative changes were accompanied by even more important qualitative transformations. The planting aristocracy of the Atlantic seaboard, whose fortunes had been founded on tobacco and who had given so many leaders to the Revolution and to the Republic, had become impoverished and decayed, yielding its power and place to the new nobility of King Cotton. The commercial aristocracy of the northern seaports had been shouldered aside by the rising manufacturers, whose demands thundered for recognition in the halls of Congress. The small farmers, no longer packed between the Alleghenies and the Atlantic Ocean, were beginning to build an empire of their own upon a foundation of foodstuffs in the Ohio and Mississippi valleys and along the Great Lakes. Political relations had changed with these alterations in internal social structure. The planters who had allied themselves with the merchant capitalists to form the Union were now at swords' points with the industrialists and preparing to depart from the Yankee Republic. While the northern merchants of the seaboard cities maintained close ties with the southern slaveholders and still supported the new planter aristocracy as they had upheld the old, the bonds between them were weakening. Instead of being allied against common enemies, the northern merchants more and more stood in the old position of the English merchants as exploiters and oppressors of the planters. The farmers were beginning to split into two parts, the free soil farmers of the north-central states going over to the camp of the industrialists. 157. While the more backward farmers of the southern and border states, retaining a certain community of interests with the slave owners, continued to follow in their footsteps. All these relationships were to crystallize into firm formations in the years between 1848 and 1860, ready to be precipitated in 1861. Harry Frankel, 1946. The Jackson period, extending roughly from the election of Andrew Jackson in 1828 through his 2 terms and one of Martin Van Buren, his chief lieutenant, gave a unique cast to American political life. In addition to reshaping the political methods and institutions of its own day, it has assumed special significance in the liberal bourgeois tradition. In the annals of capitalist historians, the Jackson period has gone down as a revolutionary democratic era of popular rule. The Bryan Revolt, and the Wilson and Franklin D. Roosevelt administrations, referred expressly to the Jacksonian past. Certain renegades from Marxism, such as Louis Corey, refer to Jacksonianism for proof of the fundamentally democratic character of American capitalism. But Marxists interpret this period in American history in an entirely different manner. The year 1800 in American national politics marked the triumph of the planting aristocracy led by Jefferson over its northern merchant rival. Southern plantation economy was at that time based upon the slave cultivation of tobacco, rice, and indigo as the chief staples. The next half-century saw a displacement of these crops by a new staple. It is well known that the invention of the cotton gin in 1793 provided the initial impetus to the increase of the cotton crop. The cultivation of upland, or short-fibered, cotton had been limited by the difficulty of separating the fiber and seed. By overcoming this, the cotton gin freed cotton from its narrow confines in the seaboard area and started it on its career across the Appalachian Range to the furthest reaches of suitable soil in faraway Texas. At the height of cotton cultivation, 2/3 of Southern slaves were engaged exclusively in its production. Between 1791 and 1860 the cotton 158. 159. Crop multiplied 1,000-fold. This enthronement of King Cotton made possible the most stupendous social reversion of modern times. For Southern cotton was raised on the basis of pre-capitalist, even pre-feudal relations, the system of chattel slavery. For 60 years the Southern planters held national power. It was an abnormality for the slavocracy to dominate in an era of rising capitalism. But norms can serve only as guides for the understanding of history, they cannot be substituted for the more complex living social process. U.S. history has shown that the rule of the slavocracy was no symbol of the absolute retrogression of human society as some in that day thought it to be. Rather, it was a temporary retrograde motion produced by a transient conjuncture of circumstances which could not endure. History has likewise shown that Jacksonianism, which arose in the period of planter rule, did not overthrow that rule, but represented rather a transitory phenomenon. Jacksonianism continued slaveholder rule with modified techniques. Andrew Jackson was a man of iron will who left a personal mark upon the history of the United States. He typified in almost every way the rising Western cotton planters. A Tennessee slaveholder of considerable wealth, his hermitage was one of the finest mansions of the West. He was, in his early career during the first decades of the 19th century, the most important single human instrument of the planters in their westward expansion. His victories in the Indian Wars, and especially in the War of 1812, where, at New Orleans, he beat the men that beat Napoleon, opened the Southwest to the plantation system. His early political career disproves the contention of Jackson's adulatory historians that he was a democratic figure. Even one of his most enthusiastic historian adulators is forced to record that in local Tennessee politics Jackson was of the land-holding aristocracy, and together with his class, normally acted, both against the financial aristocracy and the canebrake democracy. Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., The Age of Jackson. Andrew Jackson became a link of special configuration in the chain of planter presidents that began with Thomas Jefferson and ended forever with Jefferson Davis. The attitude of this group of presidents toward slavery was in stages modified as cotton fixed the peculiar institution on the South. Thomas Jefferson was a passive opponent of slavery. Jackson takes his 160. Rightful place in the progression as an active defender of slavery, as the planters traveled the 60-year road to Jefferson Davis. Where Jefferson was a planter of Old Virginia, and Davis a planter of Mississippi, towards the western reaches of the slave power, Jackson takes his accurate geographical place in the shifting center of plantation gravity as a Tennessee planter. Marxists always approach the question of the class nature of a state by first determining the character of the economy upon which the political structure rests. In this scientific approach they differ from all varieties of vulgar thinkers for whom states are indeterminate formations, dominated now by demagogues, then by the people, and again by dictators. Nor can any pretended exceptionalism exempt the United States from this method. Despite special American conditions, the history of this country will yield its secrets only to the Marxist key. The American economy up to 1865 exhibited a dual structure. Hewing in one portion of the country to the classic capitalist line, it took on the atavistic shape of a plantation economy based upon slavery in the other section. The cohabitation of these two systems was made partially and temporarily possible by the segregation of the systems, each to its own geographical region. Political decentralization in the form of state governments provided both the bourgeoisie and the slaveholders a measure of local autonomy. Yet national policies of growing importance were decided by the class controlling the federal government. By examining the decisions on these issues we discover which class was in control of the federal government. Up until the Civil War, the important decisions were almost always in favor of the slaveholders. It is instructive in view of the Jackson myths to examine the stand of the Jacksonian Party on each of these issues. The National Bank, at the time of Jackson's election, the second bank of the United States, was in existence, chartered by the Jeffersonian Democrats to finance the War of 1812. The very chartering of such a bank demonstrates that the planter administrations had been pursuing a course of compromise with the Northern capitalist class, for the first bank had been destroyed by the Jefferson-led planters' assault. The renewed apprehensions of the slave-holding class, and especially of its newer and more aggressive western sections, led to a new attack upon the bank. Many local state banking interests participated in 161. This onslaught. Jackson destroyed this centralized engine of bourgeois power. Western lands. The planters' attitude to western lands was determined by their ever-growing greed for more cotton soil. The small farmers also wanted the territories open to their penetration. But in the planter attitude and the farmer attitude there was a difference, the difference being slavery. This was to tear them apart in the free soil controversy of later years. But during the Jackson period they united against the bourgeoisie, which was seeking to restrict land sales in order to restrict the planting power and to keep labor in the East. Jackson's policy here again is most clearly revealed as the planter policy. He did everything within his power to enlarge the land area of the Union, aiming even at the annexation of Texas. Land was the capital of the planter. Jackson sought by every means to augment it, while destroying the capitalist bank. Indian lands. 4 Indian tribes in Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, and Mississippi held ancestral lands aggregating over 33 million acres, almost the combined areas of Pennsylvania and New Jersey. No longer savages, they had developed modern agricultural forms and orderly governments. The story of these lands is described by the historian William E. Dodd in The Cotton Kingdom. The planters of Georgia first, and later those of other states, who coveted these lands with a covetousness unimagined by the kingly exploiter of Naboth's vineyard in ancient times, vowed that the Indian should not be allowed to develop settled, civilized communities. Since the planters were represented in Congress and the natives had recourse only to executive protection, the contest was most unequal, and when President Jackson gave the Indians over to the tender mercies of their enemies, there was no help for them. The planters had their way, and the Indian lands were rapidly converted into cotton plantations. It is only necessary to add that when the bourgeoisie, through the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, tried to block the planters from the Indian lands, Jackson paid no heed, saying, "John Marshall has made his decision, now let him enforce it." Abolitionist literature. The growing North 1N movement for abolition of chattel slavery attempted to penetrate the South with its literature. The planters demanded that the mails be closed to the abolitionists. Here was a problem for Amos Kendall, Postmaster General, chief advisor to Jackson and intellectual. 162. Leader of the Democratic Party. Kendall solved it with a happy compromise. Abolitionist literature could be mailed in the North, but need not be delivered in the South. Such compromises are always acceptable to the ruling class. Internal improvements. This was a contemporary term for canals, roadways, and so forth to be constructed at federal expense. The bourgeoisie saw in them a profitable transportation network necessary for trade and having the additional value of linking the northern bourgeoisie and the western farmers in an economic bloc. With this in view, that inimitable juggler, Henry Clay, made internal improvements part of his American system along with the manufacturer's tariff. But the planters saw no reason why they should bear part of the burden for a program that was primarily of benefit to their rival. Jackson thereupon set his face against the scheme and used his veto power to check it. This is a most important fact in the analysis of the class base of Jacksonianism. For Jackson here showed that he was prepared to risk his Western farmer base in order to carry out the slaveholders' program. Tariff. This was one of the most significant controversies of the Jackson period. The tariff, having a direct bearing on the economic welfare of the capitalist and planter classes, was the most hotly contested of all the issues. In the course of this dispute, the positions of the classes on the tariff had been reversed. The planters, hoping to lay the basis of a home market for their crop, had inaugurated a protective policy with the tariff of 1816. They had been opposed by the chief sector of the bourgeoisie, the major interest of which was shipping, which required low tariff rates. The development of manufactures, fostered in part by the very tariff which it had opposed, caused the bourgeoisie to change its stand. It pressed through Congress the bills of 1824 and 1828, the latter with schedules so highly protective that it became known to the planter and farmer interests as the tariff of abominations. Coming to understand their true interests, the planters turned against a tariff which served as a tax upon them without providing any economic benefit. The remainder of the story is related in the previously quoted work of the most realistic historian of the South, William E. Dodd. When, in 1828, the South and the West united to place Jackson in the president's chair, it was definitely understood that the tariff of 163 abominations was to be abolished, or greatly reduced. The exigencies of national politics caused Jackson to falter and delay. South Carolina allowed the new president 4 years to make up his mind. When he was still uncertain in 1832, the state proceeded to nullify the offensive national statute. The president then threatened war. South Carolina thereupon paused, but the outcome was the definite abandonment of the higher tariff policy in favor of the lower rates of the compromise tariff of 1833. Every South Carolinian thought that the planters had once again had their war, and South Carolinians were scattered all over the cotton states. This was the famous nullification controversy, which is often cited to prove Jackson's independence of the planters. This struggle, it is true, was responsible for much friction, and was partially responsible for the alienation of the Calhoun-led planters from the Jacksonians. But traced to its end, it proves the slaveholder hegemony in the Democratic Party in Jackson's day. For the Southern oligarchy was finally awarded the reduced tariff rates which it sought. It has not been difficult to demonstrate the class base of Jacksonianism. It was the political arm of the slaveholders. This was its decisive character. Remaining to be accounted for are the specific configurations of the Jacksonian regime that distinguish it from earlier and later forms of planter rule. For the Democratic Party of Jackson's day reflected an enormous popular ferment that existed at this time in American national politics. This period became a turning point in the development of the techniques of class rule in the United States. The underlying economic factors. It must be remembered that the period from 1800 to 1860 was a time of enormous social change, both in the North and in the South. Classes were becoming transformed, new sections were arising within existing classes, the relationship of forces between classes was shifting, and an entirely new class, the modern proletariat, was being born. The Jacksonian regime represented a modification of the undisguised planter rule brought about by the interaction of the four main classes, the planters, the capitalists, the petty bourgeoisie, and the rising proletariat. Let us first turn to the planters. The impact of cotton on the South caused profound changes. The great engine of change was the demand for land. The wasteful mode of cotton cultivation. 164. Caused the rapid exhaustion of the soil. Charles A. Beard wrote that what the planters were chiefly marketing was the pristine fertility of the land. The plantation system plowed inexorably westward, turning up the land like an enormous and insatiable bulldozer. The 5 years following the War of 1812 saw a huge westward movement known as the Great Migration. Several hundreds of thousands of people were shifted to the Trans-Allegheny region, leading to the formation of 2 territories, the admission of 3 states, the merciless clearing of the Indians to beyond the Mississippi, and, indirectly, the purchase of Florida. This movement, and the later Jacksonian migration, brought Tennessee, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, and Arkansas into the Cotton Kingdom. If we compare the cotton production of this new western region with that of the older cotton states of the eastern seaboard, South Carolina, Georgia, Virginia, and North Carolina, we get a graphic picture of the western shift of economic power. With the opening of the new Southwest, the Old South on the Atlantic seaboard declined in wealth and importance. The rapid exhaustion of the soil led to the impoverishment of the planters. Historians have described with touching pathos how poverty and indebtedness descended upon Jefferson, Madison, Randolph, Calhoun, all planter statesmen of the eastern region. Indeed, old Virginia and her neighbors soon found that the slave was their most profitable product, and looked to the breeding and traffic of slaves for the rehabilitation of the region. Between the older seaboard plantation aristocracy and the rising western planter class existed a strong antagonism. It expressed itself outwardly in an Eastern aristocratic snobbery on the one hand, and a Western leveling tendency on the other. In the beginning the dispute was between the western and eastern portions of the seaboard states. The solid aristocratic class of the older region feared to take the newer section into full partnership because of the lack of an organized ruling class in the western regions. The larger proportion of pioneer farmers and smaller planters in the West inspired in the old aristocracy fears for the 165. Safety of the slave system. Only as slavery took root in the western counties did the eastern slaveholders relax their grip on the state governments. Frederick J. Turner describes this in his Rise of the New West. It was only as slavery spread into the uplands with the cultivation of cotton, that the lowlands began to concede and to permit an increased power in the legislatures to the sections most nearly assimilated to the seaboard type. South Carolina achieved this end in 1808 by the plan of giving to the seaboard the control of one house, while the interior held the other, but it is to be noted that this concession was not made until slavery had pushed so far up the river courses that the reapportionment preserved the control in the hands of slave-holding counties. A similar course was followed by Virginia. The new western region was rapidly assimilated into the slave system. By 1850 over half of the slave owners were living in the Trans-Allegheny region. Nor did this apply only to small slaveholders, for by this date more than half of the 1,700 great planters, those holding from 100 to 1,000 slaves, were in the new region. But the old antagonism between the two regions did not die out. On the contrary, new disputes, feeding upon the old mistrust, soon arose. We must recall that the policy of the Jeffersonian Party had been to take the reins of the national government and draw sections of the northern capitalist class into cooperation with the planters. This policy had been so successful that the bourgeois Federalist Party was virtually dissolved in the Jeffersonian Party during the administrations of Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, and the second Adams. The Eastern planters grew accustomed in this so-called era of good feeling to secure their rule by means of this alliance at the cost of some concessions to the New England merchant capitalists. However, the fundamental antagonism between the two systems could not forever be repressed. In the North, an aggressive manufacturing bourgeoisie was supplanting the merchant class. Paralleling this was the rise of an aggressive cotton slavocracy in the Southwest. Here were the chief contenders in the coming irrepressible conflict. Scorning the alliance with the old Federalists, unafraid of a pact with the anti-capitalist agrarian and urban petty bourgeois radicals, the slaveholders of the Southwest burst angrily on the scene. They demanded the retraction of all important concessions to the capitalist class, a more energetic policy to secure Western 166 lands, and the breakup of the old closed caste of office holders. Led by the planters of the Tennessee Valley, the first Western cotton planting region, they demanded the elevation of their idol, Andrew Jackson, to the presidency. While these class shifts were taking place in the South, a far more fundamental process of change was taking place in the North. The development of manufactures was rapidly placing the industrial capitalist in the forefront in New England and the Middle Atlantic states. The old commercial and shipping interests were receding to second place. Hamilton's prophetic vision of a manufacturing empire was beginning to assume shape. This growing power of industrial capitalism was a threat to the planting class. The increasing vigor of the capitalists and their ever-increasing demands made it more difficult for the slaveholders to rule in the old way. Every day brought further proof to the Southern aristocracy, and especially to its militant Western section, that the reliance of traditional Jeffersonian politicians upon compromising with the Northern capitalists must come to an end. Jefferson himself lived to see his system shaken. The slavery dispute in 1820 over the admission of Missouri startled him, as he said, like a fire bell in the night. Northern industrial development had yet another aspect. It is a historical axiom that the industrial capitalist brings with him his own gravedigger. An American proletariat was growing with every advance of the factory system. With the growth of the working class came its organization into trade unions and its entry onto the political field. Workers' parties and newspapers rapidly spread through New England, New York, and Pennsylvania. The first trade union and political battles of the American workers occurred at this time. One further class development in the first decades of the 19th century must claim our attention. The small farmers of the North were economic prisoners as long as they remained bound between the Appalachian Range and the Atlantic seaboard. Their release in this period is a factor of prime importance in the relation of class forces. On the broad, fertile lands of Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and the other new farming regions, the farmers grew into a national power. It is evident at once that the interests of three developing classes converged antagonistically upon the fourth. The planters, the small farmers, and the proletariat, each for its own reasons. 167. Fought the rising bourgeois colossus. To the planters, industrial capitalism was a challenge for control of national economic policies. It endangered their whole system. For the farmers, capitalism was the eastern octopus which sucked from them the proceeds of their crops. They were constantly in debt to the eastern capitalists, who furthermore sought to block them off from the ready acquisition of western lands. The proletariat confronted the bourgeoisie as the direct victim of its merciless exploitation. The convergence of the three classes was a temporary alignment which was smashed by the struggles preceding the Civil War. The workers and farmers were soon to take their place in the fight against the outmoded planter slavocracy, the chief foe of all social progress. Yet the movement of the Jacksonian period played an important role in American history. For it brought to the scene of national struggles the workers and farmers in their capacity of a mass electorate. Indeed, the broadening of the suffrage was one of the most important political developments of the Jackson period. Sharp struggles by the growing worker and farmer masses, culminating in one state, Rhode Island, in armed rebellion, won the vote for the free male population. These social and political changes wrought a fundamental change in the conditions of political life. The character of the ruling class political parties was modified to cope with the new conditions. The parties lost their previous candor and disguised themselves in order to gain the same class ends by different methods, in the face of the broadened and suspicious electorate. While the aristocratic monopoly of politics was being smashed, the aristocratic hold of state power was preserved. Jacksonian democracy represented the beginnings of modern concealed class rule. The planters first learned the chief lesson of modern parliamentary democracy which the bourgeoisie was to learn and express so well years later: men can forego the husk of a title who possess the fat ears of power. The Jacksonian technique, while basically an enforced accommodation, naturally brought to the fore politicians of the modern, demagogic type. The rising Western cotton section of the planting class, the spearhead of Jacksonianism, had been educated by the politics of their locality for their national role. In the Western region, small farmers were more numerous, leveling tendencies stronger, and political life more turbulent than on the Eastern. 168. Seaboard. The initial coterie surrounding Jackson: William B. Lewis, John H. Eaton, Felix Grundy, William T. Berry, and James K. Polk are good examples of politicians who learned the fine art of speaking in the name of the many while ruling in the interest of the few. The original home of this political art was in the northern wing of the Planters' Democratic Party, an auxiliary in enemy territory. It fought the bourgeoisie through sections of the urban petty bourgeois and proletarian masses, who were mobilized by means of democratic and even anti-capitalist slogans. The planting class, resting on unorganized, unrepresented, almost unmentioned slave labor, could afford to countenance reforms which struck against the northern bourgeoisie. The 10-hour day for workers, extension of the vote to the proletariat, attacks upon the factory system, and other such agitations typical of the Jackson period represented no direct economic threat to the planters. During the Jackson period the planters put on their best democratic garb, in the North. But during that very same time, barbarous slave legislation multiplied on the statute books in the South. The concessions in the North were part of the slaveholder system of maintaining national power. John Randolph, the erratic phrase-maker of the planter bloc in Congress, gave clear expression to this strategy. "Northern gentlemen," he taunted, "think to govern us by our black slaves, but let me tell them, we intend to govern them by their white slaves." In order to govern the bourgeoisie by their white slaves, the planters, from Jefferson's day on, built a Northern party machine of a type familiar to this day in the Democratic Party. Politicians of the modern type began to make their appearance. Aaron Burr had been Jefferson's chief lieutenant on the Northern field. Martin Van Buren, operating through the Albany Regency and Tammany Hall, was Jackson's man Friday. Each was awarded the vice presidency. Van Buren exemplified the increasing importance of the Northern Auxiliary when he succeeded Jackson in the presidency. The Jackson and Van Buren groupings, joined by a clamorous farmer element led by such men as Senator Thomas Hart Benton and Colonel Richard M. Johnson, formed a national grouping in the Democratic Party which conducted politics by carefully watching the movement of the popular masses. Their activity, well adjusted to the new currents which the old-time politicians could scarcely comprehend, much less navigate, raised behind. 169. Them a sweeping national mass movement. Here the great achievement of Jacksonianism emerges. It inaugurated in national politics that pattern which has endured to the present, the rule of an exploiting class concealed behind the appeal to the common man. The foregoing analysis, while simplified and schematic, indicates the essential elements of the Jackson period. Bourgeois historians like to see in Jacksonianism a basic transfer of power to the people. This is false, for while the period was one of unquestionable popular ferment, the hold of the slave owners upon the state power was not broken. 3 Conceptions of Jacksonianism. Harry Frankel, 1947. In the previous article a class analysis of Jacksonian democracy was presented. An attempt was made to demonstrate that Jacksonianism represented the continuation of the rule of the Southern slave-holding class in national politics, with modifications traceable to a specific relation of class forces. Among the specific circumstances were, the divisions among the planters, the growth in the specific weight of the small farming petty bourgeoisie and the industrial proletariat, and the eruption of these two classes onto the political scene in the form of a clamorous mass electorate. These were circumstances which modified the technique of slave-holding rule, but did not overthrow it. This Marxist view is counterposed to the views of bourgeois historians, who see the Jackson period as a time of popular revolution. We shall here consider the theories of two particular schools of American historians. The first is the famous Frontier School, which views Jacksonianism as a democratic effect of the frontier upon national politics. The second and more recent school considers Jacksonianism to be an expression of the rule of farmers and workers in Washington. The best-known exponent of this view is Charles A. Beard, and it is endorsed by most of the modern liberal historians. Turner's theory of frontier democracy. Let us turn first to the frontier theory. In 1893, Frederick Jackson Turner read to a gathering of the American Historical Association a paper entitled, "The Significance of the Frontier in American History." The main ideas of this essay were later 170. 171. Expanded by Turner into a series of articles and books dealing with various phases of the frontier and its fancied effects on the national development of the United States. What was his theory? The existence of an area of free land, he wrote, its continuous recession, and the advance of American settlement westward, explain American development. Or, as he stated in another article, for 200 years westward expansion was the most important single process in American history. And what was the effect of the frontier? This at least is clear: American democracy is fundamentally the outcome of the experiences of the American people in dealing with the West. That the western land areas were decisive in American history, and that their chief result was democracy, this is the heart of Turner's thesis. Turner's writings deal mainly with the Jackson period. It was at that time that the West came into its own, conquered national power, and had its greatest effect in the furtherance of democracy. The Turner school thus starts with a geographical abstraction, the frontier. History is presumed to be based primarily upon a conflict, not of class but of sectional interests. This conception has sunk deep roots in American academic thought. It is common to refer to the Civil War as a conflict between the North and the South instead of more precisely designating it as a clash between slaveholding and bourgeois economy. Even bias and prejudice are often given sectional labels. Historians boast that their work is free, not only of class prejudice, but of sectional bias. For writers of American history, this terminology has become a substitute for thinking. Partly, this has been the result of the inadequate theoretical equipment of the historians, and partly too it has stemmed from a reluctance to adopt Marxist terminology. Thus section has become a cowardly, confused pseudonym for class in the language of American historical writing. There is a certain plausibility in this sectional approach. It resides in the fact that in early United States history economic classes were largely concentrated in geographical regions. South thus meant the planters, North the bourgeoisie, and West the small farmers. In this manner many historians were able to give class analyses in sectional terminology. But to substitute an imperfect concept for a more precise one cannot fail to bring eventual theoretical disaster. This is the fate of the Turner school, which carried the sectional approach to its furthest limits by elevating one section to 172. Omnipotence. The frontier is a geographical abstraction based upon a shifting region. Its significance can only be appreciated when analyzed in class terms. A specific frontier at a specific time has a class structure differing from that of the same frontier at another time, or another section of the frontier at the same time. The Illinois farmer had more in common with the Massachusetts or Vermont farmer than with his fellow frontiersman, the planter further south. If he didn't know this, the Civil War taught it to him, and should have taught it to the historian as well. By understanding this outstanding flaw in the sectional method, its non-class approach, we come to grips with the inherent weakness of the frontier school. A study of the frontier and of the chief class which inhabited it, the small farmers, is sufficient to convince a Marxist that this section could never take independent control of the state power. The agrarian petty bourgeoisie, geographically and economically diffused, holding no key position in the national economy, plays an impotent role when it attempts to take an independent course. F. L. Paxson, the chief disciple of the Turner method, in a series of lectures entitled When the West is Gone, unintentionally makes this plain. He points out that every frontier revolt up until Bryan and the Populists was a success. Why then was the last wave a failure? Something had happened, he says, to break the course of normal American thought and action. What Paxson fails to grasp is that in every previous movement, the farmers had served as an auxiliary to a predominant social class. The farmers fought in 1776 for the planters and the capitalists against England, in Jefferson's and Jackson's time for the planter against the capitalist, and in the Civil War for the capitalist against the planter. In Bryan's day they were allied with no predominant social class. Alone, the farmers could not, nor can they ever, take over state power. Let us consider Turner's thesis from still another aspect. The existence of the vast western lands, in his view, gave birth to democratic institutions in the United States. There is no denying a certain element of truth in this. To a degree which has been greatly exaggerated, the eastern masses drew independence from the western farming opportunities. To a degree, the large class of western farmers helped break down open aristocratic rule. Yet there is another side to the coin which American Section A list historians have sedulously avoided revealing. And this is the 173. Far greater significance of the western lands for the plantation oligarchy. For that class the existence of a western reserve was economically decisive, because without room to expand the cotton kingdom was doomed. The vast land reserves facilitated more than any other single factor the growth of the plantation system after 1800. Considered in this light, the open West made possible the barbaric atavism of an expanding chattel slave system in the 19th century. Shall we disregard the armies of slaves thus created, as the Jacksonian Democrats of that day did? Those who talk of the exemplary democracy of the Jackson period do just that. So much for the special aspects of the Turner Frontier School. To its more general conceptions, which it shares with other liberal historical theories, we shall return later. Let us consider now the more recent trend of thought concerning the Jackson period among modern historians. A workers' and farmers' government. The impact of Marxism has visibly affected historical thought in every country of the globe. In the United States, where class struggles have been conducted in such open and undisguised forms, this impact could not fail to produce important results. Thus for over 40 years there has flourished a school of historians whose chief occupation has been to borrow for their own use some of the tenets of Marxism while always denying their debt, reserving, as a matter of fact, envenomed shafts for the consistent and avowed Marxists. Charles A. Beard is the most prominent representative of this group. Vernon L. Parrington, Arthur M. Schlesinger, Sr. and Jr., and Lewis Hacker are other prominent figures. The approach of the Beard-type historians to the Jackson period begins with a modification of the Turner school. The frontier, they realize, is not so omnipotent as its proponents believe. Rather they turn to a class analysis. Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., in The Age of Jackson, points this out. It seems clear now that more can be understood about Jacksonian democracy if it is regarded as a problem not of sections, but of classes. This is a promising beginning, but in the end he completes the circle and returns to the traditional conceptions. For Jacksonianism is viewed by these historians, too, as a popular revolution crowned by the rule of the masses. 174. We need hardly go further than the chapter heading in Charles and Mary Beard's The Rise of American Civilization, which characterizes Jacksonianism as a triumphant farmer-labor party. Subsequent references in this book speak of the labor and agrarian democracy, and so forth. Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., constructed his entire above-mentioned book around this idea, that the Jackson government was a worker-farmer conquest. Thus, common to both the Beard and Turner theories is the illusory notion of the revolutionary transfer of state power in the Jackson period to the popular masses. To these misconceptions must be counterposed the Marxist understanding of the first 60 years of the 19th century as a period of uninterrupted, if at times modified, hegemony of the slavocracy in national affairs. If the conception that under Jackson the popular masses seized power were true, it would represent an important social revolution in the United States. If revolutions were as simple in reality as they are in the minds of these people, the task of revolutionists would be light indeed. We must ask, why did the slaveholder South yield so readily to being dispossessed from political power, for which it was to fight tooth and claw 30 years later? If these impetuous historians were to stop and ponder this question before venturing to speak so rashly of revolution, they could find but one reply in accord with historical fact, that the Jacksonian Democratic Party in power did not lay its hands on a single prerogative or institution of the planting class. On the contrary, it protected, strengthened, and aided that class, while conducting an offensive to weaken the bourgeois enemy of the planters in the North. But the historian may protest that the workers and farmers got a hearing in Washington from the Jackson administrations. What about the protection of the land interests of the farmers? The 10-hour laws? The mechanics' lien laws? The progress made, especially by the workers, is beyond dispute. First of all, however, it must be understood that such concessions did not directly endanger the planting class, and, for that reason, the slaveholders could countenance reforms which gained for them national electoral support. Let us recall how John Randolph, planter spokesman in Congress, challenged the bourgeoisie. Northern gentlemen think to govern us by our black slaves, but let me tell them, we intend to govern them by their white slaves. Not one of our enlightened historians thinks to suggest that the gains of labor in this period might have resulted primarily. 175. From the increasing power and the independent activity and pressure of the workers' organizations. The period just preceding Jackson and during his administration saw a huge growth of the trade unions and political movements of the workers. Unions were organized in many trades of the growing industrial system. Workers' parties were organized in a number of states, and workers' newspapers mushroomed. A spreading strike movement in the industrial areas, despite the vicious court rulings on conspiracy charges, testified to the militancy of the movement. Could not such a movement be expected to wring gains from the bourgeoisie independently of Jackson? A very instructive case is related by the socialist historian Gustavus Myers in his History of Tammany Hall. Tammany was the Jackson arm in New York City. In 1829 a workingmen's party was organized, inspired chiefly by Robert Dale Owen, son of the famous utopian socialist. It propagated the typical labor program of that day, opposition to the feudal land monopoly and to capitalist banks, in favor of a system of free education, and so forth. In the first election in which the new party put a ticket in the field, it polled 6,000 votes against 11,000 for the established Tammany machine, and elected Ebenezer Ford to the assembly. Tammany fought the workingmen's party bitterly with every weapon in its well-stocked arsenal. As part of its campaign it sponsored a piece of reform legislation designed to win the workers back to Tammany. This was the origin of the mechanics' lien law in New York State, which has come down to us as a gift of the Jacksonians. The early workers' parties were eventually assimilated into the Democratic Party, and their independent struggle was subordinated to national Jacksonian politics. Schlesinger describes this process with a gleeful air. To those for whom sycophancy is the ideal policy for the labor movement, it was a step forward. After all, what can the workers accomplish as an independent force? They should be happy to attach themselves to any Jackson, or Roosevelt, who might throw them an occasional favor. Marxists have an altogether different conception of the role of the labor movement, and we are bound to criticize an alliance which was a severe setback to it. For the workers to abandon the construction of independent organizations in order to submerge themselves in the Democratic Party was to break the line of organizational continuity so indispensable for the eventual construction of a national labor movement of power and 176. Independence. To those who point to the reforms achieved in this period, we reply that at bottom they were the result of the show of power by the workers. An independent policy, designed to take advantage of the division between the planters and the capitalists, would have secured far bigger and more lasting gains. Of course, our criticism here is not of the weak and inexperienced labor movement of that day, but of those liberal historians and modern sycophants who would erect this policy of subservience into an ideal standard for the working class. The miseducation of the workers by their leaders in the Jackson period left a deep scar on the labor movement. The workers, instead of being in the forefront of the abolitionist movement, their rightful place, were in the planter-controlled Democratic Party. Whoever touched the foul slavocracy was defiled by it. The anti-abolitionist and chauvinist poison that later surfaced among the workers stemmed from this period of miseducation. Northern Jacksonian democracy must bear the blame for this. Who were the Jacksonian reformers? Our enlightened historians bring forward another proof of the democracy of Jacksonianism. All the democratic reformers, they tell us, all the radical opponents of privilege and monopoly, were in the Democratic Party. The radical ferment of the period was expressed through Jacksonianism. That is their argument. And it is true that much of the agrarian radicalism, petty bourgeois reformism, and proletarian discontent found its expression in the Jacksonian Party. But here again we must proceed with care, and sift out the kernel of truth from the husk of phrases. The planting class since Jefferson's day had worked out an elaborate ideology with which to justify its rule and its struggle against the capitalist class. Men like Jefferson, John Taylor, John C. Calhoun, and certain Jacksonian leaders demonstrate this. Their conception of an ideal society was a basically agricultural economy which they could dominate with ease. An extensive polemical literature was developed against bourgeois ideology, placing the producing classes on one side of a struggle against the non-producing classes. It would of course be a mistake to suppose that the planters saw themselves for what they really were, the most parasitic class of the nation. By 177. An ideological sleight of hand, based on an absolute disregard of the slaves who were the actual producers, the planters converted themselves into the primary producing class of the South and the nation. Violent declamations against the capitalist thief who steals from the producer the fruit of his toil conjured up visions of the planter and his family in their immaculate white clothes, picking cotton all day in the hot sun, month in and month out, only to be robbed of the fruit of their toil by northern parasites. So spoke the worst thief of all, the slaveholder. And he saw nothing false in his fantastic ideology, so accustomed was he to think of the labor of his slaves as unquestionably his own, as though he had performed it himself. The democratic agitation of the northern Jacksonians followed these same lines. It pointed out many valuable truths about the capitalist class, and without doubt it had certain progressive results. But it suffered from an unpardonable defect, that of defending the slave economy. This defect gave it a generally reactionary cast in the national sphere. The apologist historians protest that slavery was concentrated in the South, and the democratic agitation in the North had to fight the main enemy. They point to a certain type of abolitionist whose misleading role it was to make the sins of slavery an excuse for the sins of capitalism. Here too there is a certain grain of truth. Yet what of the Southern Jacksonians? Did they expose and combat slavery? On the contrary, they helped to tighten the noose around black labor's neck. The question should not be posed sectionally to begin with, for Jacksonianism was a national movement. Had it been truly democratic, it would have condemned both slave and capitalist exploitation, and fought first of all against the slave system. The abolition question, as a matter of fact, is the touchstone of Jacksonianism. It seems difficult to understand how a national movement committed to forthright democratic agitation could have avoided the issue of slavery, or even stood altogether on the reactionary side. Difficult to comprehend, that is, if one does not grasp the fact of slaveholder hegemony in the Democratic Party. It is amazing how many different types of reformers made up the northern wing of the Democratic Party. It was a reform association with one law: you must leave the issue of human slavery strictly alone. Abolitionism was, as Schlesinger, Jr., mentions in passing, the untouchable of the Democratic Party. In The Age of Jackson he writes, 178. The Jacksonians in the 30s were bitterly critical of abolitionists. The outcry against slavery, they felt, distracted attention from the vital economic question of bank and currency, while at the same time it menaced the Southern alliance so necessary for the success of the reform program. A good deal of Jacksonian energy, indeed, was expended in showing how the abolition movement was a conservative plot. Ely Moore, a Union leader who became a Democratic congressman, spoke for much of labor in his charge that the Whigs planned to destroy the power of the Northern working classes by freeing the Negro to compete with the Northern white man in the labor market. From reformers like Fanny Wright and Albert Brisbane to party leaders like Jackson and Van Buren, the liberal movement united in denouncing the abolitionists. Here, from the mouth of a modern apologist, we have a fair sample of the Alice in Wonderland reasoning of the Jacksonian radicals. An alliance with slaveholders is made to reform society, and it must not be endangered by chatter against human slavery. A Democrat who took his democracy seriously, and extended it to the slaves, had no place in the Democratic Party. There is an instructive case. William Leggett, one of the ablest journalists of the New York Tammany organization, in 1835 attacked an order issued by Amos Kendall, Jackson's postmaster general, and incidentally radical-in-chief of the Democratic Party, which barred abolitionist literature from free national circulation through the mails. In return, Leggett was promptly excommunicated from the party and ruthlessly cast aside. He was pursued to the grave for his heresy, and afterwards Tammany Hall had the iron-ical temerity to honor his memory with a bust in the same room in which he had been read out of the party. The issue of slavery was the key to the real nature of Jacksonianism, as it was to become the key to all parties, issues, and politicians. The uncompromising defense of slavery by Jacksonian Democrats marks the movement as a planter-dominated upsurge. The custom of historians to ignore this, or to give it only passing reference without halting or modifying their paeans to Jacksonian democracy, brings them close to dishonesty. They cannot sidestep the issue by pointing to numerous Jacksonians of the North who later became free soil advocates. That belongs to a later period, when the worker and farmer pawns of the slavocracy were torn away by the developments preceding the Civil War. Support of slavery stamps Jacksonianism with an indelible mark. 179. As a last defense against the conception of Jacksonianism as a planter power, the historians of the Turner and Beard schools point to the fact that the majority of large planters were for a time supporters of Whig policies against Jackson. Here too there is a germ of truth, but again it must be separated from the false interpretation placed upon it. In our previous article we discussed the role of the large planters, particularly of the eastern region. They had grown accustomed to ruling through an alliance with and concessions to the northern capitalists. When conditions make it difficult or impossible for a class to continue in its previous path, a conservative section of that class tends always to stand in the way of the necessary turn. The Whig planters wanted to continue to rule in the old way. William E. Dodd, the sharp-eyed historian of the South, has perceived the nature of this split in the planting class. He writes in The Cotton Kingdom. Still there were differences. The larger planters and justices of the older counties everywhere tended to follow Clay, while the smaller planters, the rising businessmen, liked the rougher Jackson way. Besides, Jackson could carry the West, and the votes of the West were necessary to any aggressive national policy. But these differences were the differences of older and younger groups, not the differences of social irreconcilables. Consequently, though each party twit the other on occasion with being disloyal to slavery, in any great crisis they were almost certain to unite, for whatever happened, the planters felt that they must control the Cotton Kingdom. Our emphasis. Marxists see the Jackson era as a period of continued planter rule, modified in its external aspects by changing class alignments, and attaching to itself a pseudo-democratic movement of petty bourgeois reformers who drew behind them large urban and agrarian masses. Although Jackson fought the capitalists, he fought them as a representative of the slave-owning class. There cannot be a return to Jacksonian democracy any more than there can be a return to slavery. What of the modern significance of Jacksonianism, of which the liberals speak so glibly? Jackson and his party did represent a new departure, a new tradition in American politics. They represented the adaptation of the ruling class to the mass movements of workers and farmers. Every essential element of modern party usage stems from Jackson's time. Extended suffrage, party nominating conventions, publication of the 180. Popular vote, choice of presidential electors by popular vote, elective judiciary, and so forth, first began to predominate in his period. Likewise the spoils system in national politics, corrupt political machines, ward-heeling politicians, candidates without principles, and demagogic campaigns. Jackson's managers in the campaign of 1828 cleverly concealed his stand on every important issue in national affairs, stressing only his rough Western virtues. Little did they realize that they were making a stick to break their own backs. 12 years later the Whigs had the same brilliant idea. A.I.D. put into the field a candidate, Harrison, who could outdrink, outfight, and outlog cab in Jackson's party, and he carried the country. Thus was developed the modern mode of class rule concealed behind the appeal to the common people. In a way it was a political revolution in methods. Utterly false is the attempt to find a modern significance for Jacksonianism in the phrases and slogans of that movement without regard to its class foundation. Such an attempt leaves the modern liberal with nothing to build on except phrases. But phrases are as powerless against capitalism now as they were powerless against slavery then. Only the movements of social classes have the power to change society. If Jacksonianism has any modern significance it is this: only by allying themselves with an economically predominant class on the road to power can the urban and agrarian petty bourgeois masses break the capitalist chains that bind them. That modern class, which is the gravedigger of capitalism, is the proletariat. Marxists will work to build the power of this class and to gain for it allies from other classes. We leave empty-headed liberals to celebrate the reactionary subservience of the popular movement to the slave-holding class a century ago, as they celebrated the subservience of the popular movement to Roosevelt's capitalist demagoguery more recently. The Rise and Fall of the Cotton Kingdom. George Novack, 1939. The Civil War, the crucible of the Second American Revolution, was precipitated by the secession of the Southern planters. Therefore, the first question to be answered is, what drove the slaveholders of the Confederate States to quit the Union they had helped to establish and govern from its beginning? The causes and circumstances of this momentous decision were complex and cumulative. But the underlying motives for the action of the Southern lords of the lash can be traced back to the dynamics of the development of their peculiar institution, the chattel-slave mode of production. This type of economy was a high rhetorical anachronism not only in the 19th century but even in the 17th when it was introduced into the Americas. Slavery had largely disappeared from Western Europe by that time. And yet, paradoxically, slave labor experienced a large-scale revival in the New World because of the economic needs of the aggressively expanding and far more advanced bourgeois civilization of the Old World. In its initial stage American slavery was a collateral branch of commercial capitalism. Negro servitude was implanted in the colonies of the Western Hemisphere to produce sugar, tobacco, rice, indigo, hemp, and other staples for the world market. Slaves themselves were one of the most lucrative of commodities in the international trade of the time. In its ultimate stage chattel slavery in the South became an integral part of early 19th century industrial capitalism. Its predominant cash crop, cotton, was also the principal export of the United States, a source of considerable enrichment of the North and the chief raw material of British industry. This cotton kingdom had a meteoric rise and a sudden fatal crash. Its downfall was the outcome of the interaction of two opposing economic processes. The slave economy was undergoing serious and critical structural changes just when the far more powerful and progressive industrial capitalism of the North and the small freehold farming of the Northwest were moving ahead with tremendous strides. The frictions between these antagonistic forces generated such insoluble conflicts that the heads of the aging and declining slave system felt obliged to take the desperate step of disunion that brought on the Civil War and their own destruction as a class. This essay will chart the economic evolution of the Cotton Kingdom from its emergence at the turn of the 19th century up to the departure of the slave power from the Union. The birth of the Cotton Kingdom. The Cotton Kingdom was the firstborn child in the United States of the Industrial Revolution. The South, cotton, and black slavery are so closely associated that it is difficult to realize that black slavery existed for almost 200 years in the colonies before a cotton crop of any noticeable value was raised in the South. It is recorded that in 1784 8 bags of cotton, shipped to England from the South, were seized at the custom house as fraudulently entered, cotton not being a production of the U.S. As late as 1790 the total export of cotton from the U.S. amounted to only 81 bags. Although the cotton plant could grow throughout the South, it was not commercially cultivated because of the excessive labor required to separate the seed from the fiber. The invention of the cotton gin, which enabled one person to clean more cotton in a day than 10 could clean by hand in a month, gave an impetus to cotton cultivation which transformed the economy of the slave states. The cotton gin multiplied the productive capacity in the cotton fields 100-fold, enabling the planters to increase their output from 18 to 93 million pounds from 1801 to 1810. Cotton, being far more profitable to the planter than any other crop ever raised in the South, quickly supplanted tobacco, rice, and indigo as the chief Southern staple. Slavery itself, which originally rested upon the cultivation of these products, came to be supported by bales of cotton. This economic revolution in southern agriculture was the offshoot of the mightier industrial revolution in England. At the 183 beginning of the 19th century, steam and the new tool-making machinery were rapidly transforming English manufacture into large-scale industry. In the center of this process stood the textile mills. The introduction of the spinning jenny and the loom together with subsequent mechanical improvements had the same effect upon cotton manufacture as the invention of the cotton gin in the 1790s had upon cotton cultivation. Jointly they multiplied the productive powers of the workers in both branches of economy to unprecedented demands 10 ns. This double revolution in the methods of production gave birth to corresponding social changes on both sides of the Atlantic. In England, the gentlemen whom Cobbett addressed as seigneurs of the twist, sovereigns of the spinning jenny, great yeomen of the yarn emerged, together with the modern proletariat, from the womb of the factory system to engage in bitter struggle with the landed aristocracy. In the U.S. the expansion of cotton culture produced new agricultural magnates who not only superseded the old plantation aristocracy of Virginia as the rulers of Southern society, but subsequently also became the political masters of America. At the same time slavery, which had been loosening its hold upon the American economy, was tightly saddled upon the South. Although the upper-class opponents of slavery could find no way of eradicating the institution, they had hoped that, with the extinction of the slave trade in 1808 and the inevitable increase in the poor white laboring population, slavery would die as natural and economic death in the South as in the North. The expansion of cotton culture blasted the expectations of such anti-slaveryites. The new machinery pumped fresh blood into the constricting arteries of the slave system in the U.S., and, in the process, transformed many of its characteristics. Capitalist production completely destroys the intimate connection between agriculture and manufacture which existed in the slave economy of classical and colonial times and in the feudal economy of the Middle Ages. This division of production takes place not only within each capitalist country according to the degree of its development, but on an international scale. Out of the worldwide division of labor created by the extension of capitalist production there develop whole nations devoted to either agriculture or industry and vast regions concentrating upon the cultivation of a single staple. The agricultural countries. 184. confined to the raising of raw materials and foodstuffs required by the industrial nations, become the economic tributaries of the latter. This separation of agriculture from industry was pursued as a conscious policy by the British bourgeoisie in relation to the American colonies before the Revolution and was one of the principal causes of the revolt. But the American economy did not lose its colonial character when the people won their national independence from Great Britain. Until the Civil War, the U.S. remained a predominantly agricultural nation, exporting raw materials and foodstuffs to the more advanced industrial powers across the Atlantic. The cotton crop became the leading factor in the American economy before the Civil War because textile manufacture was the most important branch of English industry, which in this period meant also capitalist economy. The two branches of production, agricultural and industrial, American and English, stemmed from a single trunk and grew together. While the English textile mills had a monopoly of the world market in cotton goods, the southern planters enjoyed a monopoly over the supply of raw cotton. 3/4 of the southern cotton crop was exported to Europe in 1860, constituting over 1/2 of all American exports and 4/5 of England's imports of raw cotton. Wage slavery in the mills plus chattel slavery on the American plantations was the magic formula that put fabulous profits into the pockets of English textile magnates, enabled Britain's cotton goods to conquer the world market, and extended their reach into such hitherto untouched territories as India and Africa. Thus the British manufacturers, who prided themselves after 1833 upon the abolition of chattel slavery within their dominions, were the chief beneficiaries of American slavery. Moreover, the most brutal features of the peculiar institution of the South were the peculiar product of English industrial capitalism. As production came to be more and more concentrated upon the cotton crop in response to the ever-increasing demands of the textile industry, the southern plantations discarded their patriarchal features and became transformed into an exclusively commercial system on the model of the Jamaican sugar estates. The natural economy that had grown up around the plantations was shattered by the impact of the new cotton culture, giving way to the one-sided development characteristic of capitalist economy. Everything on the cotton plantations was subordinated and 185. Sacrificed to the raising of that one staple. Household industries were given up, the means of subsistence for the workforce and the draft animals were often bought for cash, production was carried on simply and solely for the world market. Having forfeited the last traces of economic independence, the cotton plantations became an integral part of the industrial capitalist system, just as the earlier sugar and tobacco growers belonged to the mercantile system. Where cotton was king, the whole economy fell under its sovereign sway. The price of land and the price of slaves were regulated by the price of cotton. A prime field hand was generally calculated to be worth the price of 10,000 pounds of cotton. If cotton was bringing 12 cents a pound, an able-bodied black was worth $1,200 on the slave market. The planter, an absolute monarch on his own plantation, was a helpless subject when he came upon the market with his bales of cotton. There he had no more independent power than a marionette whose strings were attached to the hands of the textile manufacturers. How the planters danced to the tune of the world market, played through the pipes of the cotton manufacturers, can be seen in the following letter from Colonel John B. Lamar to his brother-in-law, dated February 9, 1845. Lamar was then managing his family plantations in Georgia. Cotton is dull, prices have receded a little and the whole world of planters, buyers, etc. are on tiptoe for the news by the steamer which left Liverpool on the 4th of February. My prayers are fervent for advices of a halfpenny advance and large scale, great demand for cotton goods, spinners prosperous, corn plenty and all that sort of parlance, so interesting to us poor toads under a harrow, yclept planters of cotton. The planters were equally at the mercy of the market when they came to buy their supplies or to borrow money. Under these conditions the mind of the cotton planter was as completely dominated by capitalist ideas as the price of his products was controlled by the capitalist market. Whether the planter was a resident producer or an absentee operator who hired an overseer to manage his estates, He regarded himself as a businessman who invested capital in land, slaves, and other means of production and expected an ample rate of return upon his investment. The cotton plantation was operated as a large-scale commercial enterprise and its accounts were reckoned in terms of annual profit and loss. The planters prided themselves on being the 186 custodians of their own special way of life. They were actually subjected to capitalist conditions, connections, and concepts almost as strongly as the merchant who bought the cotton or the manufacturer who had it spun and woven into cloth. The slave economy of the South had a peculiarly combined character. It was fundamentally an archaic pre-capitalist mode of production which had become impregnated with the substance and spirit of bourgeois civilization by its subordination to the system of industrial capitalism. The form of agriculture and the form of labor black slavery was originally established in North America because of the absence of an adequate labor supply, after experiments with Indian and white servitude had failed. This same cause was operative on the frontier wherever the lack of labor was keenly felt. The early settlers in the Indiana Territory, mostly from Virginia, Kentucky, and other slave states, vainly petitioned Congress in 1802 and again in 1806 to allow slavery there on the ground that they were in great need of labor and were accustomed to secure it from slaves. But there were other reasons in addition to the lack of labor and the force of tradition that kept the planter using slave rather than wage labor, even after European immigration began to deposit a surplus working population in the states. The growing of cotton, rice, tobacco, and sugar, the staples produced by slave labor, was carried on as a large-scale agricultural enterprise, involving heavy investments of capital, extensive tracts of land, and large gangs of laborers. The extensive agriculture of the past inevitably presupposed or gave birth to class divisions. Slave owners and slaves, feudal lords and serfs, capitalist growers, and wage earners are productive relations common to such large-scale agriculture. Small-scale farming, on the other hand, does not necessarily involve sharp social differences between the individuals engaged in production. This could be seen in any section of the country populated by small farmers who cultivated their own land. The farm family usually performed all the necessary labor. For the extra labor needed at certain seasons and on special occasions, they would either call upon friends and neighbors or else draw upon the hired hands floating around the vicinity. Propertyless workers who hired themselves out for wages by the day, week, 187, month, or year quickly appeared in all settled farming communities, later constituting a shifting stream of labor which flowed back and forth between town and country. On the frontiers there were no sizable permanent bodies of employers and employees so long as any able-bodied person could easily possess enough land to become a self-employed farmer. Nor in most farming sections were there any hard and fast distinctions between the farmers and hired hands. As a rule, they worked side by side in the fields, ate at the same table, lived in the same house, and regarded each other as social equals. The hands were help, not slaves. Manual labor, which was looked upon as degrading by the slaveholder, was regarded as the most worthy of occupations by the freehold farmer. Before the rise of the industrial workers, this sturdy class of plebeian citizens formed the backbone of the democratic forces in the United States. Free labor differs from slave labor in two essential respects. In the first place, the free laborer has the right to sell his or her own labor power upon the market. Their persons are their own property. In the second place, they sell their labor power only for a definite, limited period. Chattel slaves, on the other hand, cannot sell themselves for they belong to another. They are bought and sold in the market like any other kind of merchandise, and not only they but their offspring belong to the owner for life. From the standpoint of the laborer, it makes all the difference in the world whether he or she is enslaved or free. But the capitalist is indifferent to the form of labor he employs. His aim is to obtain the maximum amount of profit from it. So long as slave labor can produce more surplus than other forms of labor, well and good. When it cannot, the planter capitalist will turn to a different system of labor in which the prospects of profit seem surer. It is all one with him. When slaves became an economic liability to the Virginia planters, they were inclined to grant them formal freedom. On the cotton plantations of the South today, most planting corporations have changed over from the semi-servile system of sharecropping that succeeded chattel slavery to day labor, because the latter is more profitable under present mechanized conditions of production. Chattel slavery, therefore, remained the prevailing form of plantation labor under the regime of King Cotton because the proprietors found that it was more profitable to invest there. 188. Capital in black slaves, provide them with the necessary means of production and subsistence, and consume their capacities for labor during their active lives than to use wage labor or to adopt the sharecropping system. In extenuation of slavery, blunt John Adams declared to the Continental Congress, "It is of no consequence by what name you call your people, whether by that of freeman or slave." In some countries the laboring poor men are called freemen, in others they are called slaves, but the difference is imaginary only. What matters it whether a landlord employing 10 laborers on his farm gives them annually as much as will buy the necessaries of life or gives them these necessaries at shorthand? It mattered in one extremely important respect to the Southern planter. So long as his labor could be steadily at work on the plantation the year round, it was cheaper to keep slaves than to use hired labor. From this standpoint, cotton was an ideal crop for the slave owner. With the exception of sugar cane, no other crop afforded such constant employment for unskilled labor. Plowing, planting, weeding, picking, ginning followed one another in regular sequence from one year's end to the next. There was no season when the experienced and capable planter could not find some productive work for his slaves on a cotton plantation. The planters had other reasons for keeping the yoke of chattel slavery firmly fastened upon the blacks' shoulders. They feared that the emancipated black would join the procession of emigrants to the frontier and leave them without an adequate supply of labor. Many northern manufacturers who shared the same fear with respect to their own wage slaves not only opposed the opening of the western territories to settlers but attempted to impose legal restrictions upon such mobility to keep a plentiful supply of cheap labor at their command. In a powerful polemic against the abolitionists in 1837, Chancellor Harper of South Carolina summed up the economic arguments of the planters for slavery. The first and most obvious effect of emancipation would be to put an end to the cultivation of the one great Southern staple. And this would be equally the result if we suppose the emancipated Negroes to be in no way distinguished from the free laborers of other countries, and that their labor would be equally effective. In that case, they would soon cease to be laborers for hire, but would scatter themselves over our unbounded territory to become independent landowners themselves. The cultivation of the soil on an extensive scale can only be carried on. 189. Where there are slaves, or in countries superabounding in free labor. No such operations are carried on in any portion of our country where there are not slaves. Such are carried on in England, where there is an overflowing population, and an intense competition for employment. Here, about the same quantity of laborers is required at every season, and the planter suffers no inconvenience from retaining his laborers throughout the year. Memoir on Slavery, pages 4-5. Free white labor might be more productive, but it was less reliable than slave labor. Imagine, Harper goes on to remark, an extensive rice and cotton plantation cultivated by free laborers, who might perhaps strike for an increase in wages, at a season when the neglect of a few days would ensure the destruction of the whole crop. Even if it were possible to procure laborers at all, what planter would venture to carry on his operations under such circumstances? Well might the corporation farmers and shipper growers of California, Colorado, Ohio, and New Jersey, who today have so much difficulty in suppressing untimely strikes by their workers, envy their predecessors and sigh for the days of chattel slavery when strikes were forbidden under penalty of death. That the possibility of strikes was a factor militating against the use of wage labor is confirmed by the following incident, recounted by Charles Lyell, the famous geologist, from a conversation with an intelligent Louisianian in 1846. The sugar and cotton crop is easily lost, if not taken in at once when ripe, the canes being damaged by a slight frost, and the cotton requiring to be picked dry as soon as mature, and being ruined by rain. Very lately a planter, 5 miles below New Orleans, having resolved to dispense with slave labor, hired 100 Irish and German immigrants at very high wages. In the middle of the harvest they all struck for double pay. No others were to be had, and it was impossible to purchase slaves in a few days. In that short time he lost produce to the value of $10,000. Second visit to the United States. Quoted from Documentary History of American Industrial Society, Volume 2, p. 183. I need hardly say, Harper remarked, that these staples cannot be produced to any extent where the proprietor of the soil cultivates it with his own hands. He can do little more than produce the necessary food for himself and his family. DeBow's Review, Volume X, Number 47, January 1851, p. 588. Slaves were indispensable for the creation of the surplus product which enriched the slave owners. 190. Slavery was an absolute necessity in the frontier regions where few whites would work for others when they could so easily manage to get a living by themselves. The reason for this was well formulated by the anonymous author of 2 articles on slave labor and the conditions of its extinction in the English Economist of October 10 to 17, 1857. Compulsory labor has one salient advantage and one only, that the capitalist can collect, group, and organize it at pleasure even in the center of the most thinly populated district, and far from any labor market. It thus supplies to the American planter, directly and easily, the solution of the question which so puzzles our theorists on colonization: how to bring labor in a new country into sufficient dependence on capital. Buy your labor, they say, not from the laborer himself, but from the owner of the laborer, and then for a fixed sum you can organize it, even in the depths of the wilderness, much as you please. And this is one economical advantage of slavery, that it carries a large-scale system of cultivation out of reach of labor markets, and enables you to cultivate large areas of the richest land, and to get the largest net profits out of it, without reference to any condition but that of easy and cheap transport for the products. The expansion of the cotton empire. Owing to the restricted area within which tobacco, rice, and sugar could be raised and the comparatively limited markets for these crops, the southern plantations had grown rather slowly before the 19th century. With the coming of King Cotton the plantation system entered upon an era of rapid expansion. The rich calcareous loam so suitable to cotton cultivation girdled the foothills of the Appalachians all the way from Virginia to the Gulf states and thence west across the Mississippi bottomlands into eastern Texas. This enormous black belt, combined with the apparently infinite elasticity of the market, freed the cotton planters from the narrow boundaries that hemmed in their predecessors and gave a steady impetus to the extension of the cotton kingdom. The rapid exhaustion of the soil, caused by the improvident methods of cultivation pursued by the slave owners, was one of the chief centrifugal forces in the outward drive of the plantation system. In their eagerness to extract the last penny of profit as quickly as possible from their agricultural operations, the plantation owners exhausted the natural powers of their land as 191. Recklessly as some among them exhausted the energies of their slaves. By failing to diversify their crops or provide for proper drainage, they robbed the soil of its fertility and allowed it to deteriorate, undermining the natural foundations of their own wealth. The resultant impoverishment of the land compelled the planter either to clear new lands adjoining his own, and thus add more acreage to his estate, or else to change location and move southwestward in search of cheap virgin soil. Pillage of the land was a characteristic feature of the commercial plantation system in all stages of its development. The tobacco planters had plundered the soil no less prodigally than did the cotton growers. A graphic description of the decay of an entire region in Virginia from this cause is given by a black observer named Charles Ball, who was one of a band of slaves driven through the region by a slave trader in 1805. It had originally been highly fertile and productive, and had it been properly treated, would doubtless have continued to yield abundant and prolific crops, but the gentlemen who became the early proprietors of this fine region, supplied themselves with slaves from Africa, cleared large plantations of many thousands of acres, cultivated tobacco, and became suddenly wealthy, built spacious homes and numerous churches, but regardless of their true interest, they valued their lands less than their slaves, exhausted the kindly soil, by unremitting crops of tobacco, declined in their circumstances, and finally grew poor upon the very fields that had formerly made their possessors rich, abandoned one portion after another, as not worth planting any longer, and, pinched by necessity, at last sold their slaves to Georgian planters, to procure a subsistence, and when all was gone, took refuge in the wilds of Kentucky, again to act the same melancholy drama, leaving their native land to desolation and poverty. Narrative of the Life and Adventures of Charles Ball, a Black Man. Quoted from Documentary History of American Industrial Society, Volume 2, p. 62. In the course of 2.5 centuries, similar cycles were enacted in the sugar islands of the West Indies. An island thrown open for settlement would at first be inhabited by free proprietors, cultivating their own land. A period of general prosperity and rough equality would prevail among the white colonists. Gradually, however, as production came to be concentrated in estates of larger and larger size, gangs of slaves would crowd out the small farmers. In a short time the rapacious planters would begin to exhaust the soil. With the diminishing fertility of the land and the increasing expensiveness of slave labor, the costs of 192 production would rise. At this stage the supply of products from the new islands, occupied by immigrants from the old, would be thrown upon the market, and the competition would bring slow ruin to the old planters. Thus the Windward Islands first supplied almost all the then limited consumption of sugar and coffee in Europe. Jamaica rose on their decay, and went through precisely the same stages of existence. San Domingo in turn greatly eclipsed Jamaica, but was overwhelmed by the great Negro insurrection, and never reached the period of decline. Lastly, the Spanish colonies of Cuba and Puerto Rico, after centuries of comparative neglect, started all at once to the front rank of the exporting islands, while the British planters, with the aid of their accumulated capital, were struggling against encroaching decay. Introduction by Ulrich Phillips to Documentary History of American Industrial Society, Volume I, p. 92. The plantation system of the Cotton Kingdom ran through the same process of development on a grander scale and at a more rapid rate. As the land in the old plantation regions deteriorated and the call for cotton increased in the early decades of the century, the cotton planters pushed their way in successive waves of immigration from the seaboard states into the rich alluvial lands of Alabama and Mississippi, driving the small farmers, hunters, trappers, and Indians before them, trampling them underfoot or thrusting them aside into the Piedmont or onto the sandy soils unfit for cotton. Jefferson's purchase of Louisiana placed at the planters' disposal an extraordinarily fertile and extensive area, already dedicated to slavery. Quickly taking possession of the lower part of the Louisiana Territory and expelling the Indian tribes beyond the Red River, the slaveholders soon overflowed into the neighboring state of Texas, then under Mexico's jurisdiction. Although slavery was legally forbidden in Mexico, the planters evaded this prohibition by special exemptions and contracts binding blacks to serve 99-year apprenticeships. This was, however, not enough. The planters then conspired, like the Hawaiian sugar growers 50 years later, to rebel against the established government, set up an independent republic of their own, and agitated for its annexation to the United States. The Mexican War of 1845 set a seal upon the incorporation of Texas into the Union, just as the Spanish War of 1898 led to the annexation of Hawaii. The center of the Cotton Kingdom kept shifting, the proportion 193 of slaves to the white population decreasing in the older states while increasing in the states farther south and west. In 1821 2/3 of the cotton crop was raised on the Atlantic seaboard. With the westward trek of cotton culture the proportion was reversed. Pioneering South Carolina produced 28% of the total crop in 1821, 15% in 1834, 12% in 1850, and only 6.6% in 1860. In that year 77.5% of the staple was produced west of the Appalachians. The plantations of Texas and Arkansas then accounted for larger crops than the state which had begun the cultivation of cotton 70 years before. The Cotton Kingdom reached the peak of its power and glory around the middle of the 19th century. In 1850 the cotton country covered about 400,000 square miles, stretching from South Carolina on the east to San Antonio, Texas, on the west. It extended in breadth from 200 miles at its extremities in the Carolinas and Texas to 600 or 700 miles in its center in the Mississippi Valley. The rich virgin soil in this territory produced abundant crops of the most various kinds with a relatively small expenditure of labor. It was cross-hatched by many navigable rivers that made transportation and communication easy and inexpensive for the planters. The cotton planters were the economic, political, and social potentates of the American nation. Cotton was the most important crop not only in the South but in the national economy, constituting over one-half of the total exports for the U.S. in 1850. The entire economy of the southern states was adapted and subordinated to the needs of the cotton cultivators. The development of the non-cotton raising regions was sacrificed to the nobles of the Cotton Kingdom. The cotton country consumed most of the produce of the slave breeders and tobacco planters, the whiskey distillers, corn and rye growers of Virginia, Kentucky, and North Carolina, the cattle raisers, pork packers, mule and horse owners and drovers from Kentucky, Tennessee, and the Northwest, and especially the grain growers of the northwestern states. A good portion of the commerce, manufacturing, and banking of the North depended upon the Cotton Kingdom. The merchants and shippers of New York, Boston, Philadelphia, and Baltimore, the mill owners and textile workers of New England, the financial houses of the North subsisted upon one or another branch of the cotton trade. Thousands of individuals who took no direct part in cotton production had money invested or derived. 194. Revenues from the slave system or some collateral branch of it. The cotton nobility came to form the first order in the federal government and its armed forces. They controlled the president, the cabinet, both houses of Congress, the Supreme Court, the Foreign Service, and they dictated the major policies made in Washington. The social prestige and influence of the slave owners were enhanced by intermarriage between the leading families of the North and South, just as their political power was multiplied and fortified by the alliance between the southern and northern wings of the Democratic Party. Since southern cotton was the foremost staple of international commerce and the basis of England's great textile industry, the spokesmen for the cotton magnates came to view the whole of industrial civilization as revolving around their peculiar system of labor and dependent upon the latter's produce for its existence and prosperity. Monarchs of all they surveyed in the South, sovereign in the U.S., and principal producers for world trade, it was small wonder that the leading slaveholders exclaimed, "Cotton is king." Confidence in the prospects of their peculiar system was greatly enhanced at a most critical juncture by their ability to withstand the impact of the Depression of 1857, the most severe economic crisis of the 19th century. Thanks to its narrow agricultural basis, the Cotton Kingdom escaped the full fury of the blast. The steady demand for cotton in the world market buoyed up the South while falling prices for almost all other commodities dragged down the rest of the country. At the same time, the South was too closely connected with the national economy not to suffer from the effects of the crisis. The planters felt the panic in the contraction of credit which caused the failure of several important Southern banks and the suspension of others, making it difficult for them to secure their usual financial accommodations and forcing them to throw quantities of cotton onto the market in order to meet their obligations. This enforced liquidation depressed both the price of cotton and the spirits of the planters. Such a reminder of their dependence upon Northern capital further enraged the cotton growers and threw fresh fuel upon the fires of secession sentiment. This was only a minor irritant, however, compared to the losses sustained by the Yankees. In general, the slaveholders congratulated themselves on their good fortune. Just as they were. 195. Accustomed to boast of the superior safety of slave over free labor, so now they exulted in the superior stability of their agricultural society over the industrial North. The maturing crisis in the slave system. At first glance it would seem that the Southerners had ample reason for their self-satisfaction. The production of cotton had doubled during the 1850s and reached a record of 5 million bales in 1860. Despite a drop to 8 cents in 1851 to 1852, the average price per pound for the decade was between 10 and 11 cents, a profitable level of production. But this superficial appearance of prosperity during the 50s was as deceptive as the hectic flush on the cheeks of the consumptive. At bottom, all was far from well within the cotton kingdom. The slave system was the victim of a wasting and incurable disease that was ravaging it from within at the same time that its rivals were endeavoring to choke it from without. The germs of this disease were latent in the very constitution of the slave system and had bred periodic disorders within it. To understand the nature of this disease and the reasons why it acquired a malignant form toward the end of the 50s, it will be necessary to expose the roots of the slave economy and the laws that governed its growth. It has been previously pointed out that while the slave economy retained its antique form, it had acquired a highly bourgeoisified character through its affiliations with industrial capitalism. As a subordinate part of world capitalism, the slave economy suffered from all the evils of that system, shared its vicissitudes, and added its civilized vices of calculated overwork and uncalculated overproduction to its own. The primary condition for the growth and well-being of the cotton kingdom was the continual extension of its market. Here the South suffered not only from the backwardness of its own system of production but from the anarchy of the world economy. Any slackening in the cotton industry had immediate repercussions in the economic life of the South, which was wholly at the mercy of the cotton market. On this score, however, the big planters had small reason for complaint. Cotton consumption continued to soar steadily until the Civil War, despite the periodic interruption of overproduction crises. The cotton crop doubled with every decade from 1800 to 1840, trebled from 1840 to 1860. 196. 5 million bales were produced and sold in 1859 to 60, compared with 1 million bales in 1830 to 31. The main causes of the impending crisis in the South were, therefore, not to be found outside the cotton kingdom but within it. For, in addition to the evils contracted from its association with industrial capitalism, the slave system was subject to far more serious maladies, which grew out of the contradictions inherent in its own method of production. What was the nature of these contradictions and how did they affect the development of Southern society? The cultivation of the staple crops produced by slave labor was mainly carried on as large-scale agricultural operations, requiring heavy investments of capital, extensive tracts of rich soil, and large gangs of unskilled labor. Each of these three fundamental factors in the slave economy, capital, land, and labor, possessed an intrinsically contradictory character. These contradictions constituted the motive forces that drove the slave system forward at the same time that they imposed limitations upon its growth. The antagonism between these productive forces and the social relations that encased them gave birth to chronic troubles within the cotton kingdom. Little as many of its inhabitants suspected their presence, the constant pressures exerted by the actions and counteractions of these antagonistic forces upon Southern society were as much a part of their environment as the pressure of the atmosphere. Competition was no less important a motive force of production within the cotton kingdom than outside it. Under the spur of competition the planter, like the cotton manufacturer, was driven to extend his scale of operations. This entailed the investment of ever larger sums of money in slaves and land, the principal means of production, just as the manufacturer was forced to install more and better machinery in textile mills to produce more cheaply and thus steal a march on his competitors. Thus the fixed capital of the planters tended to grow faster than the rest of their capital and to form a constantly greater portion of their total wealth. The agricultural users of slave labor were under far more intense pressure than the industrial employers of free labor to extend the scale of their operations. The factory owner could sweat more surplus value out of his hands either by prolonging the working day or by increasing the intensity of their labor. The peculiar conditions of forced labor prevented the slave holders. 197. From doing this to any great degree. The ordinary field hands would not fulfill more than the daily task allotted them by custom, they could not be driven beyond a certain fixed point without passive but no less effective resistance on their part. Indeed, it required the unceasing vigilance of the taskmaster, combined with the severest forms of punishment and cruelest means of torture, to ensure the slaves' completion of their stint. The slaves were not only unwilling but also uneducated workers. The technique of labor upon the plantations could not be improved except within the narrowest limits, owing to the enforced ignorance of the captives and their handling of draft animals and implements. The planters had no other way of acquiring greater profits from their operations than through the amplification of their units of production. The unremitting pressure upon the planters to reconvert their surplus capital into additional means of production in order to extend their scale of operations as cotton prices tended to fall gave rise to a chronic internal crisis within the cotton kingdom, which threatened to become fatal. It was a common saying in the South that the slave owner grew more cotton to get more money to buy more slaves to raise more cotton, and so on, in a never-ending spiral. This nemesis that harried the planter arose from the very nature of his productive system. He could not escape it so long as he remained wedded to chattel slavery as an appendix to capitalist industrialism. It was precisely during the periods of greatest prosperity for the planters that this process of the transformation of profits into fixed capital, that is, into slaves and land, took place at the fastest rate and on the greatest scale. This had important economic consequences. The general increase in the productivity of labor resulting from the continual extension of production led to overproduction crises, which from time to time depressed the prices of cotton below the level of profitable cultivation, especially in the older cotton-growing regions. The opening of new lands to cultivation in the Southwest at the end of the 20s, for example, caused considerable distress among the South Carolina and Georgia cotton raisers. Another consequence of the remorseless extension of production was the tendency of the planter to fall into debt. At the beginning of each crop year, the average planter found himself with little liquid capital on hand. In order to maintain his family and carry on production until the shipping and sale of his next 198th crop, he had to borrow money. He was in an even more difficult predicament if he borrowed money to buy more slaves and land. In both cases, the planter fell into the clutches of the merchants, bankers, factors, or slave traders who advanced him credit. Moreover, the rich planters, like other agricultural aristocrats of baronial stature, were notoriously improvident and extravagant in the management of their affairs. Many left the task of supervising their estates to hired overseers or managers while they disported with their families in the southern cities, Europe, or northern watering places. As they sank deeper and deeper into debt, they again extended their operations with similar results. The only end to this vicious circle was bankruptcy and ruin. Along with this expansion in the area of production, the means of production became concentrated in fewer hands. The big planters, able to command the capital and credit required by large-scale production and satisfied with a lower rate of return, bought or chased out the smaller farmers who had originally cleared the land and reduced it to cultivation. The petty producers, ground to dust by competitive struggle, were trampled underfoot, pushed aside onto poorer soils, or else driven forward into the unsettled territories toward the west. This phenomenon, observable in all stages and centers of the slave economy, reached its peak in the South in the decade preceding the Civil War. In Alabama in 1850 the great mass of the slaves belonged to a comparatively small number of men. As a matter of fact, less than 30,000 persons, that is to say less than 7% of the white population of Alabama, owned the 335,000 slaves in the state. The average holding of slaves was therefore between 11 and 12. 3/4 of all slaves were owned by less than 10,000 men. The land holdings of these men were in proportion to their holdings of slaves. Their plantations frequently included thousands of acres, and from the big plantations came the bulk of the cotton crop. The Lower South in American History, by William Garrett Brown, p. 34. The census of 1860 put the white population of the slave states at 8,099,760 and the slaves themselves at 3,953,580. The slaves were owned by only 384,000 whites, of whom 107,957 owned more than 10,781 owned 50 or more, and 1,733 owned 100 or more. More than two-thirds of the white population had no direct interest in slavery, and but a small segment of the remainder gained much wealth from the system. The concentration of wealth, as revealed by ownership of 199 slaves, was confirmed by statistics of the annual incomes of the uppermost crust. Around 1,850, says Dodd, 1,000 families received $50 million a year, while the remaining 666,000 families received only about $60 million, a concentration of wealth and income hardly surpassed in the most advanced stage of an industrialized society. Together with this monopoly of the means of production and this concentration of wealth went a monopoly of social prestige and political authority in the hands of the rich slaveholders. Owing to its superficial, rapacious, and improvident methods of cultivation, the slave plantation system required a steady supply of new, cheap, and fertile semi-tropical soil. In their triumphant progress the cotton planters laid waste the land like an invading army. Even in Texas, before it had been 10 years under cotton cultivation, reported Olmsted, the spectacle that was so familiar in the older slave states was frequently seen by the traveler: an abandoned plantation of worn-out fields with its little village of dwellings, now a home only for wolves and vultures. The planters began to fear that cotton culture would shortly reach its natural limits. They could no more abide such a prospect with equanimity than a healthy person can face old age and death. The immediate economic consequence of this fact was an enhancement in the value of good cotton fields in the settlements. This still further increased the cotton growers' costs of production. By making the acquisition of new property and the retention of the old increasingly difficult for the poorer cultivators, it also accelerated the tendency toward the accumulation of the land in the hands of the wealthier planter capitalists, and intensified the pressure from the middle ranks of Southern society for the seizure of fresh territories. A convergence of economic factors, the deterioration of the land, the ousting of the smaller cultivators, the necessity for keeping capital and slaves at work, urged the Southerners forward. Strenuous but ineffective efforts were made to carry cotton culture into Missouri, Kansas, and other states where natural conditions were less favorable than in the southern regions hemmed in on the north and to the west. The planters could proceed in only one direction toward the tropics. The conquering republic had broken through its territorial limits in the past by means of an aggressive foreign policy. Accordingly, even before they had digested the domains taken from Mexico at the end of the 40s, the land-hungry slaveholders sought to stretch the boundaries of their slave empire. But their efforts to procure fresh fields were to prove far less successful in the 50s than in the 40s. A third source of difficulty for the slave system was contributed by its special form of labor. While factory operators in the North found a virtually inexhaustible reservoir of labor in emigration from Europe, the plantation owners had access to no such ample external source of supply. The importation of slaves had been forbidden since 1808 and, although smuggling continued, it was costly, dangerous, and added only a few thousand raw hands a year, compared with hundreds of thousands of free white immigrants. The slaveholders, therefore, had to rely upon the natural increase in the slave population for their additional labor. Black women were urged or forced into becoming prolific breeders. Howell Cobb's overseer informed him that his Negroes increased like rabbits. It was common for the slave population on a plantation to double in less than a dozen years. Part of the profits of the big slave owners was derived from this propagation, just as part of the Middle Western farmers' profit came from the increase in the value of land. Unearned increment has been a most important part of the crop in all stages of the expansion of American agriculture. The suppression of the African slave trade spurred the practice of raising slaves for the market to feverish levels. This vile profession was the ripe fruit of the slave plantation system in the Cotton Kingdom. In other countries and in less civilized ages the custom of breeding beings for sale was rare or unknown. Slaves were obtained either by conquest or by the importation of captives previously enslaved by others. The older plantation aristocracy added this crowning refinement to the Southern slave system. The Virginia, Maryland, North Carolina, and Kentucky plantations, which had become ill-adapted to cotton cultivation, were turned into stock farms for raising blacks for sale to the cotton planters farther south. The breeding of cotton niggers was a far more lucrative business for decadent and impoverished slaveholders than the breeding of oxen, horses, and mules. At a time when horses were selling at $100 each, prime field hands brought from $1,000 to $2,000 on the auction block, young blacks were estimated to be worth $201 a pound, and every newborn child added $100 to its owner's wealth. Where human beings were placed in the same category as stock animals, it is hardly necessary to dwell upon the consequences. The most revolting practices outlawed by civilized society became an accepted and sanctified part of the social system in the South. Where the slave owner had a direct monetary interest in promoting the number of births among his slaves, whatever means tended to that result met with his acquiescence. Female slaves were publicly advertised as excellent breeders and fetched higher prices on that account. Every decent sentiment and human relation was violated by the slave traffic. Married couples were sold separately by their owners and forced to take new mates in order to augment the slaveholder's wealth. Children were sold to strangers who carried them hundreds of miles from their homes and parents into the Carolina swamps or the wild regions of the frontier. Is it any wonder that slaves sought to escape or revolted periodically, or that fears of their uprising haunted and tormented their possessors? The most sinister figures in this bestial business were the slave traders who moved between slave breeder and cotton planter. Although little attention has been paid to their activities, these dealers in human beings were powerful personages in the life of the South. The trader in blacks held the fate of many a planter in his hand. He was the best customer of the black raising planter and his last resort in time of need. He was also often the master of those cultivators who bought slaves from him on credit. Even though the slaves multiplied fast, the supply kept falling short of the demand, especially during boom periods. The growing demand for cotton combined with the restriction upon the foreign slave trade kept forcing up the price of slaves. A prime field hand, who in 1808 was worth $150, cost between $2,000 and $3,000 in the boom years just before the Civil War. The irrepressible tendency of the price of slaves to rise under this economic pressure was aggravated by the fact that slaves were the main repositories for investment and speculation in the South. The universal disposition is to purchase, remarked the South's foremost economist, J.D.B. DeBow, in January 1861. It is the first use for savings, and the Negro purchased is the last possession parted with. The slave market occupied the same place in the Southern 202 economy as the stock market under contemporary capitalism. Southern money gentry invested their surplus funds in slaves as the modern investor puts them into stocks and bonds. The speculation in slaves tended to force up the price of slave property artificially, augmenting the costs of production for the planters. This tendency reached its peak in 1859–60. Despite the warning of conservative Southerners, investors plunged into speculation far beyond their depths. Men are borrowing money at exorbitant prices. The old rule of pricing a Negro by the price of cotton per pound does not seem to be regarded. Negroes are 25% higher now with cotton at 10.5 cents than they were 2 or 3 years ago, when it was worth 15 and 16 cents. Men are demented on the subject. A reverse will surely come. So warned the Federal Union of Milledgeville, Georgia, on January 17, 1860. In fact, the speculative bubble had approached its limit when the war cut across the maturing crisis. The planters were persistently plagued by the inefficiency of slave labor and its extremely primitive technological level. In a detailed analysis of the Southern system, one of the editors of the Southern Cultivator frankly admitted that the amount of labor used on an ordinary Southern plantation is greater per productive acre than the amount of labor used in the most perfectly cultivated portions of Europe. Olmsted calculated that the average day laborer in the North did from 3 to 4 times as much work in the field per day as the slave hand. Indeed, chattel slavery was the most expensive form of labor in the world. It was also among the most backward. The one modern agricultural implement used on the typical cotton plantation was the plow. The value of the farm tools on the standard plantation of 1,000 acres and 100 slaves was well under $500. This was half the cost of a single field hand. The conditions of forced labor kept the plantation system tied down to this low technological level. While all these economic factors harassed the planters individually, they found collective expression in the constantly rising costs of production. The cotton growers suffered from competition amongst themselves on the one hand and from the monopolies of the northern capitalists on the other. Their position as producers was quite different from their situation as consumers. They had to sell their products on an open market ruled by free competition, while they had to buy commodities on a protected national market controlled by slave breeders, novack. 203. Tourers, merchants, and railroad and ship owners. The plight of the poorer and less efficient planters in this respect was worsened rather than lightened during boom periods. Despite fair prices for cotton, the rising costs of production made it harder for them to derive an annual profit from their operations. And behind the increased prices of land and slaves lurked ominous signs of decay. The accumulated wealth incorporated in slaves and land was distributed in an extremely one-sided manner. The upper tier of the planting class was being enriched by this doubling of Southern wealth, the lower orders were being impoverished by it. The principal means of production were being placed beyond the reach of the lesser cotton growers at the same time that the prices of the things they had to purchase became more expensive. Slaves, land, superintendents' wages, clothes, food, mules, manufactures, freights, commissions, interest, and other essential items of production were rising in price faster than the price of cotton. The growers were caught in a steadily tightening vice. And the poorer the planter, the tighter was the squeeze. How to get more land, cheaper slaves, cheaper means of subsistence in general, how to lower the costs of production and thereby arrest the falling rate of profit, these were the prime economic concerns that obsessed the cotton cultivators. The system of chattel slavery in the South had entered the same stage of development that the system of wage labor was later to undergo in the United States. After a prolonged period of widespread prosperity, the planters entered upon a period of prosperity for the fortunate few and impoverishment for the many. This was true not only for the whole of Southern society but also for its upper classes. Competitive slavery was giving birth to a monopolist slavery in which the great bulk of the means of production and wealth were gathered into the hands of the plantation magnates, the Hairstons, Cobbs, Aikens, and Davises. The 60 families who rule contemporary America had their predecessors in these seigneurs of the slave-owning South, who held most of the slaves and the best land, received 3/4 of the returns on export trade, and enjoyed a monopoly of political power, social prestige, and the good things of life. The oppression and exploitation emanating from this small ruling group weighed upon the rest of Southern society, intensifying their restlessness and discontent. This found expression in 204. Loud demands for expansionism from the less favored planters, in burning resentment among poorer whites and small farmers, and in more runaways and incipient revolts among the millions of black slaves. This growing dissidence forced the ruling group toward a radical solution of their problems. The crisis developing in the slave states was therefore more serious than the passing crisis that ravaged the free states in 1857–58. The latter, although acute, originated in an infantile disease that was soon thrown off and from which the North emerged healthier and stronger than ever. The impending crisis in the South, however, was a crisis of decay, not of growth. It was an expression of the deepest contradictions within the slave states. While the wage labor system was still in the prime of youth both on a national and on a world scale, Southern chattel slavery was approaching its death agony, and no power on earth could prevent the former from expansion or save the latter from eventual extinction. The planters did not remain passive in the face of these problems. They were in the main an enterprising breed, accustomed to conquer the obstacles in their line of march. In the years immediately preceding the Civil War they set about to remedy their economic weaknesses, bolster the foundations of the slave system, and prevent the internal crisis from deepening. If they did not solve the problems that beset them, the cause of their failure lay not in their lack of energy but in economic conditions and political forces which proved in the end to be mightier than their own resources. The cotton cultivators combated the mounting costs of production in accordance with the means at their command. The richer planters extended their properties, seeking to offset decreasing profit by augmenting its mass. Large plantations, which could be operated more efficiently and produce more cheaply, became the rule throughout the cotton kingdom. This trend toward concentration, which took place at a faster rate in the newer cotton states than in the old, acquired a furious momentum during the 50s. The inevitable results of this process were pictured by Cassius C. Clay, Jr., in DeBau's review for December 1855. I can show you, with sorrow, in the older portions of Alabama, and in my native county of Madison, the sad memorials of the artless and exhausting culture of cotton. Our small planters, after taking the cream off their lands, unable to restore them by rest, manures, or otherwise, are going further west and south, in search of other virgin lands, which they may and will despoil and impoverish in like manner. Our wealthier planters, with greater means and no more skill, are buying out their poorer neighbors, extending their plantations, and adding to their slave force. The wealthy few, who are able to live on smaller profits, and to give their blasted fields some rest, are thus pushing off the many, who are merely independent. Of the $20 millions annually realized from the sales of the cotton crop of Alabama, nearly all not expended in supporting the producers is reinvested in land and Negroes. Thus the white population had decreased, and the slave increased, almost pari passu in several counties of our state. In 1825, Madison County cast about 3,000 votes, now she cannot cast exceeding 2,300. In traversing that county one will discover numerous farmhouses, once the abode of industrious and intelligent freemen, now occupied by slaves, or tenantless, deserted, and dilapidated. He will observe fields, once fertile, now unfenced, abandoned, and covered with those evil harbingers foxtail and broom sedge, and he will find one only master grasps the whole domain that once furnished happy homes for a dozen white families. Indeed, a country in its infancy, where 50 years ago scarce a forest tree had been felled by the axe of the pioneer, is already exhibiting the painful signs of senility and decay apparent in Virginia and the Carolinas. The freshness of its agricultural glory is gone, the vigor of its youth is extinct, and the spirit of desolation sits a-brooding over it. Signs of decadence similar to these in the very heart of the cotton belt could be observed in a more or less advanced stage throughout the entire South. While the slave system promoted the growth of large estates, at the same time it set limits to the size of individual plantations. Slave labor, being unwilling labor, required the closest supervision. Moreover, the slaves, possessing but one means of transportation, their 2 legs, had to be able to walk to and from the fields without too much loss of time. The optimum size for the most profitable working of a plantation was found to be an estate of about 2,000 acres. It was better to multiply the units of production than to increase their area indefinitely. Accordingly, the wealthiest planters owned and operated several plantations, often widely separated from each other. The Hairston family, for example, which held 1,700 slaves, had plantations in Virginia, Alabama, and Mississippi. This diffusion of their properties through the South, freeing these magnates from local and state prejudices, enabled them to formulate a pan-Southern policy and later set up a confederacy in conformity with their interests. The big planters built up their estates at the expense of the small proprietors, who were degraded in the social scale. A process of polarization was at work among the cotton growers. While the main mass of the means of production and wealth was falling into the hands of the gentry, petty producers were being crushed in the competitive struggle, forced to sell out and move to the frontier for a fresh start. The swift concentration of wealth in the hands of an ever-diminishing number of planter plutocrats resulted in a more rigid stratification of Southern society. The formerly fluid frontier settlements began to set into fixed castes. It became harder for a poor white to become a substantial small farmer, for a small producer to become a slave owner, for the small slave owner to grow into a large planter. The fierce competitive struggle made it increasingly difficult for the little men to keep their heads above water. It thrust them into a debtor's servitude to merchants, bankers, slave traders, and factors, or it ruined them completely. During the 50s there occurred a sharp decline in the number of small farms, a tremendous increase of indebtedness, and a general shutting down of economic opportunities among the Southern middle classes. In the midst of this devastating crisis, the first families of the South continued to prosper. These conditions could not fail to arouse bitter resentment against the cotton aristocrats among the less favored whites. Hinton Helper's The Impending Crisis of the South, How to Meet It, 1857, was in essence nothing but a bill of particulars drawn up by an angry advocate for the oppressed Southern middle classes in their case against the lords of the lash. The sharpening antagonism between the large planters and the small farmers was one of the significant symptoms of the developing crisis in the South. The economic stagnation within the Cotton Kingdom combined with urgent political considerations to speed up the Southern campaign for the extension of slavery into the territories and for the conquest of new lands. In order to maintain their balance of power within the federal government, the slaveholders strove to make slave states out of Kansas and Nebraska. Political considerations played a no less important part in the drive toward the tropics. The emancipation of the slaves in the English and Mexican dominions, coupled with the expansion of the free states in the Union, threatened the slave states with encirclement by a ring of free territory. Slavery was being penned within a narrowing area, threatening it with slow suffocation. Throughout the 50s the slaveholders made abortive attempts to break through this encirclement by going further to the west and further to the south. Strenuous efforts to carry cotton culture into Missouri, Kansas, and other states where natural conditions were less favorable than in the South, met with failure. As the New Orleans Bee pointed out at the height of the conflict over bloody Kansas, slavery will go where it will pay. No slaveholder for the sake of an abstraction will amuse himself by earning 5% in Kansas on the labor of his chattels, when with absolutely less toil it will give him 15% on the cotton and rice fields of Louisiana. The incorporation of New Mexico and California into the Union held out little hope of relief, owing to their remoteness and the high costs of transportation, and especially after the Californians barred slavery. The Southerners hoped to appease their craving for rich land in the tropics. Adventurous agents instigated insurrections in Cuba and the countries of Central America with the design of duplicating their Texas coup and setting up new outposts of the slave empire. These unofficial expeditions were in some cases supported and supplemented by official intrigue and action. The Ostend Manifesto of 1854, signed by 3 pro-slavery American ministers to Europe, including Buchanan, who was to become president 2 years later, proclaimed with brutal frankness the determination of the Southern slave masters to take Cuba from Spain. There was considerable talk in slaveholding circles of adding the valley of the Amazon to their possessions. North America was becoming too small for the most ambitious of the slaveholders. But all these dreams of empire could not be carried into execution because of opposition from the free states. The slaveholders no longer had enough political weight to unite a coalition behind them of sufficient strength to inveigle the nation into another foreign war. Thus the conquest of new lands was at the same time necessary and impossible for the planters. Their representatives wrestled with this dilemma in the sphere of foreign policy throughout the 50s without finding any satisfactory conclusion. In the end there seemed only one means open to obtain a free hand for the execution of their plans of imperial conquest. That was to cut loose from their bondage to the free states in the Union. The way to acquire additional slave labor and lower the high price of slaves was to remove the restrictions upon the foreign slave trade. The law forbidding the slave trade was, in effect, a protection of the American-grown slave commodity against the foreign product. The prohibition of slave importation seemed as odious and oppressive to the cotton planters in need of labor as the protective tariff upon cotton fabrics. The uninterrupted rise in the price of slaves led to extensive agitation for the reopening of the African slave trade. Proposals to this effect were debated and approved at the commercial conventions held in the southern capitals during the late 50s. In 1859, prominent secessionists organized the African Labor Supply Association to promote the movement for the legalization of the slave trade. Its advocates argued that the renewal of the traffic would cheapen the cost of slaves and enable the slaveholders to compete with the free farmers from the East and Europe in settling beyond the